you got me saying this shit. Love it though. Other races got their checks, their peace, their closure. We still got promises, but denying over and over. We built this shit, y'all were never here. Watch the wealth move everywhere but here. We marched for freedom, they cashed in on ours. Sat in the rain, they danced in the showers. Every bill with our name got story written. They quote our pain like scripture, but never listen. This ain't a handout, this a debt loan due. History knows it and the world do too. Pay what's owed, cut the check, bitch. Reparations now, cut it now. Stop playing with our check, bitch. We lived in movements, open the door. Then watched immigrants take the floor. Every law we bled to make was shared. But when it's our turn, they dirty ass, never there. Immigrant seats block the claims we made. In political seats throwing shade. Saying if they can't pay, we can't get paid. Now that's the shit that can have you getting sprayed. Yeah. Green cards is your reparations, you're a hater. Here's our invoice for centuries of labor. The shift is here, paradigm real. Either cut the check or somebody will give. Until that day we gotta tighten up. Build our own, pull our resources, we gotta tighten up. No more envy, no quiet divide. One code, one vision, one side. Group economics, that's the seed. Self-repair before they lead. No jealousy, no fear, no stall. Together we rise, or not at all. This ain't a handout, this a debt loan due. History knows it and the world do too. Pay what's owed, cut the check, bitch. Reparations now, cut it now. Stop playing with our check, bitch. This is the shift, the correction, the call. We built the foundation, we own it all. RVA forever. It's not begging, it's a debt that old. Stupid ass.
Mike Larry, oh my God. I don't know what you did to create this song, but oh my God, this song right here, they gonna love it.
It's R&B Mary J. Blige. Mike Larry, thank you. We opened doors that they walking through. Built a house and shared a view. Somewhere along the line, they forgot who set the table. We gave the blueprint. Now they changing the label. You can copy the rhythm, but not the pain. You could sing the note, but not the chain. We cried in the fire, but came out gold. Still holding the story our elders told. We showed the world how to stand tall, and we ain't falling for the same games at all. This time we know what we're facing. We're reclaiming our foundation. This is delineation, a separation born of revelation. We drew the line to keep our power sacred. We are the soul, can't fake it, can't take it. This is delineation, yeah. We hold the root, they chase the vibration. We ain't hating, we preserving the truth. That's delineation. Too long we fed the world and went hungry. Shared our plate, but they called us ugly. Now we see the mask and the smiles face low. Can't build the future if they don't wanna know. We stood in the storm, they danced in the calm. Took our rhythm, tried to steal our song. But the melody lives where the struggle been. You can't touch soul if you ain't live within. We love the people. Every queen and king gotta claim their own. Can't fight for freedom, then hide from the fight. If you eat at the table, you better bring light. Oh, through the nation, we ain't breaking, we awakening. We ain't breaking, we awakening. That line divine, we claim again instead. Not division, it's preservation. So you can't tether the truth, can't still control. This is delineation. Love that's proud and a pain that's patient. We ain't hating, we're cultivating the rules. That's delineation.
Yo, what you looking at, man?
Man, I'm listening to All Viral Access Media, bro. You need to check this out.
Yo, check that out, man. You already know. You better check this channel out. All Viral Access Media, man. We out.
Yeah. Everybody want to link up till it's time to hold weight. Let's talk about these tethers.
You show up when the shine come on, never there when the grind too long. You want my rhythm but not my rain. My story's sweet but you skip the pain. I see the reach, I feel the pull. Fake love sound beautiful. You tired of take, I'm tired of truth. Can't drag me down, I cut that loose.
I move with purpose, not for clout.
Oh, I know what loyalty's about. Oh,
You can't fake rules with borrowed chain.
real ones bleed before they gain. Oh,
They put up but they don't stay real. All that talk but they never build. Always want a piece of the globe, but the flame too hot, they can't control. Cut them, let the truth unfold. We don't bend, we just turn to gold. Trying to ride a lane, but this soul too deep, can't be explained. I gave game, they gave excuses. Shared the meal, they took the juices. Now they dance like they made the groove. But we the ones that pay those dues. Ain't no shortcuts through the storm. You can't fake struggle to look reborn. Respect the source, that's all I need. But if you leech love, I make it bleed.
we ain't bitter, we well.
We just got what's rare.
You can tell it to the throne.
You ain't help lay that stone.
You can tell it to the throne. You can tell it to the throne. They pull up but they can't stay real. They built this heart from iron and steel. Reaching for the crown, but the roots too strong to pull us down. Yeah, we free at last. Cut the cord, now the future's back. You can change its name. We the soul, the sound, the flame.
Yeah. No ties, no strings. If it ain't love, it's not the thing. We cut tethers and we ride.
Welcome to another edition of the Revolutionary Agenda. I'm your host, Seduction Doll, aka the Black Villain, Lady Che, Brandy, whatever. I'm here. I know it's a little early. It's okay. I was actually working on some shit, and I was compelled. So I thought I'd get in a little show in between now and Grand Rising. And I didn't see anybody else left, so I felt like just terrorizing the internet for a little bit. got a lot to cover. Let me get over to my cue real quick. Kind of threw it all together real fast. Let's see. It's my jam. I like that song, Tethers. We're basically gonna cover a little bit of the Gucci Man Shiesty thing. Then I'm gonna cover just basic stuff that's going on in the world, and then we're gonna end in Colorado with some election stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna cover a little bit of everything. Well, not really, but some FBA stuff, some agenda shit. Trying to peek out this couple of little things that I saw that the title looked interesting, and a few things in regards to these upcoming elections going on in our city. And I'm gonna start off with Neely Fuller Jr. I'm gonna kind of run by quick. I wanted to talk about the Gucci Man Shiesty thing because hold on a second. You can tell what I was looking at. I wanted to talk about it because, I like Gucci Man. I've always liked Gucci Man. Shiesty not really my thing. I like that, not really for me. But I like Gucciano, so yeah. Now, I was kind of just wanted to see what everybody's perspective was, and I kind of just wanted to cruise around and get different takes, and I kind of did. And I would have to say that some of these motherfucking attorneys is kind of dumb, I felt like. But you're gonna see me when I will get to that part. I'm gonna stop it a couple times. You see this all over the internet. It's like making its way. Everybody's saying that putting on a jacket for Gucci. I really don't think that's something you should put on somebody, especially when they got millions of dollars worth of jewelry out. And ex law enforcement that's there to protect them, and they watch the shit happen. So I don't really think that kind of counts as the same thing. I mean, you kind of want your fucking investment back. You know what I mean? Especially when it comes to your earrings taken out of your ear, your wedding ring, things like that are really important. Like, yeah, I'm sure you could just get another one. Like, yeah, that's so convenient. But not when you insure them and they're millions of dollars worth of jewelry. You know what I mean? Can't just let it be lost to the game like that. They're insured. They have to be. There's warranties. There's, there's guarantees for them to be, appraised if need be. So, they come with a fucking certificate of authenticity. So these are things that are really important. So I wouldn't consider it that, you know what I mean? Especially when you have other people to witness it, say, yeah, that's what happened. So, I don't really appreciate that. I kind of feel like, they'll go over it. I kind of feel like, excludes them from that jacket, when really the jacket should be placed on other fools. You know what I mean? That are clearly with that agenda. Jacket meaning, like, when I say that, I mean telling. You know what I mean? Like, motherfuckers live by a certain code of conduct, a moral compass. Myself kind of live by that too as well. You know what I mean? Can't happen. Just because I grew up with a brother. It starts off, with home training. You don't tell on your brother, you don't tell on your sister. You told on them, well, I guess both of you getting it. You're getting it for snitching. This typical home training shit that starts off really when you're young. I mean, that's how I grew up in my household. Me and my baby brother. You know what I mean? And that's part of the reason why we didn't want to see our mother when we were little, because she was always getting us in trouble, telling us and shit, and then acting like she didn't tell us. So, yeah, this is the kind of things we live by. Well, I've grown up with that understanding, and that even includes as an adult. You know what I mean? Some days a motherfucker just might take a nap and press delete. Shit. Hey, you know what I mean? And put it under the guise of junior Alzheimer's. Let's say it, but do you really believe it? Do you know it's true? You don't know. I don't know what until I say what it is. Right? Press delete. Really. I find that if you press delete, nobody can fucking drag it out of you, right? If you don't remember or you don't know, you know. Simple things. But that doesn't go with everybody. You know, there's just certain people that are built that way, I guess, or exposed to that kind of shit, that they live by that. They will continue to die by that, I guess. And it's not because of anybody else. It's just a moral compass. It's like, do unto others as you would do unto yourself. Would I want anybody telling you? I mean, I guess not. I guess you guys have to suffer consequences for that type of shit. You know, as above, so below. That's the kind of mentality a motherfucker would have. However, you know, I'm sure that there's I couldn't think of one right now off the top, but there might be a reason for you to have to do such a thing. You know, like in case of small child or something like that. You know, I don't know. I couldn't really think of one really because it have to affect me somehow. So I couldn't really think of a example right now. You know, so I just didn't like how they put it on immediately like that. Like, oh, you tell it, you know, necessarily. I mean, you gotta file paperwork in a police report for your motherfucking missing jewelry, and especially when they take it out of your motherfucking ear and off your fingers. It's like, you know, these are important things. We'll start off with a little Neely Fuller Jr., and then we're gonna go into a couple of interviews. Yeah. So we're gonna start right here. I know it's kind of late, but it's not really late. It's early for me. I was actually working on something really important, and I decided I was watching something. I was like, oh yeah, about this.
Listen. If you do not understand white supremacy, what it is, and how it works, everything else that you understand will only confuse you.
I see.
Now, sometimes people say, well, you mean everything that I understand will confuse me if I don't understand racism? Yes, because racism is the dominant political and religious motivating force among the people of the planet in all 9 areas of activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. That covers just about everything that any person, minute by minute, might be doing or engaged in any time of day or night, anywhere on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Deals with black pride, and the second one, white friends. Now, don't try to be proud to be black. First of all, I've said for years, what are you saying and who are you talking to?
Mm-hmm.
You say you know, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. To whom are you talking? And what is the effect supposed to be? I've always said you're black because whatever that created you made you black.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus Garvey said that. He said that God made black people black and he didn't make a mistake. End of story. Right there. In other words, you were made black. You shouldn't be proud of something that you were made in the first place because you didn't have anything to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
Everything in the code is about logic. You don't have to say that ever to anybody. You don't have to tell people how proud you are to be black. You don't have to wear some type of hairstyle in order to prove that you're black. Prove it to whom? In order to, you know, people see that you're black.
Mm-hmm.
That's a done deal. That's a done deal. Now, what are you supposed to be doing? See, now we get into the real part. What are you supposed to be doing as a black person? Or let's go to the essentials. What are you supposed to be doing as a creature on this planet each and every minute of each and every day. You're supposed to be engaged in constructive activity of problem solving. That's the logical conclusion. And you don't have to mention anything about how black you are. Running around the block, I mean, shouting everybody, you know, I'm black. I mean, you know, everybody look at me. I'm black. I'm black, black, black. You know, I'm proud to be black. I ain't ashamed to be black. You don't have to say any of that. That's not going to get you anything anyway. Nobody gives you nothing, or nobody helps you to do anything based on that. Just do the things that need doing, like problem solving. That should be how you express your blackness. Walk in and say, not I'm black and I'm proud. Walk in and say, what's the problem? Because I am capable of solving problems. That's what I am about. Because I don't have any black friends. Because in the system of white supremacy, we're not in a friendly world. What you do is minimize conflict. Anything that you can do or say, if you see people in conflict, try to minimize the conflict by doing the most constructive thing. That should be the concentration, not going around trying to gather friends. See, that's abstract. That's too abstract. Black people, non-white people, should get away from the abstractness. Of course, everything starts from abstractness, but you're supposed to get to focus and clarity and make something practical. Everything that you do on this planet is supposed to be practical in problem solving.
Oh, yes, but see, you have to codify your approach to any black person. And that is, for one thing, you can't get in an argument with black people, period. I mean, we got to stop arguing. The minute the argument starts according to the code, then you say, I will talk to you some other time, you know, a brother or sister or whomever you're talking to, and you always have something else to do once the argument starts. All right, do not feed that argument, because that's going to, black people, we go at each other. We do not do togetherness very well at all. We have to admit that, because we have been loaded with poison. And all of us have been affected by that poison. This is important to remember. I mean, super over the top important. We all carry poison. It varies in degrees in different parts of the world. But Rwanda shows it. Every neighborhood where you find black people clustered together, it is pure poison all over that place. I mean, you name it. It's poison. I mean, and we cannot even speak to each other for 15 minutes without that poison coming to the surface.
Yes, sir.
Particularly in the northwestern hemisphere. I mean, I hear people outside my window on a Saturday night, and I've heard it all of my existence on this planet. And sometimes just talking on the phone. People just passing by the building. All right? And what do I hear? I can recognize sometimes what we call a black voice. And it's practically screaming and yelling every type of curse word that you can possibly think of in the English language. And most likely, for sure, talking to another black person, because that's how we communicate. And talking about what we are going to kick when I see you next time. All right? You better not be there when I get there. I mean, you can believe that. Now, you be there when I get there, because I'm on my way over there right now. And I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to show you what I'm going to do. I'm tired of telling you. Now, that's the kind of conversations you hear. You hear just walking down a sidewalk. I mean, we are some kind of loaded with hostility like you wouldn't believe.
Don't fuck with me.
I mean, you can feel it, and you can get around 10 black people, and you can almost feel it coming. But when we're joking around, it's hostility. Now, every now and then, we'll kind of, you know, have a facade of kind of breaking that up into a whole bunch of high fives and hugs, which is 99% phony. All right, because right behind it is going to be the pop of the 9mm. That is our Bible. And if not that, some type of dagger recently been using a lot of knives because gunplay gets you deeper into trouble with the white supremacists. All right? We know we got the answer to the white supremacists even when we slaughter each other. I don't care whether it's in the Congo or Rwanda or South Central or South Side Chicago or Washington, D.C., anywhere, okay, where you have black people, you have that built-in hostility. Man, I'll kill you. Don't you know I'll kill you? Don't you understand that I kill you? You keep on running your mouth. I'll kill you. Mm-hmm. I can kill you.
Yeah.
And I'll settle with the consequences later to prove that I'm a man.
Yeah.
We are, particularly black males, and a growing number of black females who are trying to be males because they'll find out that they have to be just to survive. Almost act like the males, dress like them, talk like them, get that swag, all of it. You can't be a man in the system of white supremacy. That's absolutely impossible. Not Neely Fuller, not a college professor, not anybody. There's no such thing as a black man in the system of white supremacy. Being an old boy, I mean, you know, talking about our elders or whatnot. They're just old boys. That's all they are in the system of white supremacy. Let the white supremacists come around and see how quick they go from man to boy.
Yeah.
How, hey, I don't take no stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? You don't take no stuff? I mean, when the white supremacists come around, you don't take no stuff?
Yeah.
I mean, you can't survive without them. They let you breathe, mister. Stop lying to yourself and stop trying to prove it to the boys in the hood.
Yeah.
Because when boss man show up, or boss woman, okay, because, oh yeah, you can push the white woman around when ain't nobody looking. But the white supremacists get on your tail. I mean, you're going to be, yes, master. No, master. Maybe so, Bwana. Cut me a little slack, Bwana. Don't send me back to the prison again. Don't lynch me again. Don't do this again and again and again like you did my grandmama. Oh, no. See, all the facade, all of the nonsense goes out the window when master comes around. Every black professor, every black guy hanging out on the street selling drugs, we all know this. But our biggest problem is we keep lying to ourselves about how powerful we are and how great we are because we built the pyramids. That won't go get you not one dime worth of nothing in 2019. Now, some people have said they've seen some cartoons of my work on the internet that have been presented, and that it pretty well embellishes what I have been trying to say in my textbooks. And to the extent that it does that, well, that has been, from what I understand, some people reported to me a plus. Because they didn't understand what I had written very well, but when they saw those cartoons that just repeated what I was saying and attaching my name to it, and came right out of the book, the material did, they say that they better understood it. And I can understand that because people are kind of visual, particularly in the year 2021 now, more visual than ever.
All right, let's get into it. We just go listen. I already listened to it, so.
Nobody wins when the family feels.
Turn up, snap.
Life like a movie, I'm flipping through chapters. 17 months, I done turned to a rapper.
Come on.
on, bro. You gotta get in with me, man.
Music.
On Wednesday, FBI agents raided Williams Cordova's home. His father, of the same name, is also a suspect. Investigators tracked the group using cell data, surveillance, rental records, and bus tickets. 8 of the 9 suspects have now been arrested in a case that has racked up
situation. I don't like it for either side. You know what I'm talking about? Guwap most definitely didn't deserve that, and I don't want to see this for the little homie Pooh Shiesty, but this one niggas got to be educated and understand. In business, you got to negotiate, my nigga. You got to negotiate. If you were signed for $100K and now you got 10 M's on the table, it's time to negotiate. This is how we do this. Boom, 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 boom. Everybody win. Let's go. That's how I got to go, my nigga. You can't muscle your way out of no shit and no business. It don't go that way. And I ain't just talking about on the people side, but on the other side, the blitz gonna come. You can't run from it, homie. That's the way it goes. Negotiate. It's time to educate. I want to see young hustlers from the South win. I want to see it. There was a time I got Gotti and Guwap on the phone together. Us 3 on the phone, man. And it ain't nothing to discuss. It was no disrespect. It was no raised voices. Rose just wanted to plant that seed. And I understand one phone call may not fix all the situations, but you want to plant that seed where niggas may be able to move forward one day, get some paper one day. The CMG 1017 tour one day, that was Rose mindset. And I wish none but my homies the best. When it come to business, let's negotiate. Niggas can't take the streets to the do. Nigga gonna get a life sentence with that shit, bullshit, nigga.
It's crazy. Because what if I told you one of the biggest rappers to ever come out of Memphis had everything most artists dreamed of? Millions of dollars, a major cosign from Gucci, and a CEO standing behind him who helped him turn himself into a millionaire.
Come on, bro. You gotta get in with me, man. Oh, so look at your rim. Look at your rim. Get your phone up. Put my phone on there. Give me a slime. Give my other phone, man. Give my other phone, man. Yeah. What we doing here, bro? Give me life, bro. No! Slime over here for my guy, man. His birthday.
But instead of protecting that opportunity, prosecutors say the situation will spiral into allegations of a robbery, a forced contract, and eventually a federal case. And over the last couple of days, new developments and paperwork connected to the situation has started resurfacing, including documents tied to Pooh Shiesty's father, paperwork that was originally supposed to be sealed, but eventually became public, that the family TV was able to get, which we'll later break down. And once you start reading through that, a lot of people begin asking a serious question. Was this really a robbery, like the internet has been saying? Or was this a contract dispute that escalated into something much bigger? Because when you actually look at the details, the jury people claim Gucci Mane was robbed for doesn't appear to match anything present in evidence. And even more interesting, the night didn't just involve rappers. According to reports inside that glass studio office where everything allegedly went down, there were 2 off-duty officers and an informant present that most people don't know about, meaning some would argue 3 connected to law enforcement inside that room where this situation unfolded, not to mention on camera. So now the story people thought they understood suddenly looks a lot different. Fam, listen, you know a couple days ago we did a story talking about Pooh Shiesty's father and his documented criminal history. We didn't speak on the citizen because that information was blocked from public view. But what the family TV was able to obtain was the plea agreement tied to their case. Paperwork that, according to records, was supposed to remain sealed. And once that information started circulating again, people began looking at the bigger picture. Because when you line the history up with the situation involving Gucci Mane, a lot of questions start coming up. For the last couple of days, the internet narrative has been simple. People saying Gucci Mane has been robbed. They saying chains were taken, rings were taken, watches were taken, and most of all, he told. But when you actually go through the paperwork and the evidence that's been presented publicly, that claim started getting shaky because the jury shown doesn't appear to be Gucci Mane's jury at all. Instead, what prosecutors describe much more clearly is a contract dispute that escalated. A situation where multiple individuals allegedly traveled from Memphis to Texas over business. And that federal complaint shows just that. During that situation, prosecutors say a contract ended up being forced to be signed. Now think about that for a second. Nowhere in this complaint it said Gucci Man or RD said his blank 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 was taken. But think about this. If you're the CEO of a multi-million-dollar company and someone forces you to sign a contract under pressure, legally speaking, that contract doesn't hold up, which raises a big...
That's what I said, man. The contract don't hold. It's null and void. You did it under duress.
Good question. If you were Gucci Man in that situation, what would you do? But before we go over this one, I want you guys to remember, I won't give you no angle. I just give you the story. So with that being said, make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. We'll jump right to it.
A lot of people come to me with that in my whole life since I was a little boy. You know what I'm saying? When I forget a lot of them, saying, I have never snitched on somebody. I never wrote a statement on one, and I never will. That's how I feel. Mm-hmm. I'm a true G. I never snitch on a nigga. Where we from, won't do that. For real. This used to allow us all to say.
There's a rule. The motherfuckers live in they've been in the street their whole lives. Know that once you do that, anybody can be touched. Anywhere, anytime. Doesn't matter. If they think you did it, they'll put some bread on your head, because that's just the way it is. They think you did it, they'll put some bread on your head. It don't matter. They'll get a fiend to do it. They don't give a fuck. No, it don't matter. If it's thought that you even remotely did it. Nobody want to hear what the fuck you gotta say. It's just that. Depending on how love that motherfucker is and how much of a villain you look in that situation. Put some bread on your head, because that's the way it's always been. You know what I mean? It's a sad state of affairs. And there's a lot of different angles to it, but either way, dry snitching, looking up, omitting with your face and still snitching. You know what I mean? Getting your eyes tell when they glance over something. You know what I mean? Show contempt to your face and still snitching. There's a lot. They're a little different avenues. Motherfucking omission, snitching, beating around the bush, dry snitching. You mean there's a lot of motherfucking name dropping, snitching, shit like that. That's. I can give you a whole tutorial of what snitching looks like. Talking loud, snitching. Drawing attention to yourself or to the situation, snitching. You know what I mean? It's a whole list of levels of what snitching is. From my perspective, that's how I've always grown up to understand. Talking loud, drawing attention, or high talking, loud talking. To bring loud talking and talking about shit that good and goddamn well should be talked in a lower voice and not even mentioned at all. And especially if you know better, that person is legitimately said, don't speak on this in my presence or out loud, and yet you still do. That's still snitching. Drawing attention is like calling the laws to your situation, which is this is what it is. I'm not lying. This is what it is. Let's get real, motherfucker. They'll tell you like me loud talking about whatever. And knowing motherfuckers could or potentially be listening, that's drawing attention. It's basically snitching. And trying to get you in trouble to where the laws come, or catch something in the wind. That's snitching. That's intentional. You know what I mean? Having a conversation, name dropping, snitching. Location dropping, snitching. Asking, over here, such and such, that's snitching, because especially when somebody's trying to be vague and ambiguous. Like, I'll give you a prime example. I'll be like, yeah, I went down that block, went to the left, to the right, went down about 4 blocks to the left, took it down by 8 lights, went right. I could have been anywhere, right? But let another motherfucker be like, what was that, 16, 18, 19? You know what I mean? I'm like, shit, I don't know, man. It's just that way. I went that way, and then went that way, and then went that way. You see what I'm saying? Figure it out. I'm not your motherfucking detective. You figure it out, cuz. Right? But they'll be like, oh, so you went down 15th, then you took it down to Dallas. You passed Dallas. You went down, right? That right there is snitching. You see what I'm saying? That right there, snitching and route dropping. You see what I'm saying? But I don't know, man. I was just on a mission. I went that way. Well, where's that way? That way could have been that way, that way, that way. That way to the left, that way to the right, that way 9 blocks that way. You see what I'm saying? Don't matter. I don't know. I wasn't looking at the mountains. I went the opposite direction in that way. You see what I'm saying? But if you let somebody else tell it, they'll be like, oh, so like near 225, the Potomac, was you on Colfax? Was you on I-70? Look, you know, I don't fucking know. I'll be paying attention intentionally, right? I don't be paying attention to streets like that intentionally. But most motherfuckers be like, yeah, I went down the facts, took it to Potomac, hopped on the light rail, took it to the R. You see what I'm saying? That right there is a whole layout. Dry snitching, name dropping is another one. Name dropping is the worst one. Like, oh, you know such and such? Nope. Who's that? Why? Because I gotta press delete. Who is that? I don't know. If you ask me, I don't know. Fucking junior Alzheimer's, dementia, fucking I'm retarded. Who knows? Whatever the fucking answer is, you're not getting it because I pressed delete and I don't want to remember. You can't take something out of somebody if they don't remember. You can't force them to say something if they don't remember, right? Right? Intentionally. I don't know. I don't remember. I was drinking. I fell asleep. I don't fucking know. I was not even paying attention, man. I was looking at my phone, watching fucking Facebook reels and scenes. Fucking Rick James and shit all night. Not Rick James. I'm sorry. Yeah, Rick James. Tina Marie. All night long. Okay, baby. You know, who the fuck knows? Look at the cameras. Do your own light work. You see what I'm saying? But it's a reality. The motherfuckers nowadays don't know what dry snitching is. Snitching, name dropping, speaking on a location or streets and shit. When a motherfucker's intentionally trying to be vague, you can tell a motherfucker's trying to intentionally be vague. You know what I mean? If you just listen to them and you look at the whole situation, then you watch the frustration. Like, I don't fucking know, man. I wasn't paying attention. That's intentionally being vague. Why? Because somebody's motherfucking business where the fuck I went, or who the fuck I talked to, or where the fuck I was. You know what I mean? Just like it's not anybody's business for me to be telling on anybody. If I wasn't there, it never happened. So sad. Wasn't there? I didn't see you. You didn't see me. It never happened. We was never nowhere. Everybody lives in a world of pure motherfucking imagination and fantasy fiction. You still say? And then that's on them to fucking break down that burden of proof. So I'm saying, this is stuff that motherfuckers have lived by, like older motherfuckers have lived by. This new generation, cause they're telling everything. Everybody's telling everything. It's fucking ridiculous. It's almost a sad state of affairs. If you ain't telling, then you gay. If you ain't gay, you're weird. You dig? Either way, it's some real off-brand fucking unbecoming behavior. That's for sure. And I like this little interview because that's what he was really standing on that. So we'll see. I think that other people are speculating they put that.
Well, niggas I fuck with.
You know, when you put a jacket on like somebody like that, you say that they doing stuff, they're telling and shit. You know, you basically putting their lives in jeopardy. You know what I mean? Also, all these motherfuckers are basically saying he did this and he did that. You know what I mean? It's basically putting his life and his family's life in jeopardy. And he may have not done it according to what we're about to find out. See, according to the paperwork, nobody thinks about that, right?
Baka won't do that. Won't snitch on niggas. We'll stand down.
That's why telling is such a fucking violatable offense outside, because it could get everybody else hurt and you touched wherever you are. You know? But your peoples could get touched, you could get hurt. Motherfuckers lose lives, things, family members. You know what I mean? You could be sitting in a motherfucking on a RICO case, fucking on for all kinds of shit, even if you just speculate. You know what I'm saying? But anybody else feel like, oh yeah, he did that. You're basically endangering this motherfucker's family and their life because you think that's what they did. And in all concern, like, you wearing like fucking $6 million worth of motherfucking diamonds, you're gonna have to file a police report. Especially if it's insured. It's not just anybody. This is a motherfucking a multi-millionaire. You know what I mean? With all this motherfucking jewelry and shit. It comes with certifications and certifiable what is it called? Certificate of I want to say genuine certificate of authenticity, right? So it means that all that shit is like, when you get it, it comes with a little certificate, meaning that the diamonds are like this and the platinum is like that. See what I'm saying? And it's actually valued at, so it means you can use it as appraisal. It turns into a motherfucking asset. You know what I mean? You can sit it down, it fucking turns into generational wealth for your children and shit like that. These are like big things. It's like somebody stealing your house off your chest. You dig?
Myself, like, if I gotta go, I'm gonna go. I done went before. I don't want to snitch on a nigga to save my nobody's life, not even my own. I die. If I snitch on a nigga, that's on my mom.
Fam, that was early 2000s Gucci Mane. A man who been through many scenarios to tell, but he didn't. A man who now, 20 years later after that interview alone, still got 1017 to be relevant. Now full-time CEO who rap occasionally. Fast forward to 2026, and a contract dispute with one of the biggest artists in the world, who some say went about things that's similar to Suge Knight and Eazy-E. Now, before we go over that federal complaint in its entirety together, I want us to go back some years prior during the pandemic, towards the end. In 2020, when Gucci Mane had signed Pooh Shiesty, another well-known artist he had signed was Fujiano and Big Scar. Together, they dropped music under the new 1017 and gained millions of views each track.
Like, no. I can't cry me a bag. Took a trip to walk and look like I fell in some glass.
Looking back, you ask, what if? Pooh Shiesty, Fujiano, and Big Scar, all three were stars. But unfortunately, when Pooh Shiesty got arrested in 2021, Big Scar, real name Alexander Woods, unfortunately lost his life on December 22nd, 2022, at just 22 years old from an accidental prescription drug overdose at his girlfriend's house. His family reported the overdose involved prescription pills, and the Memphis Police Department confirmed there were no signs of foul play. May he rest in peace. A love of condolences to his family. But after that situation, things didn't really turn out how the family had expected, because it seemed Gucci Mane and his team had some type of fallout with Big Scar's family. It was alleged that Gucci Mane wanted Big Scar's chains back and only gave $10,000 for the funeral. I'll let you decide if that was enough or not. But listen to Big Scar's sister voice her opinion on the situation. And I bring this up because some say this may have led to why Pooh Shiesty wanted to stir away from Gucci Mane. Not saying it's true, but it is a fact that these things happen. Mind you, Big Scar's Pooh Shiesty blood's cousin.
That 10K went to a flowers. Flowers high as fuck. We still got a casket. He getting cremated. He getting put up in a museum. Bitches. The bitches would not be able to walk on my brother's grave. He ain't getting put in no ground. He ain't getting buried with no chains. He not getting them chains back. Period. At the end of the day. Fuck them receipts that Annabelle uploaded. Fuck Annabelle. And them receipts. Like I said, we only received 10,000. What the other 10 is, I don't know. But yeah. Yeah. I'm at work with my feet up, making boxes. If 10K ain't did shit but buy obituaries and flowers, boo. This shit ain't here with no obituaries and flowers, boo. 10K ain't shit. My brother was way more worth, baby. My brother worth more than 10K. You bitches can.
You can't expect that all to be put on a manager. You know what I mean? Especially with what she was saying, what she wanted. Like, you know, you're gonna have to come out of pocket too on some of that. You don't want to give up some of the jewelry. Okay, cool, whatever. But you can't be doing all that. Like, that's a lot. and then expect people to work with you on that. You know what I mean? Like, it's real shit. Like if I was a manager, somebody like talks to me like that or whatever, like you asking for a lot for your brother, man. But like I'm only obligated to doing so much. You know what I mean? I'll help you this much, but the rest ain't on me. It ain't on me. I didn't do it. You know, like he was at his brother's house. He got high and fell out. How's that all on me? How do I gotta pay all this? You know what I mean? You just act like you ain't coming. The family not gonna do their portion too. You know what I mean? You talk about a casket and get cremated. Well, which one is it? And you gonna be in a little mausoleum, right? So that's all that shit. It costs is a lot of money. So, and those are like 3 different types of fucking things. You know what I mean? So I was like, yeah, she's like 10,000 ain't enough. Well, yeah, it's not. But at the same time, you really expect the manager to to pay for the whole motherfucking thing, you know, he wasn't involved or wasn't even around. Like, for real, like that's kind of like really over expecting too much. You know what I mean? Like, maybe he came out a little different, maybe a little bit more. You know what I mean? But at the same time, she kind of being a little still a little too much. You know, can't expect that to fall on him.
Quit playing with me. Quit playing with me. Yeah, Gucci son 10,000, and it was somebody else on another 10. So it was 20,000 in all.
Now, another situation that happened is when Pooh Shiesty was free. A comment Gucci had wrote in response to Big 30, 375-1017. Gucci Man responds, Cap, stop posting me, dude. We met once. Either way, they made up. Gucci Man and Big 30 had their music together after that.
Take care of me.
So that's why some say the Big Scar situation is more believable, because prior to the robbery in January, Pooh Shiesty was posting a lot of Big Scar in his story, reminiscing. Some say now, looking back, may have been sending clues. Now, another person people are pointing out before we get into this federal complaint once again is Pooh Shiesty's dad, Lontrell Williams Sr. Now, we're not going to go over the situation that happened in 2004 with the DJ because we talked about it in the first video. I'll leave the link in the bio, like I said once again. But we are going to go over his plea agreement in that case and why he only served 2 days for that case, which was for a murder and an R, according to what prosecutors say, fueled by his animosity towards the DJ for not playing his music, instead playing Yo Gotti's music, allegedly. Now, during this time, Pooh Shiesty's dad did get arrested. But because his homie went to trial and he wasn't placed there, they couldn't charge him over the situation that happened in 2004 with the DJ, because we talked about it in the first video. I'll leave the link in the bio, like I said once again. But we are going to go over his plea agreement in that case and why he only served 2 days for that case, which was for a murder and an R, according to what prosecutors say, fueled by his animosity towards the DJ for not playing his music, instead playing Yo Gotti's music, allegedly. Now, during this time, Pooh Shiesty's dad
recommend that the defense receive a 3-level reduction for acceptance of responsibility. The defendant understands if the court does not.
They did get arrested, but because his homie went to trial and he wasn't placed there, they couldn't charge him with the murder. They did charge him with the drugs that were seized at the time of his arrest. And during that time, even though it wasn't murder, he still agreed to be an informant for the feds. Now, fam, before we move forward with the rest of this story, we got to slow down and really break down something that most people skim over when they look at federal paperwork. Because buried inside a plea agreement is something that changes the entire conversation. And that's a potential 5K1 motion. Now, if you ever dealt with the federal system, a 5K1 might just look like another number in a document. But in federal world, that number means everything. Let me break it down. First off, the defendant in this case, Lontrell Williams Sr., agreed to plead guilty to multiple counts involving federal drug conspiracy laws. Those are serious charges that typically carry heavy federal prison sentences. We're talking about charges that can easily land 10, 20 years, sometimes even life, depending on the circumstances. But right after the plea selection, the agreement introduced something very important. It says the government may recommend a reduction in his sentence under United States Sentencing Guidelines 5K1. What does that mean? In simple terms, a 5K1 is a cooperation deal. It means that the defendant has agreed to provide substantial assistance to the federal government, and that assistance usually involves helping prosecutors build a case against other individuals. Now, that help can come from several forms. Sometimes it means providing detailed information about drug operations, suppliers, or co-conspirators. Sometimes it means helping investigators understand how a criminal organization operates, who is involved, where the drugs are coming from, and where the money is going. Other times it means actually testifying in court or in front of a grand jury against other people involved in the conspiracy. And in some situations, even help investigators make recorded calls identifying other suspects or confirming evidence investigators already have. But here's the key part most people miss. The plea agreement makes it clear that none of this guarantees a sentence reduction. The document literally says the decision is solely within the discretion of the government. In other words, prosecutors are the ones who decide whether the cooperation was valuable enough to be rewarded.
Meaning they could also keep you for the rest of your motherfucking life, slaving you out as a motherfucking informant. As it does to say it's not good enough. They just keep you on motherfucking just like that. That's also what it means.
And if they believe the defendant provided real help that actually led something that leads to investigations or prosecutions, then they can file a motion asking the judge to reduce the sentence. That's what a 5K1 is. And looking back, he got 4 years of supervised release, and that was it. So apparently, they felt his information was enough to get a reduced sentence. And the feds, that's what they call black and white, proving if a person is an informant or not. And this what we can call, quote unquote, being a snitch, if you living by that. So let's continue with the story. Fast forward to the first week of April of 2026. Senior had a bond hearing for the federal pickup alongside his son and other 8 alleged CG members. Shiesty got one on the 8th. I'll keep you guys updated on that. But now at this point, people want to know. We got all that squared away. What about Gucci Mane? Now let's go over this criminal complaint in its entirety. I waited some time before dropping in the morning to see if the feds will actually drop the indictment. Now, I'm sure Shiesty didn't ever know his father was a federal informant, which is crazy because hours before the robbery with Gucci Mane, he allegedly went to Instagram and talked about his paperwork spoke on standing on business on not being an informant, which would make sense. Some would say that's why he was allowed by his dad to do that to someone help his son become a millionaire, despite how we feel about his contract.
It was an indictment, so we got indicted twice, nigga, so they smacked us with more charges, nigga, thinking that shit would break us or make us, nigga, conspiracy to possess firearms in front of the drug trafficking, violent crimes, nigga, 3 other sided niggas you will ever see, nigga, name.
Father's name is right there. Or that's the other one. That's the son.
On a piece of paperwork, nigga. Bankroll, D-roll, nigga. These niggas solid, nigga. These niggas solid, nigga. We kept it G. We traumatized about this shit, my nigga. For real, nigga, I really went through it. Nigga, you nigga better watch our mouth when y'all say a nigga name, cuz I was facing 20 plus or 20 plus another 20 plus life, nigga. Never told it, never folded, nigga. All my shit add up, nigga. Yeah, nigga, every page add up. You see 1 through 10 on anything. Stop playing with a nigga name, nigga made, nigga, for real. You niggas don't know the half of this shit or what's really going on, nigga. Yeah, my paperwork 4,000 pages long. I go all day with this shit. You niggas don't know what really going on. You know what you see on the internet.
As of now, they haven't. Now, looking back at the situation that took place on January 10th, 2026, as mentioned, just weeks after FDO is charting #1. It seemed like before, Shiesty and Gucci Mane, even though they didn't come out publicly, wasn't on no terms. But you have damn near 2 feds in it. One was a federal informant in Shiesty dad, and Gucci Mane security, who's even an ex-officer or was an off-duty officer at the time of this incident. Now, fam, with this complaint, we're not going to paraphrase. We're going to have to read in its entirety because it tells us who the eyewitness is. It also told us who the initial conversation, what happened. But I want to point out something. Now, according to these blogs, these people not only stole Gucci Mane one of his wedding rings or bands, one of Gucci Mane's watch, or one of Gucci Mane pendants. The Gucci Mane went on Big Facts a couple months ago before Shiesty came home and was excited and talked about how he don't come out with at least an M on.
Listen, everything I buy be $1 million now. The watch gonna be $1 million. The chain got to be $1 million. The rings got to be $1 million. If I would brought my other rings on here, y'all couldn't even see.
Lisa M.
Yeah, I couldn't even see.
Second video. None of these pieces looks like Gucci Man pieces. I found my stand correct. It was damn near 3 officers in there, at least 2 technically. They say at around 1 p.m. on January 10, 2026, the victims flew into Dallas, Texas alongside RD's head of security, hereinafter referred to as CW, and other security officers, hereinafter referred to as TD, for a scheduled business meeting between RD and suspected Williams Jr., who we all now assume RD means Radric Davis, Gucci Man, and Pooh Shiesty for Williams Jr. They say Pooh Shiesty wanted to talk to Gucci Man or Radric Davis or RD about his contract and wished to be released. They said around 1:45, CW and TD, the 2 officers and the victims, arrived at the scheduled meeting location, a music recording studio located within a larger office building. When CW and TD and the victims entered the office building, they realized the recording studio, owned by an individual hereinafter referred to as JN, was closed. So when they got there, they realized the studio was closed, and they talked to JN, who confirmed it. While they waited for the studio to open, the 5 went to a liquor store and purchased liquor in plastic red Solo cups before returning to the studio. Williams Jr. father, Williams Sr., called JN multiple times on the day of the meeting, which was the owner of the studio. At around 2:53, JN answered the phone and learned that Williams Sr. was attempting to book the recording studio that afternoon for Williams Jr. and RD to record music. At or around 3:15 p.m., JN opened the music studio for RD, MM, BP, CW, and TD. So, according to Pooh Shiesty's dad, they went there to try to do music, assuming it could have went down outside the studio as well. Investigators later collected and reviewed surveillance video captured at another business located at the same office building on the same floor as the recording studio, which shows Williams Sr. outside the office building. At around 3:27 p.m. on January 10, 2026, it appears that he was speaking to someone on his cell phone before entering the building at 3:28. At around 3:39, an employee of the studio arrived to assist with production. When the employee arrived, Williams Jr. and Williams Sr. were standing at the back door of the office building, engaged in what appears to be an argument over the phone. At around 3:43, Williams Jr. and Sr., Wright, Johnson, Waiters, Roger, Gibson, Glover, and McDaniel entered the east side of the office building. The target suspects walked through the lobby area of the office building before going inside the studio. One individual with a dreadlock hairstyle, later identified as Gibson, can be seen on video exiting the building and shortly thereafter returning with a bag slung over his shoulder. Wright, also known as hip-hop artist Big 30. The 9 individuals entered the studio control room, where inside, victims were watching a football game. CW was positioned in the studio lobby, while TD remained in the vehicle they arrived in. Depicted below are photographs of the studio lobby. The police claim the victims overheard Williams Jr. talking on a cell phone, potentially with a probation officer, stating that his caseworker had given him permission to be out for rec time. So Pooh Shiesty knew. His probation officer already knew where he was at. From what the victims could hear, Williams Jr. was informed that that wasn't the case and that he needed to return immediately. Williams Jr. agreed. Williams Jr. was wearing an ankle monitor, leading the victims to believe that Williams Jr. was on house arrest. RD told Williams Jr. they could reschedule the studio session, but Williams Jr. requested to speak with RD privately in the attached recording room. RD agreed and entered the recording room with Williams Jr., Williams Sr., and Wright. Meantime, BP remained in the control room with the 6 other individuals and continued to watch the football game. BP offered to share the liquor they purchased with the targeted suspects, and at least 2 accepted, grabbing red cups and making a drink, assuming they all was cool and incoherent, fam. Inside the control room, Williams Jr. produced purported contract terminations or release papers from a bag and told RD to sign them. When RD declined, Williams Jr. became agitated, and the pair started to argue. So it wasn't a robbery out the gate. MM and BP could see inside the recording studio initially believed RD and Williams to be discussing business. But as MM saw the conversation intensify, he texted CW, who was still in the music studio's lobby. As the argument inside the recording room ensued, Williams Jr. instructed Wright to get the bag. Wright complied, leaving the recording room before returning with the bag, which is Big 30. Williams Jr. then pulled what appeared to be a black AK-style pistol from the bag and pointed it at RD, demanding again that RD signed the contractual release paperwork. RD complied, signed the paperwork for Williams Jr., while Williams Sr. and Wright stood by RD. RD couldn't leave the room. But here's how police got that evidence. They claim Big 30 pulled out a cell phone and recorded RD signing the paperwork while being forced to say that he released Pooh Shiesty from their contract. After the release was signed, Williams Jr. took RD wedding ring, watch, earrings, and cash. According to that recording, after RD signed the contractual release paperwork, Williams Jr. provided the paperwork to Williams Sr. and asked if the paperwork was good. Williams Sr. advised that the paperwork needed to be dated, so Williams Jr. then forced RD to add the date next to his name. As RD, Williams Jr., Williams Sr., and Wright exited the recording studio, the remaining subjects, Waters, Rogers, Johnson, Glover, McDaniel, and Gibson, produced handguns or AK-style pistols and began demanding property from BP and MM. BP was pushed into the couch in the control room, while the individual known as BP as CMO Dan Fu, and part of Williams Jr. and crew, later identified as Roger, searched his pockets and stole his wallet. BP's chain and necklace, bearing the moniker 1017, were stolen from the neck, and another subject he knew as Glizzy 375, later identified as McDaniel during a robbery. McDaniel repeatedly threatened to shoot BP for moving, but Williams Jr. instructed McDaniel not to. BP further identified an individual he knew as Baby Slime 375, later identified as Johnson, as being involved in the kidnapping and robbery, and that during the control room robberies, Johnson possessed a firearm and held BP and others at gunpoint. Both MM and BP identified an individual they knew as KD, later identified as Waters, also being involved in the kidnapping and robbery, possessing a firearm and holding them at gunpoint. MM and BP identified them. MM was choked from behind to the point of nearly losing consciousness during the kidnapping and robbery, resulting in scratches on his neck and wrist below. MM was robbed from his Rolex watch, a Louis Vuitton bag containing multiple other high-dollar watches, Apple AirPod headphones, and his wallet at gunpoint. MM confirmed the Louis Vuitton bag, AirPods, and wallet each had Apple AirTags on them, a location tracking device. As the altercation inside the control room ensued, Wright walked over to the studio door to the lobby, closed it, and blocked it with his body, preventing the victims from leaving. CW and TD, the victim's security guard, watched Wright barricade the door and attempt to force their way into the control room, but were prevented from entering. With handguns drawn by CW and TD, managed to particularly open the door, but recognized that they were outnumbered. They said RD was pushed into the couch in the control room, causing the victims to believe they were going to be executed. Williams Jr. placed the barrel of the firearm to the back of BP's head and ordered him and RD to leave the control room and the studio through the west entrance of the office building. RD then instructed CW and TD to escort them to their vehicle. As the victims left, MM turned to Williams Jr. and asked him if they were really taking his watches. Based on later recovered surveillance footage, the targeted suspects left the studio and the office building through the east entrance at around 4:48 p.m. Exterior surveillance video recovered from a neighborhood building showed a white Buick Enclave and a black Dodge Charger Hellcat and a black Dodge Ram within distant road affixed to the bed of the truck traveling northbound shortly after the kidnapping and robbery. According to law enforcement database, Wright's father, also known as Rodney Wright, owns a 2020 Dodge Charger Hellcat bearing Tennessee license plates, which was shown on camera at around 2:18 in Dallas-Fort Worth. So it's clear as day. The information that was given thus far was from the officers who was with Gucci, who saw everything from outside the room. I'm a parent because it was glass doors or glass windows or glass walls, but couldn't get in because guns was drawn on them. Now, apparently, Big 30 and the homies he was staying with stayed at a Comfort Inn. They ended up stealing a black Dodge Charger Hellcat from that Comfort Inn on January 11, 2026. In return, they got all their surveillance footage in and outside that hotel. And that's what you see. They ain't come in at. They know about the alleged robbery based on what the police saying they saw and on Big 30 recording. But when it came to identifying the target suspects, they say MMBP and RD all personally knew Williams Jr. by both his legal name and a name under him, which he performs Pooh Shiesty. Tag this Instagram account. They say JR, MM, and RD describe Williams Jr. as wearing a black Nike brand Shiesty mask, black hooded shirt, and black pants during the offense. An online search of Williams Jr. matched the individual depicted throughout Pooh Shiesty. Here's that photo. They identified Pooh Shiesty during the offense. The victims identified senior Instagram account Mob Tabs Global MMBP and RD all identify Wright as a well-known hip-hop artist known as Big 30. MM and RD identify his Instagram account as CEO Big 30, which is verified by Instagram. MM and BP identified KD. BP identified Dan Fool. MM identified Glover, who had this Rolex and this 1017. By the way, Rogers was just arrested. He was the one with this Rolex. BP identified Baby Slime. I'm saying you knew Pooh Shiesty and Big 30 after it was forced to contract. We can all just assume that was Roderick Davis. That's one thing. But telling the police they robbed you is another. Because police told us at the very end on page 30 of 32 pages on who identified Lontrell Williams Jr. And when they were speaking on him, they spoke on RD in third person. It said eyewitness accounts state that Williams Jr. brought RD into a recording studio and demanded that RD signed a release contract at gunpoint before taking RD's wedding ring, watch, earrings, and cash. Eyewitness accounts also placed Williams Jr. in the room when the additional kidnappings and robberies of MM and BP occurred. Cell phone records, electronic locations, monitoring, and surveillance footage placed Williams Jr. at the offense location. Electronic location monitoring data also places Williams Jr. at a Staples location with his father, believed to be printing the termination contract prior to arriving at the offense location. Eyewitness accounts and state when it came to Senior, they saw him in the studio when the offenses occurred. Williams Senior assisted Williams Jr. in producing RD's signature on the purported contract release. Surveillance footage from the day of the office shows Williams Senior entering the building, unmasked, and later exiting the building carrying a backpack which he believed he did not enter. Surveillance footage and eyewitness accounts place Williams Sr. at the offense location following the offense wearing similar clothing to what the suspects in the kidnapping and robbery appeared to be wearing. No other information about the jury type, the video released, or exactly what was took from Gucci Mane. Only what the feds could recover. Guess y'all take that from there. Since then, Big 30 attorney has spoken and said the following.
He's been making music for a number of years. He and Pooh Shiesty kind of came up in the music game together, and they were sort of like
father, the big snake.
They're very close, and they made, you know, some magical music.
On Wednesday,
all of us stitched on each other. They all identified each other. Then the fucking father is a motherfucking government informant. And everybody's calling Gucci all kind of bad names. Sucker shit.
FBI agents raided Williams Cordova home. His father, of the same name, is also a suspect. Investigators tracked the group using cell data, surveillance, rental records, and bus tickets. 8 of the 9 suspects have now been arrested in a case that has racked up lots of attention.
I just hope that people will wait to pass judgment on Rodney and these other individuals until all the facts come out.
And if convicted, all 9 defendants could face life in prison. There is a scheduled detention hearing for Wright, or Big 30, tomorrow at 2 p.m. before his case is moved to Texas. In the studio, I'm Lauren Turman.
He doesn't have a criminal history. He doesn't have a criminal record. He's been making music for a number of years. He and Pooh Shiesty kind of came up in the music game together, and they were sort of like, they're very close, and they made, you know, some magical music.
On Wednesday,
he's not happy with Jay Prince, and I, you know, would think that at some point that might get resolved as well, and so hopefully.
This is somebody's motherfucking attorney, which I think is a motherfucking piece. Like, you know that. Well, you already know. If you're going on Vlad, you already know that's motherfucking, that's the law. So, he's the law. And he acts like the law. He is like this. You know, like, you should not be going on this motherfucker. But the lawyer, like, the lawyer is just, oh my God, like, ugh. Lawyer upsets me.
All right, here we go. Today we have attorney Arthur Horn, who's representing Big 30 in the Pooh Shiesty Gucci Mane armed robbery and kidnapping case, where Big 30 and 8 co-defendants are facing up to life in prison if convicted. Arthur is fresh out of the courtroom where Big 30 had a bond hearing. Arthur, welcome to Vlad TV.
Hey, glad to be here, Vlad. Glad to see you again. We talked before.
Well, this is what the feds are alleging. On January 10th, 2026, at 4:50 p.m., Gucci Mane, his cameraman MM, aka Matt Mazral, and someone listed only as BP were kidnapped and robbed at gunpoint at a music studio located in Dallas, Texas. There were 9 people currently charged, including Pooh Shiesty and your client, Big 30. Now, Big 30 just had a bond hearing. What exactly happened?
We just put proof on to show that, 1, he wasn't a flight risk, and 2, that he wasn't a danger to the community. He has no record, no prior record. And so after we were able to put that proof on and to show where he'd be living and that he has employment and actually has another big deal on the table moving forward in his rap career, the judge granted him a bond of $100,000, which he'd have to come up with 10%, wear ankle monitor and some other stipulations or requirements.
Okay, so coming up with 10,000 is probably pretty easy for someone like Big 30.
Oh yeah, we were excited, we're ecstatic. The problem is, I think the government has until 5 o'clock tomorrow to appeal it to the federal judge in Dallas, which means if they do that, which we anticipate they will, then we'll have to go through this whole process again.
Right now, is Big 30 sitting in jail or he's out?
He's sitting in jail and he'll have to wait. If they appeal it, then he'll have to sit in jail until we have the hearing. I think Lontrell's hearing has already been set for next Monday, April 13th in Dallas.
Okay, so if the feds appeal, then you have to wait until next Monday to have another hearing to see if the judge actually accepts the appeal or not?
To see if the judge accepts the terms of the bond conditions, or if the judge could overturn it and say, hey, I'm not granting a bond, or he could say, hey, this is too harsh. We'll give him a lighter bond. He could do, various things. He could either, 1, take the bond away and make him sit in custody until we go to trial. 2, keep the bond conditions and the bond in place. Or 3, he could lower the bond and let him out.
Well, I hope your client does get bond, because it's a lot better to sit at home than sit in jail for something that may potentially take a long time.
Whatever, Vlad.
Yeah, particularly when this was not something that really involved him. He has no affiliation to 1017. He's not signed with them. He's been back and forth to Dallas to record music with Pooh Shiesty. As I said earlier, those two have been friends for a long time and have made great music together. They just have a natural bond and they just make good music together.
Okay, so let's talk about that for a second. So Big 30 and Pooh Shiesty grew up together. They went to school in South Memphis and they started their rap careers right around the same time.
Yeah, that's correct.
And they have a bunch of songs together as well as a friendship.
That's correct.
So let's talk about allegedly what happened. And this is what the feds are laying out. Not that this is necessarily true or not. And this is an active case and you're the lawyers. So there's certain questions I understand that you can't answer, but I'm just going to go ahead and lay it out based on what everyone is facing right now. So at 1 p.m. on January 10th, 2026, the alleged victims flew to Dallas, Texas. So this is Gucci Mane, his head of security, a second security, as well as his cameraman, Matt, and someone named BP. And according to the feds, Gucci Mane and Pooh Shiesty were scheduled to meet because Pooh Shiesty was upset about the terms of his contract and he wanted to be released from the contract. So he asked Gucci Mane to come to Dallas so they could meet about business. Anything to state about this?
All I can tell you, and I think I'll keep saying this over and over again, the facts that are alleged in the criminal complaint, we view the facts very differently from the government.
What was so hard?
And as it relates to Big 30, we really view.
I can't speak to that. That's not my client. I'm under certain. What was so difficult about saying that? Can't speak to that. Not knowing that's not my client. I have no idea. You know what I mean? Like, what was so hard about that? Like,
view the facts very differently than the government. It's not our belief that Big 30 drove to Dallas to meet with Gucci Mane and Pooh Shiesty to commit a robbery and a kidnapping. He was there to record music. He had recorded music prior to that day. He had recorded music along with other artists. I think it'll come out in that particular studio. And that was a particular studio that Pooh Shiesty was working out of while he was on home confinement in Dallas, Texas.
what's his meeting?
Right, because Pooh Shiesty got out of jail, I think, about 100 days ago after doing 3 years on a 5-year bid.
Correct, but he was still under federal. So even though he was released to the halfway house and eventually put on home confinement, you're still considered to be in custody. And so he was still considered to be in custody and allowed, I think he was allowed to work, which is why he was able to go to the studio to record.
What part of, I can't speak to that. Doesn't anybody?
Okay, so based on the federal paperwork at 1:45, Gucci Mane, along with his head of security and his second security, they arrived at the location, which was a music studio, which was part of a bigger office building.
I'd be like, I'm not knowing anything about that paperwork. Where'd you get that? I mean, you didn't show it to me. I'm not knowing, so we're just gonna go off whatever you say, Black. Right? What part of any of that doesn't anybody? You know what I mean? Hey, you like it? I love it. You're the one reading it. Like, you see what I'm saying? What part of like good attorney shit is like? This motherfucker cannot do? You see, let me be no motherfucking attorney.
And when they arrived there, the recording studio was closed. So while they're waiting, they went to the liquor store, they bought some liquor and some plastic cups, and they went back to the studio. Now, Pooh Shiesty's father called the studio owner multiple times, and eventually the studio owner answered around 2:53 p.m.
Not knowing my pants are too tight, I can't think. I don't know.
And he found out that he was trying to book the studio, so they went ahead and opened the studio at 3:15.
Okay.
So at 3:39, an employee at the studio arrived to help with production.
Okay, I would have just nodded my head and like, carry on, whatever you're reading.
And Pooh Shiesty and his dad were outside, and the feds claimed they were having some sort of argument over the phone. Now, at 3:43 p.m., a few minutes later, Pooh Shiesty's dad, your client, Big 30, Baby Slime 375, KD, CMO Damn Fool, Mookie Roo 375, Glizzy 375, and DeMarcus Glover, they entered the building on the east side. They walked through the lobby, and they were going to the studio, and there's video footage of, photographs and so forth of them actually coming to the studio. So it's established that.
I have no idea. I haven't saw anything that you're talking about. But carry on. So high yellow motherfucking. Why is this suit so goddamn tight?
That this group of people did go to the studio at that time.
No, I believe that's what the government is alleging, and I don't think that's.
He's a horrible. Like,
I think that
horrible attorney. That's the government's alleging. Like, I don't know, Vlad, you just reading some shit and some shit for the viewers. I'm not sure. I didn't see none of that, but not anything I know about. But carry on, tell your little tale. You know what I mean? Hard pauses and all. What is all this hard pauses? Is this for dramatic effect? Is this for the viewers? I'm not impressed. Yeah.
There are certain facts that we will all agree.
Wrong answer. You're supposed to worry about your particular client, not everybody else's particular client. These are hard facts that we can all agree on. I ain't agreeing to shit.
We'll all agree about, and I agree that they were there, And I think the government will be able to show that via video camera. They'll be able to show that from the owner of the studio. I think where we kind of the story differs will be in whether my client engaged to cross state lines with the purpose of kidnapping and robbing Gucci Man on the 9th.
Okay, so as everyone's in the studio, according to the federal paperwork, the victims overheard Pooh Shiesty talking on a cell phone to his probation officer. And he was asking if he can get some rec time to be out. And his PO said, no, you cannot be out. You need to you actually need to return immediately. Whereas Pooh Shiesty agreed. And he was wearing an ankle monitor the whole time because he was still on house arrest. So at that point, according to the paperwork, Gucci Mane told Pooh Shiesty they could reschedule a studio session. So this was more than a meeting.
Check it out. If he's out making music, why the fuck did they have to call and book some studio time? If he's already out in the studio making music, allegedly, because he is, why the fuck does everybody else have to book fucking studio time to get in there? Question mark.
It seemed like they were going to the studio to actually do music.
Again, like I told you, my client had been there the day before recording music and had been there multiple times to record music with Pooh Shiesty. And again, there were other artists that had come there to record music with Pooh Shiesty, and that was the studio that he was working out of in Dallas. So that doesn't surprise me that that studio was booked to record music.
It surprises me because...
Well, right, because if it was just a business meeting, it wouldn't be at a studio. They could meet anywhere.
That's right.
Right, but in this case, they're meeting at a studio. Pooh Shiesty tried to get more time from his PO. His PO said, no, you need to go back home. So basically the whole studio session in and of itself got canceled at that point.
Correct. And I think at some point you saw in the video where everybody left.
So Gucci Mane told Pooh Shiesty they could reschedule the studio session, but according to the feds, Pooh Shiesty wanted to speak to Gucci privately in the attached recording room. Gucci agreed, and they entered the room with Gucci, Pooh Shiesty's dad, and Big 30, according to the complaint. Mm-hmm. And I guess there was a window in the recording room so the people that were still in the lobby could actually see inside, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's according to the government. And again, I think this is where
What kind of motherfucking attorney don't go and check this shit out? Yes, there's a fucking glass booth where you can see what's going on in the other side of the studio.
Case differs from the defense perspective. I think we have a different view of what happened in that room that day.
Okay, so at 3:43 p.m., according to surveillance footage, Pooh Shiesty's dad, Big 30, Baby Slime 375, KD, CMO Damn Fool, Mookie Roo 375, Glizzy 375, and DeMarcus Glover entered into the building. Now, they walked into the lobby, but then, according to the paperwork, Mookie Roo 375 could be seen on video exiting the office building, then coming back with a bag slung over his shoulder.
That was according to the testimony from the federal agent from Dallas.
Okay, so this is where it gets a little bit hazy. So inside the control room, and this is Gucci's there by himself, his security guard is outside the door of the studio, and his other security guard is actually by the car that they drove in. So inside the room, both the rooms in the studio, there's no security, it's just Gucci, his people, and Pooh Shiesty and his people. So this is where it gets a little hazy. Inside the control room, the feds say that Pooh Shiesty pulled out a contract which terminated his agreement with Gucci and told Gucci Mane to sign it. When Gucci declined, Pooh Shiesty became agitated and they started to argue. Now, Matt, the cameraman at BP, could see, inside the recording room, and originally it seemed like they were discussing business, but then when the argument started to ensue, he texted Gucci Mane's head of security, who was still in the lobby.
Mm-hmm.
Anything to comment about that?
If there was, I mean, if there was a disagreement between two men that are in business together, there was a disagreement between two men that are in business together. Again, that doesn't make it a robbery or a kidnapping.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday. C-Day, Ray. Knowing you're fucking older than dirt. Hope your day is a lot better than my shit was. I still ain't celebrating my fucking C-Day. Barely got a cake. Man, talk about going through it. Happy C-Day, you old ass man. Everybody tell Ray happy birthday. Shay, yeah, B1 salute. Stay black, obviously. Be dangerous all motherfucking day long. I mean, I am so happy that you finally caught up to the motherfucker. So no rush, just sit back and listen because we're gonna go over this Gucci thing. I have to do DoorDash because it was a slow week. I got bills to pay. Well, shit, I could dig it, man. I had to pay bills on my motherfucking birthday too, and I was very depressed. I still ain't bought my shit. I still ain't bought the shit I wanted to buy. I can't find motherfucking rubber bands. I didn't do my hair. You guys see my fucking. You saw my hair that one day, Ray. That shit was just wild and glorious. I was outside with it just blowing in the wind. I almost got hit by a car because I couldn't see past my fro. Yeah. Real shit. I don't forget what the fuck I was going. I was going to make a money order for pay my rent. And I had my shit all out. Like my hair was all out. And I was just driving. I had my headphones underneath my hair, and my shit was like curly and fro-ish, just blowing in the motherfucking wind. I was rolling up on brothers like, hey man, do you know where you're like, is that all your hair? I was like, yeah, it sure is, cuz Jesus. Like it's glorious. Anyway, can you help me? Yeah, 7-Eleven, cuz all right, man. All right, man. Plus, right now, like I can't even get my fucking hand through it. So it's glorious. If I charger for this tablet, y'all can see me again. Shit's just wild, like out there and wild. I was sleeping on it, but shit's just like it looked like a little doll with fucking all this hair. It's great. I gotta do Jesse's shit too, since he decided to pull it together and motherfucking run for office again. So I get his shit done too. I don't want to talk about it. It's upsetting. I don't want to talk about it. Yeah. I do his shit. I got a lot going on. Don't pay me enough. Anyway, so I'm gonna get back to the show. Glad you're up, man. Happy fucking C-Day. Old ass man. Yeah. Happy C-Day. Hopefully yours go a lot better, man. My shit was just fucking. It still ain't lifted, man. That's like, you know what I think it was that we done built it up. All the areas have built it up, and then as soon as the first happened, it was like all of a sudden it was like it's almost like Mercury retrograde all kicked in, and we were like, oh fuck, man, it's terrible. I guess I'm gonna sleep through. I slept through my fucking birthday. I slept through it all week because I couldn't get things the way I wanted them. Trust me. Never here, don't care. We still goddamn right, man. My shit is like. Even like later on today, I was like, oh, I guess I'm gonna do something. I don't know if I'm going somewhere. Got shit I gotta do today. I don't know. I'm working on something though. I'm working on at home, and I was like, God damn. Yeah. I finally got a cake. I had Jesse make it. I go get it. And I ain't cracked that bitch open though. Right. Right. I gotta do his shit. Man, I don't even want to. I don't even want to. I gotta fucking drag, like follow him all over. It's not even worth it. It's not even worth it. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No, my shit's long too. I checked it out. My shit's all the way down there. Let me see. It's halfway down my back. Well, would be if I grab it, but us with the curls, they curl all the way the fuck up. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. 7 years old. Okay, it has been growing slow ever since. It's because you gotta stimulate it and play some Rick James, man. You gotta play music to it and talk to it as you retwist and massage your hair. That sing to the shit. It's like a fucking plant. That's how I got Justice to grow. To shit. I ain't lying. That's how I got the cat to get as big as it was. I sung to him. The plants too. Sung to him. Anything all his beard grew back in. Sang to it. Talked to it. Told her I missed every nap. Mm-hmm. Let's see. I mean, I don't want to talk to you about that because this was I still been trying to do it. It's good, but let me see what I say. It was cruel. Mm-hmm. Right. See? Mm-hmm. Right. I got good hair. That's just if we ever have a baby, my shit's gonna be like, it's gonna be a little bit of both. A little bit of both. Mm-hmm. I don't believe in cutting hair. I don't believe in cutting your hair unless you have to. Like the big chop, that's only like when somebody dies. You know what I mean? I thought that was like really a grieving period or started after grief. You know what I mean? Yeah. I was in a previous relationship and then I had to take off all my hair because it's too much. So I finally grew back. I used to start stuttering. I didn't want to talk about it. Finally grew back, just still talking to it. I sing to it. Treat it like a motherfucking plant. Just like I treat Amaru and fucking Jesse's hair. But I gotta get it ready if he's gonna be serious though. But he said he's serious, so you already know what it's like. This is my second set. See? And I've been saving our shit like I've been saving his and ours just in case. You never know when you're gonna need, as a man, you're gonna need a little bit of extra length of your own shit. You know what I mean? Especially you start receding or something in the front. You never know. So I've been saving Jesse's too. So and mine. You know what I mean? And mine too. I never know. You never know. You never know, man. You just never know. I ain't cut mine in a long time. I'm probably not gonna cut it again. I was like, I wanted to get it all twisted up for my birthday. I could have did it myself, but couldn't find my rubber bands, couldn't find my comb, couldn't find my shit. And I literally tore this motherfucking room apart, reorganized everything, could find nothing. And then with me, I can actually lock up my shit. It's like mixed hair. Some will lock, some won't. Some will twist, some will unravel. But for the most part, they can stay twisted. It's just better to have them like, at least with a rubber band or something. 94 degrees. Yeah. This would be Jesse's first time with the locks, twists. And if he would just cooperate, they would be a lot better. But like I don't live there to babysit his motherfucking hair project. Yeah, his hair projects. You know what I mean? Whereas me, I know how to fucking sleep pretty. My shit can last a minute. Anywho, let me get back over here. We gotta talk about that. Right now, my shit is like wild with like a little bit of curly slash fro with a Michael Jackson curl in the front. I cannot get rid of it. Save my life. Real shit. I got like a little Michael Jackson curl when he was black in the front. I can't get rid of. Yeah, just let it grow. Just let it grow. Like so, Jesse, man, it's beautiful. Fucking, you know, his hair is like different type of motherfucking. It's like 6ep8. Just let it fucking grow. Let your soul glow. You know what I mean? I let my shit out. I normally I wrap it up or I put it in a, like, you know, twist or whatever if I wanted to. But bitches hate me too. Bitches hate me. Like, is that your hair? Oh, is that really your hair? Can't touch it. No, don't touch it. Is that really yours? Wow. You know what I mean? Like, look, your shit look is like so is it salt? Is it like silver? Is it white? I don't fucking know. I can't see it. It looks white. It looks silver to me. My tinsel showing. I'm waiting for this. Like, I saw this older sister on the bus, and she had like a salt and pepper hair, and it was real nice and pretty, like a little nice little semi silky press kind of curl, like salt, pepper, and black. It was really fucking nice. I was like, I told her, she was like a little older sister, you know what I mean? Like really older, like 60. I was like, I can't wait. I cannot fucking wait. I said, I cannot wait until I get older. I hope I go to sleep and I wake up and my shit is just like that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, don't touch my shit. I gotta think about juju because I you know, I'm a motherfucking voodoo priestess. Don't touch my motherfucking hair. And if I touch Jesse's hair, it's just because I grew it. You know what I mean? And I don't touch it when I'm mad or upset. You know what I mean? I try to touch it when I'm in a loving mood and I'm trying to make him blush or something. I'm telling him some ratchet shit or something. But other than that, I don't touch it when I got bad vibes. I don't want nobody else to touch my shit, but don't touch my motherfucking hair. Please don't touch my hair. Don't touch me or my hair. You know what I mean? That's what I said. just let it happen. I said, just let it happen. Like that. It's the way I say it. So just let it happen. Shh, no, I'm not just gonna let it happen. Just let it happen. Just, no. I'm only to amuse myself. He's never amused. Oh yeah, actually because of salt, I like a plus size. Trust me, he don't want to hug me. He hates me. He hates me. That's okay. I'd be telling him all kinds of crazy shit. Like, you're so pretty. Look how handsome you are when you're sleeping. Just look at my freckles. I'm cutting my shit off ever again. Nope. They have to take it out. Very sensitive about my shit. Because, you know, this hair came from my father. This hair didn't come from my mother. This hair came from my father that passed away. And his hair was like this, like curly, long, like a little fucking fro when he used to work on the telephone poles, electric poles in California. And his hair would be blowing in the motherfucking wind all the way up on the tree, all the way up at the top. Just big ass fro is blowing in the wind. See me while I'm cruising down the street. I thought the police were gonna pull me over the other day. It was broad daylight. I was singing. I was singing "Go Half on the Baby." out loud, like fucking 2:00 in the afternoon. And fucking, I'm driving in the street, and the police are driving the other way. I thought they thought I was gonna move. I was like, shit. Who's gonna move first? You know, I'm gonna just keep going this way. It's like, thank God I'm not riding heavier with fucking all kinds of weapons and shit on me. I just want to go pay this shit and go all the way the fuck back. The further where I gotta go pay my rent is like used to be a worse area. There are more Hispanic people moving there. Used to be a high traffic. He ain't there. He's not here. Y'all realize that Jesse's not in here, right? He's at his house. He's not in here. We'll see him at 8 o'clock for Grand Rising. Well, I won't. I'm gonna dip off or act like I didn't get the thing. He ain't in here. Let's get to it. I was like, you finished talking about this high yellow motherfucking tight pant wearing motherfucking weird ass lawyer. His pants, his whole fucking fit is just way too tight. Look at it. You just first of all, your sleeves shouldn't be this high.
Okay, so according to the paperwork, as the argument started to ensue, they say that Pooh Shiesty told Big 30 to get his bag. Big 30 complied, and he left the recording room and came back with a bag. And they said that Pooh Shiesty pulled out what appears to be a black AK-style pistol from the bag and pointed at Gucci Mane. Now, who is saying this part?
I have no idea, because in the criminal complaint, there's no allegations of Big 30 ever having a gun or pointing a gun at anyone.
Okay, well, it said that Big 30 at this point did not point a gun, but they're claiming that he went and got a bag, gave it to Pooh Shiesty, then Pooh Shiesty pulled a gun out of the bag.
I can't comment on whether that happened or not. I wasn't there. But again, it goes into this narrative that we have a very different view of the facts versus the federal government.
Well, as the complaint goes on, they're saying that Pooh Shiesty demanded that Gucci Mane sign the release paperwork. And then at one point, Gucci Mane did sign, and Pooh Shiesty gave the paperwork to his dad. During that time, they're saying that Gucci was not allowed to leave because of the gun involved. Now, as Gucci is signing the release paperwork, they're saying that Big 30 pulled out a cell phone and started to record Gucci signing over the paperwork. Now, is this recording actually a real thing?
We haven't gotten that deep into the case where we've received discovery, but I feel pretty confident that there's not going to be a video of that.
Let me just say you like this.
Okay. Well, but even if there was,
first of all, who brings all these little weapons to the motherfucking studio? There's obviously an intent. They're coming from fucking Tennessee to Texas, right? Here's a whole bunch of things that don't make sense. Okay, so when they came and get them, when they came and got them, all of them, they all dined on each other, right? They all dined on each other. If you watch it prior, right? The father is the biggest motherfucking informant ever, right? Okay, fine. But where's all the motherfucking heats when they picked him up? Right? That's off top. Where's all the heats? That was allegedly happened. Where's all the heats? Where's the fucking contract? Where's all that? There's so much missing here. You know what I mean?
It's a video of Gucci signing. Unless he's saying, I'm being forced to sign this, Gucci could have just agreed to sign. They could have just worked out a deal right then and there.
That's correct. I mean, but again, like I told you earlier, that has nothing to do with Big 30. He's not signed to that label. He has no interest in Pooh Shiesty being signed or unsigned with 1017. I mean, it doesn't.
Well, after the release was signed, the feds are saying that Pooh Shiesty took Gucci Mane's wedding ring, watch, earrings, and cash.
Mm-hmm.
I can't comment on any of that. I wasn't in the room. I can comment on the fact that I believe that while Pooh Shiesty was locked up,
shitty ass attorney.
he didn't receive any funds from Gucci Mane.
First of all, that right there is like libel or something like that. Definitely, you can't speak on another motherfucker's pockets while he was locked up with a manager. Your client is the fat boy with the fat lips that looks like he suck dick and eat cookies and shit. Oh, Big 30. That's your client. You can't speak to what was put on commissary for motherfucking from Gucci to Shiesty. You can't even say that that's a motive. You can't speak on that at all. Like that's not your client. So is that?
And his music was still making money. And if there was a debt owed to Pooh Shiesty, I mean, I believe there was a debt owed to Pooh Shiesty. So
Can't speak to that. He can't speak to that. That's hearsay. He can't speak to that because that's not his client. Neither is fucking Gucci. And even if he was making money, his tracks were making money while he got locked up. That's everybody. Then surely there's royalties or something to that. And there's a fucking calculated fucking thing to it. And that's something he could discuss because he's already been out fucking 100 days or some shit.
I don't represent him. So I don't know.
Right, you don't know.
Okay, so after Gucci Mane signed the paperwork, Pooh Shiesty gave the paperwork to his dad, asked him if the paperwork was good. Shiesty's dad said actually needs a date, so they gave it back to Gucci. He put a date next to it, and then that was it for the alleged contract signing. But then this is where things get crazier. So as Gucci Mane, Pooh Shiesty, his dad, and Big 30 exited the recording room, the remaining subjects, KD, CMO Damn Fool, Baby Slime 375, DeMarcus Glover, Glizzy 375, and Mookie Roo 375 pulled out AK style and AR style guns and started to rob BP and Gucci's cameraman Matt. BP was pushed to the couch. CMO Damn Fool searched his pockets and stole his wallet. BP's chain necklace, which had a 1017 on it, was stolen. And during the robbery, Glizzy 375 allegedly threatened to shoot BP for moving, but Pooh Shiesty told him not to do it. Now, this part of the situation, and the victims, BP and Matt, actually testified to this whole thing, and Matt had scratches and bruises on him and so forth. What's your comment on this?
Again, we have a very different perspective of what happened. And again, Big 30 is not alleged to have done anything when that occurred. And I think if you look at the video when he's coming there and leaving, you're not going to see him with a weapon.
Okay, well, the cameraman, Matt, got choked from behind, almost losing consciousness, and he was robbed of his Rolex watch, Louis Vuitton bag, which had other watches in it, and there was air tags that were actually in the bags that they took. Now, this is where Big 30 gets pulled into the situation again, because as the robbery was happening inside the studio, the feds are saying that Big 30 walked over to the studio door to the lobby, closed it, and blocked it with
That right there, that's where kidnapping happens. That's right there is kidnapping. That's right there is holding a motherfucker against their will. You know what I mean? That right there is kidnapping, or what they would consider kidnapping. You see them?
with his body, preventing people from leaving. Now, Gucci's head of security tried to get in and try to push their way through, but they're saying the Big 30 barricaded the door with him.
I just figured that motherfucker pushing a lot. Did you see how fat his face was?
Handguns drawn, Gucci Mane's head of security and the second security partially got the door open, but then realized they were outnumbered by a bunch of other guns that were in the room. So this is where your client gets thrown into a bigger situation.
Mm-hmm.
Again, you know, the way
if he was so innocent, why the fuck he blocked the door? You see what I'm saying? Why the fuck you blocked the door? That means you knew that something could potentially get messy, and pop off, and you block the motherfucking door so that the main motherfucking victim of your fucking of your people's bullshit can get their fucking shit handled, and they robbed him and fucking held him. Dude, can you imagine? Like, motherfucker might have not thought he was gonna get out of that situation. You know what I mean? That's a lot of motherfucking weapons. If they were not gonna do any of that, why the fuck they bring all that with them to the studio, to the car? Could have left that in the hotel. Could have left it back in Memphis.
The way the federal laws work, I mean, okay, this is a federal case because they're saying that he crossed state lines coming from Memphis, Tennessee, or coming from Tennessee, entered into the state of Texas to commit a robbery and to commit kidnapping. That was his intent. So the government has to prove that he had the intent, and that was his reason for coming there. And again, as I've explained, they recorded music in that studio multiple times, and they had recorded music, from my understanding, the day before. And that was his reason for being there. So I think you still run into the issue of the intent.
Well, the intent is going to be hard to prove. I get that. But even if you take the intent out of the equation, they're still saying a crime occurred in that studio.
It's fucking aggravating.
Well, but now the feds are involved, so there has that. If it's a state case, right, then that's different. But this is a federal case, so part of what they have to prove is that there had to that he had the intent of coming across state lines to commit these particular acts. Mm-hmm. And what's telling to me is if Pooh Shiesty had this gun drawn on Gucci Mane, why isn't he charged with a 924G or 922G?
What is that?
Felon in possession of a handgun. Because he's a felon.
Because that's why he had all the other motherfuckers have weapons. So he didn't have to touch it. I mean,
okay, so you hear the feds taking on state cases sometimes, but can the state take on a fed case?
Absolutely.
The feds can opt out of taking this case and hand it over to the DA in Dallas, and they can decide whether they want to indict it or not. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Are you worried about that?
I think we're confident knowing the facts are very different than what are the facts that are in the criminal complaint and the facts that we know about in this case. We're very confident that we see this very differently.
Okay. And by the way, so is the case combined with all 9 co-defendants, or are they going to have separate trials?
Well, if they,
I wouldn't. I would totally have my own attorney. I would separate myself like a motherfucker from everybody. Personally, especially from a dumbass motherfucking attorney like this, I would separate myself and go get me a better one. I would separate myself from all of that. Just on general principle, because if you group them all together, then it's like a turns into like it's almost like a RICO. See what I'm saying? Especially with the fucking informant father as motherfucking head of it.
They're going under the guise that this is a conspiracy, then they would try them all together.
Okay, got it. Well, the Fed paperwork goes on. They're saying that Gucci Mane was pushed onto the couch in the control room, causing the victims to believe they're going to be executed. Pooh Shiesty placed the barrel of a gun to the back of BP's head and ordered him and Gucci Mane to leave the control room and the studio through the west entrance of the office building. So then Gucci told his head of security and the second security to escort them to the vehicle. As the victims were leaving, Gucci's cameraman, Matt, turned to Pooh Shiesty to ask them if they're really taking his watches, which ultimately I guess they did. And after this all happened,
White boy had all the air tags on it.
They actually got surveillance footage where the target suspects left the studio and the office building around 4:48 p.m. There was AirTag locations where the bag was and so forth. And then exterior surveillance videos showed that a white Buick Enclave, a black Hellcat, and a black Dodge Ram were leaving the location. And the hearse confirmed that the Buick was actually rented by Pooh Shiesty's dad, and that Big 30's father owned the Hellcat, and it had Tennessee license plates on.
I mean, we don't deny that he was there. I think what we deny is that he was there with the intent to commit a robbery and a kidnapping.
Well,
the kidnapping.
Pooh Shiesty and his dad went back to an apartment because I guess Pooh Shiesty was living in Dallas at the time.
Yeah, he stays there while he's on home confinement.
Right. So him.
Kid, I'm not knowing. He's not my client. Part of that, can he say?
His dad go back to their apartment. Big 30 and all the other guys go to a hotel at the Comfort Inn where they stayed overnight. But I guess the Hellcat was stolen the next morning.
Yeah, yeah. That's
crazy.
That is crazy. That's wild.
Right. So then the next day, DeMarcus Glover, CMO Damn Fool, Mookie Root 375, and Glizzy 375. They jumped on a Greyhound and they went back to Memphis, Tennessee. Big 30, Baby Slime 375, and KD. They jumped in the Dodge Ram and they went back to Memphis, Tennessee also. Now, after the fact, Dallas Police Department found fingerprints from a couple of the members from Pooh's entourage on the cups in the room, which kind of basically helps establish that they were all in the room hanging out together. Not that anything happened, but their fingerprints were on the cups they were drinking. Now, Gucci Mane and his cameraman Matt described Pooh Shiesty as wearing a black Nike brand Shiesty mask, a black hooded shirt, and black pants during the offense. So does this imply that Gucci Mane actually is cooperating with the feds?
It sounds like it from you.
That right there, the lawyer can't do. He can't speculate what's happening because, again, Gucci Mane is not his motherfucking client, right? And he's basically putting a jacket on old boy like that he's a snitch, which could cause all kinds. Like I said earlier, put his ass in a lot of danger or unnecessary, unintended consequences.
Your dissertation, but also, I mean, this weekend we saw a video where he came out and said that he wasn't cooperating with the police. That's not what he does. And I'm paraphrasing, but basically, or essentially, he's not cooperating in this investigation, which I find somewhat odd based on some of the facts that are in the criminal complaint, basically saying that they got the information from Gucci Mane.
Well, right, because according to the complaint, Gucci Mane, Matt, and BP identified Big 30 actually being present during the incident. So once again, it seemed like Gucci was cooperating with the feds by pointing the finger at your client.
Motherfucking off.
It would sound that way, so I'm not sure whether to believe what he said over the weekend or what's in this criminal complaint.
But it sounds like his other motherfuckers witnessed the shit going down and said it. Even so, man, he has to file a police report. There's millions of dollars worth of fucking jewelry. Like, they took his earrings out of his ear, his rings, his wedding ring off his motherfucking finger. You see what I'm saying? And like, if you look at his wife, him and his wife's ring, they're like fucking gigantic ass motherfucking diamond. That means they're certified that they're like what did I say earlier? A certificate of authenticity. It means they're insured. That means they're like a fucking asset at this point. See what I'm saying? That's millions of dollars worth of money. It means that diamond is worth something. You see what I'm saying? It's not like it's a fucking little cheap piece of thing. If you look at him and his wife's rings, they look almost exactly the same. It's a big ass motherfucking rock. Big ass fucking rock. Like, there's no reason for a bitch to have that kind of rock. And him too. That motherfucking rock's at least like 3 inches long and 2 inches or 4 inches wide. It's a fucking gigantic ass rock. That platinum is certified. You mean that means it's insured? So yeah, you know, obviously, is there if somebody crashes your motherfucking whip, are you not gonna file for insurance? You see what I'm saying? And what's wrong with that? If it was robbed, if you got robbed, you have to fucking, in order to get your shit back through insurance or whatnot, you're gonna have to file a police report. Look, I don't like it either, but like when somebody took our shit off of our accounts, I had to file a fucking police report. And the whole time I was saying, better hope I don't fucking find you, because if I fucking find you, I'll fuck you up. Right? I didn't want to do it. God knows I didn't fucking want to do it. But in order for me to get my fucking bread back, I had to do it. You see what I'm saying? Because there was no other way. And I was like, well, okay, let me make sure there's a thorough understanding. And I said it to the universe, as above, so below. But I hope I don't fucking find your motherfucking ass before they, because it happened in my motherfucking neighborhood and my shit got took. I had to wait like a damn near a month and a half to put my whole shit off, like out of whack. This is like millions of dollars worth of jewelry that he had. You know what I mean? And the way they took it or whatever. If anything, yeah, anything is aggravated, motherfucking menacing, battery. They choked old boy, the white boy. They got his way. Look, they manhandled him. He had bruises and shit. So right there speaks to it. You know what I mean? Right there.
And that's sort of leaves me scratching my head as to this whole case. Because it sounds like it may have emanated from some type of state complaint that was eventually taken over by the feds. But we're not deep enough into the case to know how it came about.
Well, this is where it gets crazier. So on the surveillance footage after the alleged robbery, CMO Damn Fool was seen exiting the building carrying a Louis Vuitton bag, which the cameraman Matt had reported stolen. And then on January 15th, CMO Damn Fool, a very fitting name, by the way, started posting videos of him wearing a Rolex GMT Master 2, which appears to be the same watch that Matt had actually declared was stolen. Then there was another person who was there who, I believe it was DeMarcus, who he said had choked and scratched him. They found his Instagram page, and he had videos of wearing a 1017 necklace and also showing off a bunch of cash and a Rolex similar to one of the ones stolen by Matt. Oh, so basically what the feds are saying is that Pooh Shiesty crew started self-snitching. They started posting up stolen items from this alleged robbery.
I can't comment on what they posted on their Instagram page. I can't comment about whether they own Rolexes or whether they had a 1017 chain through Pooh Shiesty or Gucci Mane or somebody else affiliated with the label. And again, it still goes back to how do we corroborate the facts that are in that complaint? You corroborate those facts with evidence. And from what has been testified to at this point, there's been no physical evidence that corroborates the things that you're saying happened and occurred on that day.
Well, when it comes to your client, this is the feds' overall accusations.
That it was a conspiracy, correct?
Right. Well, according to the feds, when it comes to Big 30, they said that eyewitness accounts state that Big 30 went to the recording studio during Pooh Shiesty's conversation with Gucci Mane and returned with a bag containing firearms. Eyewitnesses' accounts state that Big 30 filmed the release of the contract. Surveillance footage and eyewitness accounts placed Big 30 at the location, and following the offense, he was wearing similar clothing to what suspects in the kidnapping and robbery appeared to be wearing. And then cell phone records indicate that Big 30 traveled to Dallas, Texas in a vehicle registered to his father prior to the offense, and that places him in the area of the offense during the actual situation. And cell phone records indicate that Big 30 traveled back to Memphis, Tennessee with other target suspects on January 13th, 2026. So some of these are indisputable.
And that's what I said to you earlier. I mean, some of the facts in the case, we're not going to disagree about. But I think the meat of what happened is sort of where we have a disagreement with the government. And you think about the guys that, I mean, and this is just common sense, Vlad, like the guys that rode back on the Greyhound. I mean, the car that was rented for them, probably once it got stolen, they had to take a bus back to Memphis instead of driving back to Memphis. So, and two, if there was some conspiracy to commit some big robbery, why would they go back to the same hotel they were staying at, spend the night, and just hang out and then leave the next day? I mean, that's sort of common sense would say if they had committed this robbery, like, let's get on the road and get back to Memphis, or, it just, some of it doesn't jibe well with what's being said. It just, the behavior.
Well, as Big 30's lawyer, what is your version of the events?
I can't go into I can't go into what my client and I have spoken about, obviously, for attorney-client purposes. All I can say is that we have a very different view and version of what happened today.
Are there plea deals on the table right now for Big 30 to cooperate?
Right now, there's a criminal complaint. They haven't been indicted. I would expect there to be an indictment very soon. And I think the criminal complaint gives you an indication of what the indictment will probably look like, if there is one.
Well, it was reported that Pooh Shiesty's dad didn't get bond, but that was actually false because he did get bond.
Correct.
How big was the bond?
I think it was $250,000, 10%.
Okay, so you put up $25,000.
Correct.
And now he's out. Are any other co-defendants on bond?
So from my understanding today, everyone was granted a bond except the last person in the criminal complaint. I can't remember his last name.
Making me upset.
And Mr. Rogers, that's in Atlanta, being held in Atlanta, has also been denied bond. So it's my understanding that everybody was given a bond except for Mr. Rogers, and there was another individual, the last name in that criminal complaint.
Diamonds, that's a lot.
Okay. So, but is Pooh Shiesty's dad the only one that's actually out right now on bond?
Said that.
Nobody's out.
In danger.
Oh, even Pooh Shiesty's dad's not out.
Yeah, so those bonds are so those bonds are going to be appealed. It's my understanding they'll be appealed to the district judge in Dallas, and we'll have to go back.
Look, I pulled it up just a second ago, like on the first one. Pooh Shiesty's daddy is a motherfucking certified fucking informant, straight up. And there's nothing to say you can't have security that's ex law enforcement, you know what I mean? Or off-duty law enforcement. I mean, shit, you walking around with millions of dollars on you. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. He sure didn't, he's like, he's guilty of all kinds of shit. The slander, libel, fucking, the lawyer just a piece of shit. Like, the lawyer just, might as well just say lawyer's dry stitching on his own.
And have the entire hearing over again.
I think it's because
the entire detention hearing over again.
Got it. So what's applying to Big 30 is applying to every other co-defendant.
Everyone that's being granted a bond.
Yeah, correct. Exactly. The bond.
Because the government is basically saying we don't agree with the magistrate's ruling, and we want the sitting judge to rehear the detention hearing on all these individuals that were granted bonds.
Well, if this does go to trial, will every co-defendant have a separate lawyer, or will there be one central lawyer and a legal team representing everyone at once?
No, everyone will have their own counsel.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes in cases like this, if everybody is working together, you can have a joint defense agreement where all the individuals agree to work together. Typically in federal cases, if somebody flips and becomes a cooperating witness for the government,
Boy's daddy.
then they wouldn't go to trial, obviously. They would be a witness.
So they would be severed from the case, in a way. Severed from the defense.
Correct.
Got it. Okay.
I'm not saying that there's a joint defense agreement right now. I'm saying that's potentially a possibility. But everybody will have their own counsel, and everybody will have to decide based on the evidence what's best for what's in their best interest going forward. The interesting part from our perspective will be if you have cooperating victims.
Yeah. Cooperating victims. You know the white boy gonna cooperate.
We have a bombshell new legal case on our hands. The alleged robbery and kidnapping of rapper Gucci Mane.
This case should serve as a warning to others who believe that using violence and intimidation tactics to rob others in our community is a viable way to conduct business. I'm here to say that it is not, and that if you choose to do this, we'll bring you swiftly to justice.
Wait until you hear not only the allegations, but the evidence, surveillance, Instagram accounts, fingerprints. It is something to say the least. We have the criminal complaint that lays out everything, and just as much as your space as it is ours. Go ahead, download the app, check out the features, let us know what you think. You can head on over to longcrimeplus.com today to snag our limited time deal for just $3.99 a month or $40.99 for the year. How do you even make sense of this headline? Rapper Gucci Mane was allegedly robbed and kidnapped by other rappers? So as the Department of Justice puts it in their release statement, quote, this week, 9 individuals, including well-known musical artists, were federally charged for kidnapping and robbing at gunpoint numerous victims at a music studio in Dallas, Texas, announced United States Attorney for the Northern District of Texas, Ryan Raybould. 8 of the 9 were arrested in Dallas, Texas, and Memphis, Tennessee. The charged defendants include Lontrell Williams Jr., a.k.a. Pooh Shiesty, Lontrell Williams Sr., Rodney Wright Jr., a.k.a. Big 30, Kadarius Waters, Terrence Rogers, Demarion Gibson, DeMarcus Glover, Corday Johnson, Darian McDaniel. Actually, by the way, there was a press conference held yesterday, and I want you to listen to that moment where they talk about that one person who was missing in this, right? So there's people who's charged, but not everybody had been arrested. So this is United States Attorney for the Northern District of Texas, Ryan Raybould.
One of the individuals that's been charged has not had his initial appearance yet, but agents are actively working to locate and bring him to court.
And I wanted to touch on that actually. Eric Bushman with KRLD. Since there's one person you're still trying to get to come in, I guess it's not an arrest because it's the initial appearance. You would say that you're trying to work out. Because you're going public with this, are you afraid at all that that's going to hinder eventually getting an individual in?
Agents are working to find him. The complaint has already been unsealed, and a number of these defendants have had their public hearing already, their initial appearance, and so it's already out there that this individual has been charged. And so that information is in the public record. But I trust that the agents will be able to identify this person and find them and bring them to justice. Of course, that person can turn themselves in immediately.
And I have a 32-page criminal complaint that was filed in the United States District Court for the Northern District of Texas that I'm going to break down for you as simply as possible. I want you to know the allegations, the potential evidence, the parties, okay? Gives you an idea about what this case is about. And I got to say this before I even get into it. You're going to understand after I go through this why these individuals were arrested in light of this alleged evidence, but all of them are innocent until proven guilty. I got to say that because, again, you're going to listen to this and you might be saying, wow, the evidence against them is arguably really bad, but nothing has been proven as of yet. Okay, with that caveat, let's get into it. So this is an affidavit. It is a sworn statement from an FBI special agent in support of a criminal complaint. And this is the statement of probable cause that crimes were committed. Okay? It starts by claiming that on January 10th, 2026, the victims, who are only identified by initials, by the way, and they include RD, which we have to assume is Gucci Mane because his real name is Radrick Davis. They say they were robbed and kidnapped at gunpoint at a music studio in Dallas, Texas. Now, there was apparently a scheduled meeting between RD and suspect Lontrell Williams Jr. And apparently, this hip-hop artist is known as Pooh Shiesty, and he was reportedly signed to RD's record label, 1017 Records. Now, this meeting was reportedly about a contract dispute. This is, again, according to prosecutors. And it seems that Williams Jr. wanted out. So the affidavit claims that when RD and the other alleged victims in this case and others go into this office building, they realize it's closed. So Williams Sr., this is apparently Williams Jr.'s father, was apparently trying to book a recording studio that day for his son and for RD to record music. Williams Sr. was apparently talking to this unidentified individual just known as JN, another player in this, who owns the studio. It's inside this office building. So now you get the geography, what we're talking about here. So the affidavit includes apparent stills from surveillance footage that arguably shows Williams Sr. speaking to someone on the phone outside the building. I'm going to give you a little preview here. There are a lot of stills in this criminal complaint. And by the way, that helps corroborate the details. It helps corroborate the timeline. It helps corroborate the events that are laid out when you have purportedly time-stamped stills of this surveillance video. Now, an assistant reportedly arrives to help with production at 3:39 p.m. that day, and the affidavit claims that this father and son duo, the Williams, is arguing with somebody on the phone, okay? They're arguing. And I'm going to read you this verbatim. Quote, at approximately 3:43 p.m., Williams Jr. and Williams Sr., Wright, Johnson, Waters, Rogers, Gibson, Glover, and McDaniel entered the east side of the office building. The target suspects walked through the lobby area of the office building before going inside the studio. One individual with a dreadlock hairstyle, later identified as Gibson, can be seen on video exiting the office building and shortly thereafter returning with a bag slung over his shoulder. Again, embedded in this complaint are the apparent surveillance stills, okay? Now, the affidavit claims they go into the studio where the victims were, the alleged victims were, and there are stills, by the way. They included the studio lobby, the control room, the recording room. And at one point, it is alleged that Williams Jr., who was, by the way, I was blown away by this detail, was allegedly wearing an ankle monitor, okay, goes to speak to RD privately about the contract. I'll talk about the ankle monitor in a second. But there is allegedly an argument, and it ends up with Williams Jr. being accused of taking out a black AK-style pistol and pointing it at RD, allegedly demanding he sign the contract release paperwork. Now, RD allegedly complied, signed it. Again, we're assuming this is Gucci Mane. And there is the claim that RD, seemingly Gucci Mane, was not allowed to leave as he was being held at gunpoint. There are allegations that Wright allegedly recorded RD signing the paperwork and being forced to say he released Williams Jr. from the contract. And then afterwards, it's alleged that Williams Jr. took RD's wedding ring and watch and earrings and cash. I do wonder if they have that video. Okay, I do wonder if they have that. But I'm going to read you verbatim again from the complaint. Waters, Rogers, Johnson, Glover, McDaniel, and Gibson produced handguns or AR-AK-style pistols and began to demand property from BP and MM. BP was pushed onto a couch in the control room while an individual known to BP as CMO Dam Fu and part of Williams Jr.'s crew searched his pockets and stole his wallet. BP's chain and a necklace were stolen from his neck. McDaniel threatened to shoot BP for moving, but Williams Jr. instructed McDaniel not to. MM was choked from behind to the point of nearly losing consciousness during the kidnapping and robbery, resulting in scratches on his neck and wrist. Now, embedded in the complaint are what appear to be photos seemingly showing cuts or abrasions on MM's neck and wrist, and there is a claim that his wallet and watches and a Louis Vuitton bag and headphones were stolen. And if you're wondering,
whoever choked Cuz is a bitch, because that kind of look like just some bitch scratches. just saying. Choking motherfucker is my go-to, because I'm telling you, like, that's my go-to. I don't know why, it just always has been. But it kind of looked like bitch choked him out. He obviously wasn't serious.
Wondering about the security, right? Didn't they have security with him? Well, the claim is that the victim's security realized they were outnumbered and outgunned. Goes on to say, quote, RD was pushed onto the couch in the control room. Again, we're talking seemingly about Gucci Mane, causing the victims to believe they were going to be executed. Williams Jr. placed the barrel of a firearm to the back of BP's head and ordered him and RD to leave the control room in the studio through the west entrance of the office building. RD then instructed CW and TD to escort them to their vehicle. As the victims left, MM turned to Williams Jr. and asked him if they were really taking his watches. Based on later recovered surveillance video footage, the target suspects left the studio and the office building through the east entrance at approximately 4:48 p.m. And from there, the affidavit lays out the photos of the alleged suspects purportedly leaving the building and also the cars that were believed to be connected to them traveling northbound. Now, how did they find the alleged suspects? So this is really interesting. We're going to start with vehicle identification. So the affidavit claims that Wright's father owns a 2020 Dodge Charger Hellcat with Tennessee plates. The authorities apparently use license plate readers to track the Charger following another car, a Dodge Ram. We're talking about 2:18 p.m. on January 10th. And they claim that that Dodge Ram looks like the one on surveillance video near the crime scene later that afternoon. They apparently used license plate readers to also link the Charger traveling very close to a white Buick Enclave, and using rental records, they determined that the Enclave was rented by Williams Sr. Let's go to electronic location monitoring. Remember when I said the ankle monitor for Williams Jr.? Well, apparently, he was serving a sentence for federal drug and weapons charges. Home detention, had to wear an electronic monitoring device. So they're able to use location data from that device to seemingly track his apparent movements near the crime scene. And then the affidavit claims that Williams Sr. and Williams Jr. went to a Staples store earlier in the day. Why? The allegation is to print off the contractual release paperwork, which again was a key part of this whole alleged dispute and incident. Now, the feds say surveillance video and GPS data put them there. Cell phone records. You know these are always key in a criminal investigation, right? I'm going to read you verbatim what it says. Stay with me. This is a big part. Investigators obtained cell phone records for Williams Jr., Williams Sr., Wright, Johnson, Waters, Rogers, and Gibson, and telematics location data and records for the Dodge Charger Hellcat and the Dodge Ram. Records indicate Wright, Johnson, Waters, Rogers, and Gibson traveled together from Memphis, Tennessee to Dallas, Texas in the Dodge Charger Hellcat and the Dodge Ram. They left Memphis on January 8th, 2026 and arrived in Dallas in the early morning hours of January 9th, 2026. The data from Glover's electronic monitoring device aligns with these cell phone records. On January 10th, 2026, from approximately 2:28 p.m. to approximately 2:46 p.m., Williams Jr., Williams Sr., Wright, Johnson, Waters, Rogers, Gibson, the Dodge Charger Hellcat, and the Dodge Ram were in the area of the Windrose Tower, a location Williams Jr. resided prior to moving. They all traveled together to the area of a fence location, meaning the crime scene, arriving at approximately 3 p.m. The data from Williams Jr.'s electronic monitoring device and location information for the Buick Enclave align with the cell phone records. Williams Jr., Williams Sr., Wright, Waters, Rogers, Gibson, the Dodge Charger Hellcat, and the Dodge Ram traveled together from the area of the offense location, leaving at approximately 4:50 p.m. to the area of the Star in Frisco, Texas, arriving at approximately 5:07 p.m. Look how exact this is. Williams Jr., Williams Sr., Wright, Johnson, Waters, Rogers, and Gibson utilized towers with coverage that includes the Star until approximately 9:30 p.m. The data from Williams Jr.'s electronic monitoring device and location information for the Buick Enclave aligned with the cell phone records. Wright, Johnson, Waters, Rogers, Gibson, the Dodge Charger Hellcat, and the Dodge Ram. I have to keep repeating it because I think it's important that you identify the different parties here and the different sources of location. Traveled together from the area of the Star in Frisco to the area of the Comfort Inn, where they remained overnight. Williams Jr. and Williams Sr. remained in the area of the Star overnight. Goes on to say, cell phone records indicate that on January 13, 2026, Wright, Johnson, and Waters traveled together with the Dodge Ram from Dallas, Texas to Memphis, Tennessee. So, if these allegations are true, you are seeing firsthand in detail how difficult it is in 2026 in an urban environment to commit a crime and not be tracked. This is a digital world, digital prosecution, and it can be very tough for defense attorneys to argue against the reliability of this data, particularly if you're combining different forms of data, cell phone with surveillance, with GPS monitoring, right? But you heard the Comfort Inn, by the way, according to the affidavit. The Comfort Inn records confirm, or allegedly confirm, that Gibson paid for 4 rooms at the hotel. So now you have financial records, documentation. Investigators reviewed surveillance footage from the Comfort Inn and observed Wright, Johnson, Waters, Rogers, Gibson, Glover, McDaniel inside the Comfort Inn, all clad in clothing similar to what the suspects in the kidnapping and robbery appeared to be wearing. And in the affidavit are literal side-by-side comparisons of the alleged players, what they were seemingly wearing at the crime scene versus what they were seemingly wearing at the Comfort Inn. Again, all allegations, but you see why this is building up. Now, there is also a section about how investigators found prints, so we're talking fingerprints, latent prints, of Gibson and Rogers on these red Solo cups too that were apparently left at the crime scene. We'll move on to social media. This one's next level, okay? So apparently investigators compare the descriptions of Williams Jr. from the victims, like how they described him, to an Instagram account at Pooh Shiesty. And investigators say it shows a match. And they end up doing that for Williams Sr. and Wright and Waters, and how even there are photos apparently of them together online, and how they even match state IDs with these accounts too. And I got to call out Rogers here. Quote, on surveillance footage from the offense location, the individual believed to be Rogers can be seen exiting the building carrying what appears to be the Louis Vuitton bag MM reportedly stolen. On January 15th, 2026, so just a few days later, Rogers posted a video on @DamnFool375 showing him wearing a Rolex GMT Master 2 with an oyster steel band that appears visually similar to the watch stolen from MM, who provided investigators with photographs, a receipt, and the serial number for the stolen watch. Additional posts on @DamnFool375 show Rogers wearing shoes similar to those he wore during the offense. And they embed photos allegedly showing this too. From Glover's Instagram, here's a sample. January 11th, 2026, a story featuring a large amount of cash, a Rolex visually similar to the one stolen from MM, and a location tag of Dallas, Texas, January 17th, 2026. A story showing Glover with a Rolex that appears identical to the one stolen from MM, stating he got a new rope, believed to be slang for watches or necklaces. January 19th, 2026, videos of Glover wearing a necklace with a 1017 pendant that appears identical to the one stolen from BP. So the allegation being you didn't only steal all this, you flaunted it. Now, defense attorneys would say, not the same necklace, they own this. These are kind of rare items, though, particularly if you're talking about that Rolex. And I'm sure they could have a dispute about whether or not these items were actually stolen or not. But again, timing, circumstances, potential rarity of these items, something to keep in mind. Innocent until proven guilty, problematic. Now, something else that I have to note that may be used as evidence later on. So when you apparently go to these guys' like Instagram pages, from what I could see, they're pretty much scrubbed. They might have a couple posts still up, but that appears to be it. You know, Shiesty still has a lot on it, so it's kind of hard to tell if stuff is gone from that. But if prosecutors can prove that they deleted stuff to potentially destroy evidence or try to hide from authorities, that will be interesting. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe it was deleted after their arrest for some reason or after the charges. I don't really know, but it's something I've noticed. And then in this paperwork, they do something that I think is really interesting. And I'll just say kind of refreshing, because in this criminal complaint, at least for my analysis purposes, they really list out the evidence against each defendant very clearly. So, for example, Lontrell Williams Jr., eyewitness accounts state that Williams Jr. brought RD into the recording studio and demanded that RD sign the release contract at gunpoint before taking RD's wedding ring, watch, earrings, and cash. Eyewitness accounts also place Williams Jr. in the room when the additional kidnapping and robberies of MM and BP occurred. Cell phone records, electronic location monitoring, and surveillance footage place Williams Jr. at the offense location. Electronic location monitoring data also places Williams Jr. at a Staples location with his father, believed to be printing the termination contract prior to arriving at the offense location. And they do this again for every one of the defendants. And then it goes on to say, based on the facts set forth above, there is probable cause to believe that on January 10th, 2026, in the Dallas Division of the Northern District of Texas, DeMarcus Glover, Demarion Gibson, Corday Johnson, Darian McDaniel, Terrence Rogers, Kadarius Waters, Lontrell Williams Jr., Lontrell Williams Sr., and Rodney Wright Jr. conspired to and committed kidnapping in violation of 18 USC 1201 A and C. By the way, when you hear like that they're together in the same room while there's other robberies going on, that's the agreement, right? Conspiracy is an agreement to commit a crime, and what were the overt steps taken in furtherance of that agreement. And my understanding, if convicted, each defendant faces a sentence of up to life imprisonment. This is again according to the DOJ. I mentioned this before, I'll mention it again. There was a press conference that was held, and it happened yesterday. I want to play you some more sound from it, okay? It fills in some of the details. And again, this is the United States Attorney when asked about the victims, and I think it's interesting what he says.
This case really underscores the importance of standing up for crime victims, no matter who they are or where they come from, and the incredible collaborative investigative partnerships that we have, not only in the Northern District of Texas, but across the country. And we are all working together to make our country safer. As far as victims go, we won't get into at this time who the victims are or not. I'm not going to get into the victim stuff at this time. I think that more will be coming out there that will help clarify, but I'm not at liberty at this stage of the investigation to disclose that.
Yeah, so at the time of this recording, authorities haven't come out and absolutely said this allegedly happened to Gucci Mane. There are protections of victims in every state and every prosecution, so you have to keep that in mind. But you know how I mentioned the evidence, right? Mm-hmm. This is the U.S. Attorney talking about that evidence and the punishment.
That was one of the reasons I wanted to list off some of the evidence that has been uncovered to date. A lot of this was subpoena work, search warrant work, and things like that in order to develop the investigation. And so the agents here with me, the agents out in the field, it takes a little bit of time to identify who did this offense and build a case so that we feel comfortable bringing the charges. So actually that's pretty quickly for a federal case of this gravity and this nature. And so I'm very proud of the investigative work, and it will continue from this office as well as our FBI and our local police department.
If convicted of these charges, these arrests, how serious are these crimes? What effect are these people?
Mm-hmm.
They're facing a range. So there's no mandatory minimum in this case. It's a range of punishment, and it'll be in the province of the judge, whoever gets the case. But it could be from 0 all the way to life imprisonment. And as you know, a lot of what will guide what's called the sentencing guidelines will be the individual's previous criminal history, the fact that one of these individuals committed the offense while on home confinement, so actually serving a federal offense. Assuming that individual is convicted, that will be an aggravating factor for sure.
Big case, big developments, big evidence. We'll continue to monitor what happens next. But that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. You can also check us out on NBC's Peacock as well. If you want to follow me, X, Instagram, my News Nation show, Jesse Weber Live, Monday through Friday, 11 p.m. Eastern. See you next time, everybody.
They're like 2 more. Let's get to it. Hold on a second. The mouse, I think I need to plug it in. That's it.
The reason I can't stand these punk ass people.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, yeah, he a tether. He got Haitian descent. Well, that was my maternal, paternal grandfather's ancestors. So using y'all math, I got 4 grandparents. 2 on my daddy's side, 2 on my mama's side.
Whatever.
So
don't defend yourself, bro.
No. But John early, we gonna call it simple math. We're just gonna call it simple math. Right. So if I got 4 grandparents and one of them had ancestors that came from Haiti, that means I got 3 more. That's 75%. So you dumbasses gonna act like that 75% don't exist? That's how stupid the whole conversation is.
Roland Martin is at it again, man. This dude just he does things for clicks, man, because he knows that foundational Black Americans is kicking his behind, man. And you know, he needed something to get himself back out there into the algorithm, because when you look at channels like Black Alpha, Afro Elite, right, the Black Authority, Tariq Nasheed's, my channel, right? It's so many channels.
All right, sorry. We got ahead of ourselves. That's not where we were trying to go. What I'm saying, we got like still staying on the Gucci Man thing. This is salacious. We'll get back to that. Fucking old stupid ass tether ass motherfucker.
Feds, they crack jokes as well. So, they did that on April. Well, of course I didn't know the indictment was coming on April.
I was gonna ask you that. Did you get a chance to see the video?
Yeah, I seen the video, and then I think this is my first time kind of like breaking this year, but I actually seen it. From the things that I know and the things that I seen, it'll be hard for me to see them beating it.
Pooh Shiesty, Gucci Mane, one of the most powerful duos in rap history until it all went left. Rumors of a robbery, whispers of a setup, and a fallout that changed everything. For months, the internet has been guessing. Tonight, the guessing stops. I'm sitting down with Hernandez Govan for an exclusive, unfiltered look at the moment the 1017 bond shattered. He reveals what really happened that night. Let's get into it. All right, what's up, Pete Mans? Welcome back to another episode with your boy, Lionel B, with the Lionel B Show. Today, of course, we got a special guest in the building again with us, Mr. Hernandez Govan. Bro, what's going on with you?
Man, what it do, Lionel B? What it do?
Chilling, man. Hey, it's definitely a pleasure to have you back on the show once again, man. They loved you the first time, bro.
For sure. Tell them I appreciate it. All the love and support. I seen the comments.
Yeah, for sure, man. Definitely a lot of people give you a lot of love. So, man, you recently went viral once again, bro, but this time it ain't have nothing to do with Dolph at all. Now, this time, man, it actually has something to do with Pooh Shiesty and Gucci Mane.
Sure.
Now, was you expecting to go viral again, man, with the information you put out there, or do you think people was just gonna pass over?
Well, of course I didn't know the indictment was coming on April Fool's, so
oh God, on my birthday?
When the indictment came or whatever, I decided to speak on it because, when I first brought it to the net, everybody was saying I was lying, saying it wasn't true, and called cap on my story. So when it broke the other day, I just came to just jump back on there to rub it in everybody's face. You know what I'm saying? Told everybody they can start apologizing, they can get in line, take their time. Or whatever. So, but no, I didn't expect to go viral. I just went on there basically just to, like I said, rub it in their face and just let them know, I don't promote fake news. You know what I'm saying? Me, City, my boy Ghost Los, and Prince, we take pride into, putting out accurate information, and that's what I do now. So,
right.
I'm trying to stay credible, trying to stay solid.
Now, a lot of people did think it was actually April Fool's, man, myself included. I'm like, oh, this got to be an April Fool's joke, because nobody had heard that information before, man, about the whole robbery and all of that. The kidnapping, that was crazy.
Yeah, the feds, they play all kind of games, when they come up with these names or operations, when they go and arrest people and shit. Sometimes they'll name the operation a weird name or whatever. So them coming to arrest Shiesty and Luntrail and shit on April Fool's Day, that was strategic. That was planned out. They crack jokes as well. So, they did that on April 1st just to, let them know. You might think this is an April Fool's joke, but it definitely ain't. This shit real. So, that's why they came on, they could have came any other day, but that's why they came on April 1st.
So coincidentally, though, I think you put the news out, was it the day before or a couple of days right before the arrest was made?
No, hell no. I first broke the story when it initially happened, the first day, when Gucci got robbed.
The kidnapping and the actual robbery, that went down what? That was like December, January?
Let me see. What we in now? What's this? We in April?
Yeah, April.
Yeah, I think it happened in February. I think it happened in February. Yeah, I think it happened in February. I have to go back to my social media, but when it first happened, me and City and Ghost Los, we broke it that day. I was the first to come to the internet and, just kind of vaguely put it out there, you know. I just mentioned Gucci name. I was just like, you know, hey Gucci, you know, their other little business that just happened. We're gonna run that later on. And I came back with a second clip on Instagram and basically let the cat out the bag. And that's when the whole hip hop community went bananas on me.
Yeah, and that's the thing, man. It's like sometimes you can't win for losing. Like people was mad that you was correct about it, but you know what I'm saying?
They called me Cap. They called me Cap in the beginning. And now that what I said was true, now they're actually mad that I was telling the truth. So it's like, I don't know, man. It's like, it ain't like a gift and a curse. It's like the curse and the curse.
Yeah. Seemed like a lot of them actually blaming you for coming with it first. Like you can't win at some point.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? They act like, I brought the indictment on or something, you know?
So what do you got to say to them super fans that's out there, you know, coming for you or upset that you broke the news, man?
Man, you know, they don't need to be mad at me. They need to be mad at Gucci for getting robbed.
Yeah.
You know, Gucci, Gucci should have been moving a whole lot better. You know, he said he claimed to be a gangster, you know, claimed to be street savvy. Ain't no way I'm pulling up on Chopper Gang, Pooh Shiesty, and Big 30 with an old ass police officer that's 90 years old. Ain't no way. You know, so that's all I can tell them. They need to holler at their favorite rapper, you know, and ask him why he wasn't moving right. You know, it ain't my fault.
Ask you that, man. Like, what would you want to say to them super fans, them Gucci fans that's angry at you?
Hey, they need to be mad at Shiesty. They don't need to be mad at me. Look, I'm just doing what I do. You know, I'm reporting hip hop news. When it happened,
because get to the business.
You know, I can't help it. I can't help it that I'm tapped in and I got it first. I think all the people that's upset with me and forward to them having a meeting in Dallas at the studio. You know, Gucci came in the studio, and when he came in, you know, he wasn't allowed to leave. And so, you know, there's a lot of things that happened. You know, a lot of jewelry was taken. The cameraman, he got assaulted, and Gucci was forced to sign a release form to release Shiesty out of the record deal, and it was recorded as well. And so
they said Big 30 recorded, right? Or somebody from the crew?
Yeah, allegedly. Yeah, allegedly. You know, I do know it was recorded.
That right there is snitching. That's
I seen the video.
That's
I was gonna ask you that. Did you get a chance to see the video?
Yeah, I seen the video. You know, and then I think this is my first time kind of like breaking this year, but yeah, I actually seen it. And
what, you know, can you describe a little bit of the details in that video?
Like he's like instigating old boy to like continuously to snitch. Dude's about to snitch. You know what I mean? Not don't be mad all that extra bullshit because there ain't nobody hearing that. But he's like, so this is more of a video. Oh, opposition type motherfucker. I hate that shit. Like that's like leading a motherfucker to spill it. I hate that shit. Like, and so I'm like, I told you how I feel about that shit earlier in the beginning of the program. That's what I call insinuating or instigating someone to speak on some shit. You know what I mean? Even if they want to be vague and shit, like I like to be vague. I'm doing it intentionally. You know what I mean? Like I was stating earlier, like I went over there that way. No, around the corner like that way. Maybe a few blocks that way. You don't know which way I fucking went. I just went that way. You know, I was kicking it with so-and-so and oh boy, you know, I forgot his name and shit. You know what I mean? Like who? I don't know shit. I forgot his name. Don't even know the cat, cuz. I wasn't really trying to get no name. I was just like, whatever. Oh, so-and-so, you know so-and-so? Nah, I don't know who. I can't remember, man. I got like junior Alzheimer's, I swear, cuz I don't remember shit. You did? I don't know who that is. Who's that? Like I'll be doing that shit all the time, like at home, like, who's that? Even though I know good and goddamn well it's someone we've probably watched like a million motherfucking times, like, Who's that? No, I don't really remember. Oh, if you say so, cause like I did it intentionally. You know what I mean? Because I pressed delete intentionally. I don't like that. I don't like that shit. Like my cousin's gonna do it. And so it like does that to me regularly. I hate that shit. The fucking I'm like, I said what I said because I'm intentionally being vague. Intentionally.
And Gucci was in there shaking like a strip. Gucci was in there shaking like a strip on Judgment Day.
No, man.
Yeah, yeah. Gucci, it wasn't. Gucci was still tied in the mix of it.
Because I think we definitely stronger together. But
yeah, for
I
sure.
don't feel like that's
for
never
sure.
gonna happen though. For the most part.
I don't think. They not riding around looking for Harvey Levin and Charles and and Trent, whatever for reporting, on different topics or whatever. So it is what it is. I keep a raincoat on. I just let this shit roll off my back. I ain't doing no tripping.
Why do you think that is though? Why do you think we kind of go against our own when it comes to stuff like that? Is that kind of that crab in the bucket mentality?
Man, yeah. It's just like it's the crab in the bucket. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember when I first got into the YouTube space, Angel, my manager, she was telling me, get ready. She was like, it's gonna be the people from your city, that's gonna hate you the most, or whatever. And I didn't get a full understanding of it, until I got kind of like knee deep in this space or whatever. People just hate to see someone else make it, especially before they make it. It's like even if I speak on gatekeepers all the time and people who don't like to pass the information, they might not even have the information. They don't, but they're not gonna want you to find it. They want to see you idle. It's just black people. And I think we are the only race that's like that don't want to see, our brother or our sister grow and become successful. And it's just so crazy to me.
Yeah, it is. It is, man. It's unfortunately, bro, because I think we definitely stronger together. But
yeah, for
I
sure.
don't feel like that's
for
never
sure.
gonna happen though.
I don't think. As a whole, I don't think so. I hope so. I wish we could be like. I wish we could be like the Jews. The Hispanics and and whites. I see. They help each other all the time. But you got.
They see motherfuckers like this always minimalize. Forgive me. I think I'm saying it right. Minimalize what we do for each other. You know what I mean? A lot of us don't. You know what I mean? Like I was told by my sister from the boot, real niggas do real nigga shit. Meaning I might drop some bread on a motherfucker just because I feel like it. I might drop some bread on my sister, man. You know what I mean? Because I love her. I just feel like it. Just like every time she see me, she just throws some change at me. She's like, they take this little change. Don't spend it all in one place. Put that little change away. You did? And I'm like, man, here, take this little change. What do you mean little change? Just take it, man. For what? Well, I act like I look like I need it. She get all defensive, and I'm like, you know what? Cause you don't need it, give it back. No, I'm put it. Okay, then shut the fuck up and take it, cause I love you. You know what I mean? And it's just the way it is. Or if I feel like doing something for a motherfucker, it's because I just feel like it. Like for me, I don't do much for me, but I might do something for a motherfucker that, I respect. Like, for example, I give an example. I do more for Jesse than I do for myself. Not because he asked me to, just because I feel like it. Or I feel like, man, he might say something. It just might upset the balance of my shit. And I'm like, here, man, take this, do that. Why? Because it's easier sometimes just because I feel like it. And then when it comes time to do for me, it's like I'm the cheapest motherfucker I can possibly find. Like I have a hard time picking things for myself. A hard time. Like right now, I'm supposed to be picking a couple of little fits because I'm supposed to be doing something serious, right? And I can't find the right. It's not that I can't find it. I don't have the patience to wait for it to come in the mail. You think? supposed to order like a couple of dresses and shit. I don't have the fucking patience. I want instant gratification, like I give to everybody else. Tangibles. I don't got time to be waiting. It'll be here like next week. Next week. Tomorrow ain't guaranteed, motherfucker. Shit. You know what I mean? I think that we're not supposed to be worried about other motherfuckers, whether they like us or hate us and shit. Especially, like, you shouldn't be worried about that shit if your brother and sister ain't feeling you. Fuck that. That's jealousy, envy, fucking they lack of drive, fucking creativity. Who the fuck knows? You're supposed to be worried about that. You're supposed to just keep shining and doing what you're supposed to fucking do. They don't see you, they don't fucking see you. You're not supposed to worry about that. As I said, I've been a villain my whole motherfucking life and be shocked if somebody liked me. I'd be shocked in all these motherfucking years. You dig? I'm not gonna worry about if everybody, they hate me. I'm doing so well, everybody hate me. I be saying that shit as a joke, like bitches be hating on my hair. Because it's like bitches been hating on my hair since I can remember. You know what I mean? But I don't mean it. It's just, I don't mean it. It's just saying it. You know, because I'm trying to fucking boost my little spirits up. You know what I mean? But I'm not tripping on what another broad does or what another man might think of me or fucking what another lady might say about me. Shh. In my mind, I'm the greatest. In my mind, I'm the best. In my mind, nobody can touch me. In my mind, I'm smartest. I'm the fucking tightest. I got fucking swag for days. I create shit all motherfucking day long. I'm funny. Eat that. Eat 2 dicks on Wednesday. You know what I mean? Compete with me, bitch. I'm competitive. You think this goes on all motherfucking day. I ain't worried about what another person thinks about me. Why? Because I didn't come in the world to really think on what people are supposed to think about. I came here for a purpose. I have a purpose somewhere. I mean, I'm doing my purpose or maybe trying to, whatever. You like me, you don't. I'm not really shocked about it. You know, so, but it's for him to be like, man, it's gonna be your own people in your own area. Okay, well, you're supposed to feel some kind of way about that, like, especially the man. Like, what are you bothered by? The other motherfucking dudes ain't feeling your vibe. That kind of like sassy to me, you know. And hey, look, you think what I'm saying?
Got a few of us, you know. If it was more people in the world like me, you, City, Charleston, you know, people that
I especially don't want to be like the whites, the Jews, or motherfucking Hispanics. For what? Because what? Because they're communal. Look, when we really feeling like we want to be communal together, we work well together. We have more fun together. We vibe together. We do things only we do. You know what I mean? So it's just a matter of time. We ain't always beefing. We ain't always dysfunctional. They act like black people don't know how to be together. Black people don't know how to have fun together. Black people don't know how to build together. Black people don't know how to be serious together. That's how he's acting. Like, I wish we could be more like them. What the fuck for? None of them fucking ethnicities or races are actually doing the damn thing as far as like being together communal wise. Why? Because why? What is so fucking entertaining? I don't see it. I don't see it. And either way, they're not as tight as us. We could be we could be like this 1 year and not see each other for 5-6 years and pick up at the exact same fucking moment. At the exact same time, be laughing and giggling about the same shit. Like no time has passed.
Want to help. You know what I'm saying? Your fellow brother. You know, yeah, the world will be a better place, and it'll be a lot more successful YouTubers.
So let's switch gears a little bit, man, because I know a lot of people want to know this. Some people may have seen academics live stream. Some of them may have seen a lot of the blogs repost you. Can you run it down again, man? What exactly occurred that night, bro, when the whole robbery, the kidnapping took place, man? What was said? What went down? If you could run that down for us.
It was a move, you know, for all the shit that that Gucci had been doing. And I'm finna give you something that I ain't told nobody yet. and this because you my guy, you know, a lot of part of the reason that Shiesty, you know, that happened was Big Scar, his cousin, that mistakenly OD'd while he was in prison. Fast forward to now, Atlantic had just gave Shiesty $5 million for a publishing deal. And they were about to give him another bag for some type of branding deal or whatever, in which Gucci was still tied in the mix of it. And Shiesty didn't want that to happen. And so Atlantic was trying to work out some things with both parties. Gucci wasn't cooperating, and they just added fuel to the fire or whatever. And so, you know, fast forward to them having a meeting in Dallas at the studio. You know, Gucci came in the studio, and when he came in, you know, he wasn't allowed to leave. And so, you know, there was a lot of things that happened. You know, a lot of jury was taken. The cameraman, he got assaulted, and Gucci was forced to sign a release form to release Shiesty out of the record deal, and it was recorded as well. And so
they said Big 30 recorded, right? Or somebody from the crew?
Yeah, allegedly. Yeah, allegedly. You know, I do know it was recorded.
You see how he did that? He threw old boy's name out there. He said what he did, and then Duke caught himself by saying allegedly. But he already snitched. He already fucking co-signed the snitch.
I seen the video.
I was gonna ask you that. Did you get a chance to see the video?
Yeah, I seen the video, you know, and then I think this is my first time kind of like breaking this year, but yeah, I actually seen it. And
what, you know, can you describe a little bit of the details in that video?
First, let's ask you a question. How the fuck did you get to see the video? That's my question right there off top. Who let you be privy to that?
In there shaking like a strip. Gucci was in there shaking like a strip on Judgment Day.
No, man.
Yeah, you know, yeah. Gucci, you know, it wasn't.
That's slander.
Yeah. WAP. You know, Gucci follow instructions well up under pressure. You know, yeah, he was just.
I don't know why cuz laughing. Anybody in that situation ain't gonna do the same shit. So I don't know why that shit is funny. Not at all. Like unless you had a motherfucking AR pointed at you, cuz there is no motherfucking laughing matter. You're gonna do exactly what the fuck you're told. Anybody says they're not going to is a motherfucking liar. Simple as that. You know, you ain't got time. You just gotta make a choice. Which one is it? Is it in their heart to fucking do it, or are you gonna fucking play the game and catch hands and do whatever? You're gonna have to make a choice. See what I'm saying? And it's not like that dude laughing. This shit ain't funny until he's put in that motherfucking situation. That's all he can do. Some sorry ass shit right there. Go ahead. And that motherfucker wind up in the back of the truck like he gonna think it's funny then, huh?
Sir, no, sir.
Man, I ain't mean to laugh. Go ahead, man.
Yeah. He was yes, sir, no, sir to some kids. You know, so yeah.
I think he was,
you know,
sir, yes.
A lot of them, a few of them Atlanta niggas, they get real nice when they're pressure, when they get hot. He was surprised. He was shocked. You know, he wasn't prepared.
He's like, he act like he's saying yes sir, no sir to some motherfucking children. Like you gotta think he's saying yes or no sir to some motherfucking fucking heat to your face. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, that's what you're gonna submit to is a motherfucking weapon. Stupid. You see this? Everybody always want to talk hard, and you know they ain't never been in that motherfucking situation.
He wasn't ready for that, you know, and that all leads back to me saying that he couldn't been the street nigga or the rapper that's on the rap songs, because ain't no way that me knowing what I've done, the bullshit that I did to Shiesty while he was locked up, ain't no way I'm gonna pull up unprepared, and I'm from that environment. Gucci really a goofy to me in my book.
So you feel like he could have been way more prepared to come to that meeting instead of just coming.
Yeah. If he would have pulled up right, it wouldn't even went down. You know, because if he would pulled up right, then they would have had to assess the situation.
Yeah. So it was,
you know what I'm saying?
So
you know,
him, the cameraman, and
and his homeboy, and then you know, he had the off-duty officer there. But you know, from what I heard, you know, he ain't been an officer in a few years. You know, he done hung his head up. So you know,
it's like, well, how did you expect to pull up on a motherfucking business meeting like that? Like, you know what I mean? Like that. It was. I want to know if might have to bring like 9 motherfuckers and a fucking whole bunch of pistols and a grenade. Like, is that how you rolling? Like, let it be known. Let's have that whole fucking sneaky shit. Cause, and then this motherfucker talking like, you can tell this motherfucker right here, this brother right here, he ain't shit, cuz. He ain't shit. Cause a real motherfucker will let you know from jump that that's what they gonna do when they see you. But fuck you up when you get here. Alright, that shit. I'm pulling up.
So ain't no way he would have been. Yeah, ain't no way a nigga getting Social Security would have been riding with me trying to protect me. Ain't no way.
Social Security, bro.
Yeah, nigga, the SSI, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, he surviving off a pension. You protecting me? Ain't no way.
Right.
That's crazy.
So Gucci must have thought everything was real sweet for him to just pull up and just feel like it was all good.
I mean, I'm sure, you know, he had to, you know, for him to pull up how he pulled up. He may have had some type of, I don't know, he may have felt something because, you know, Shiesty hadn't been communicating with him properly since his release. You know, they talked a couple times or whatever, but it wasn't like, you know, how your main artist and how the CEO should be communicating when you first get released from doing a 3 to 4 year prison bid. You know, so with that being said, those signs right there, along with me knowing that the family has been upset with me for quite some time, and I would have pulled up how I supposed to pull it up.
Right. And there was an issue involving a chain. I think when Scar passed away, Gucci was trying to collect some chains back, some 1017.
Yeah, the 1017 chains that Scar had. You know, they rubbed the family the wrong way. Instead of you being concerned about, you know, giving Scar a nice decent burial, you was worried about the chains, getting the chains back.
Well, how much is how much is he really supposed to give to a motherfucker for their burial? Like, cuz had an overdose at his bitch's house, not on Gucci's watch. So how much is he really supposed to be obligated to fucking drop on a motherfucking funeral? And if it's property of the motherfucking or if it's something that has to do with his motherfucking studio or his music and shit, then yeah, surely they came with something. But he dropped 10 racks. Right? 10 racks. That's a lot of motherfucking money. They didn't think so. Okay, fuck it. But that's all I got. How much is he really supposed to give to a motherfucker that did drugs at his bitch's house and died? Real shit. Like, honestly, let's be realistic. How much is he really supposed to give to a motherfucking funeral? When you talking all this other shit that you want to, first you want to cremate him, then you want to put him in a casket, then you want to put him in a fucking one of those little what do they call model? I can't even say the word right now. The little we put I can't even say it. Where they do in New Orleans, the little house with where you put your fucking casket in. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody gonna be walking on my brother. Well, okay, cuz, well, that's not all on him. He's just a motherfucking record producer. How much is he really supposed to get? Let's be realistic here. What the fuck was he really supposed to be expecting? And you gonna feel some kind of way, bitch? You can feel all kind of ways. But what is realistic? You know what I mean? What is realistic? What is realistic? Yeah, I hear you. I see you. I see you, Jesse. What is realistic? I like Gucci Mane. But what is realistic for Gucci to give to this motherfucker artist that passed away at his bitch's house on an overdose? And his fucking ugly ass sister over there talking and passing off all this shit, talking about, now we ain't giving you none of these chains. Like, okay, cool. Well, put that towards his motherfucking service, but how much is realistic for him to have to give 10 racks sounds like a pretty fucking sizable thing. You didn't die on my motherfucking watch. I didn't give you the shit. You weren't at my motherfucking house. Just because you were my artist doesn't mean I'm obligated to keep giving you. What did they expect? Like 50 racks? Bitch, nah, I wouldn't even do that shit. You ain't my bitch or my child or my mama. Like, come on, that's not realistic. Let's be realistic. 10 racks is a lot. You know what I mean? 10 racks is a lot. Especially like when a normal service goes for 2 racks. If that. You know what I mean? Really. You get a casket, a service, a motherfucking place to have a repast. All for like 2 racks and 2,500. You know, still have a little extra bread to pay your motherfuckers to carry the casket. Come on now. That's money you didn't have to come out of pocket. Let's be realistic. They expected like, oh, because he got it like that, he should be able to give like that. Nah, that's taking advantage of a motherfucking situation. Be realistic. It riddle me that. Am I wrong to say that? Because that's if it was me and I was him, that's exactly
when
what I'd say.
The family reached out again and asked about the funeral. He said that his wife's birthday was coming up.
Mm-hmm.
And that, I guess he was strapped for cash.
Mm-hmm.
And he made that statement. And when he did, it kind of led me to believe, I'm like, man, this nigga a real sucker, because ain't no way you around here hurting and say you worth 100, 200 M's and you tell the family that my wife's birthday coming up and that's the reason why you can't put one of your top artists away decent.
Right.
What is
it's just
because 10 racks. Don't you think y'all need to come out of pocket? Or it's just all on him? And if he fucking does big, extravagant fucking things, and that's what his motherfucking bitches used to, like, that's just what it is. Like, what are you really expecting from cuz? Like, you see what I'm saying? You're like, man, shit, this is what I could do. This is what I could do. This is what she accustomed to. He gone now. Figure it all out. Put some extra money towards it. That's on you. What the fuck? He ain't my fucking, you know what I mean? My artist, not my family. Like, really, what it like these motherfuckers be expecting the most?
He do a lot of weird shit. I don't know if it's the medicine. He on meds. He take, what I'm saying, psych meds and shit. They be having to tie him up, hog time and all kind of shit. So, hopefully they play a major part. Yeah. They said on the Breakfast Club. You see his wife, she said it.
Oh, God, you can listen to them. You know it's a fucking lie.
Yeah, go watch that interview. She said one night he had an episode and she had to get the whole team, security team, and a couple of the homies, and they had the hog time and put them in the truck and go and get them some help.
Man.
So, when you having episodes to that magnitude, man, he really supposed to get a pass right now, to be honest, because I think the nigga legally crazy.
Yeah.
When you see him, him. Just think about it.
Like
when the last time you ever heard you heard Gucci talk, like have a full conversation, a long drawn out conversation, only thing he do is nod his head for the most part. And and that's what those psych meds do to you.
I dig it.
Mm-hmm. Just have you like a bobblehead.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And all that,
and that's Gucci, and she said she answered the phone for him.
And check it out. Like, you got to think what kind of motherfucking traumatic ass experience cuz had to have to take fucking medicine like that. And everything's a fucking game. This is why there's a problem with black men right there. And they can't even open up and talk to nothing. Because you got motherfucking off friends like this motherfucker right here thinking it's a fucking game.
She pay all his bills for him, and so any nigga with a caretaker, at that age, you don't know what he might do.
If the caretaker is your motherfucking wife, cuz, like, come on, cuz, like.
I feel like, man, if you got all that going on, you shouldn't be running no label.
And who want to sign the Keisha K oil? Man, come on, man, that's crazy.
Now, you guys know how wild the comments get whenever I talk about Gucci Mane, Diddy, and all the others. It's impossible to tell what's actually true and what's just a rumor. That's why I've been spending more time on the website Point Encounter. It's a forum built specifically for people who actually want the facts.
And even if you make it out, you know, if it's in you, it's still in you. You know, I got high hopes of making it out, you know, all the way out. And if I was ever, God forbid, in a similar situation, I wouldn't be calling no authorities. You know, I'll be doing what I do. And if I was a rapper, I'll be doing what I've been saying on the rap songs for the last 25 years. I ain't gonna use the civilian card and try to play on it. You know, it's time to go take your head down, you know what I'm saying, and get back in the field, you know, when you get disrespected like that. You know, where I come from, that type of shit ain't tolerated. You know, I don't give a fuck if you could be 8 to 80, blind, crippled, or crazy. You know, so that shit ain't going on. You know, nigga addressing it. You know, I don't care how long a nigga been out the streets or whatever. When you go in my ear and unscrew my earrings and make me take off my wedding ring that my wife purchased for me, then somebody got to go.
Right.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to sleep right.
Yeah. When you brought that to the net, man, about the unscrewing of the ears, boy, I was like, man, that's real gutter right there, dog.
Yeah, that's wrong.
So that should take a little minute, boy. Like, you
man, it take a little minute. Yeah, you know.
That right there is the ultimate violation. You were that close to cuz that you were in his motherfucking face, that you got up in his ear and started unscrewing his motherfucking diamonds from his ear. You see what I'm saying? That's the ultimate fucking form of violation. You're all up on top of him like that. Then you take his motherfucking rings off his fingers, right? And his chain, and his fucking keys out of his pocket, all under fucking the threat of fucking, you know, with the, they thought they were gonna be executed. So while this dude is woofing all that kind of shit, you never know what a motherfucker might be capable of after the fact. You know what I mean? You might not act out on it right then and there. A real smart motherfucker would not act out right then and there. I'd wait and give it some time. You know what I mean? Give it some time. I give it a little bit of time, a lot of time, because anybody get touched any motherfucker where. You see what I'm saying? I would never forget that the motherfucker was in my fucking ear, on top of my body, unscrewing my motherfucking diamond from my earrings, from my ears, and had the fucking audacity, put my fucking diamonds in his dirty motherfucking hands, in his dirty ass motherfucking pockets. Along with my fucking wedding ring that I purchased, not she purchased, he purchased for his wife. Look it up. Look it up. They got matching motherfucking rings. Mm-hmm.
You know, and just think about the humiliation going through your body when a nigga doing it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when Shiesty said, man, you know, don't let that dirt verse go to your head. Ain't nobody slime as me. You know, he meant that shit in blood. You know, and you know I guess he wanted to prove that point. You know,
Gucci ain't never been to prison. They like Gucci never never did nothing. Like, you see what I'm saying? Just because a motherfucker didn't react right then and there does not mean that motherfucker's on some punk shit. Like, for real, like, not everybody's meant to react like right then and there. What would you want them to do? You know what I mean? Like, for real, I wouldn't react like that. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Take it. Do whatever. You know what I mean? I'll give it some time. I'm a real motherfucker low. You know what I mean? Later. I'll never forget. I would never forget. What he's talking about is he's a fucking chump or a sucker. It doesn't necessarily mean he's gonna fucking put himself in that kind of position to catch a case and go to prison. When the work is practically getting done for itself. And who knows, everybody can touch in prison.
But that was some of the craziest shit I ever seen, you know, and I kind of blame his father, Lontrell, for that. You know, ain't no way that my son gonna take me on no mission, and I don't pull his coattail and be like, hey, look, son, man, we can do this a better way, bro. Ain't no way we finna.
Fucking daddy is a motherfucking certified fucking snitch. I showed that in the first hour. Cuz is a motherfucking informant. His shit's all over paperwork. It showed it in the first fucking hour. He's a fucking government informant. So, fuck whatever he's talking about, take him on a mission. Whatever, cuz what's worse? That you've been in prison and you come out and your daddy is a motherfucking government informant. See what happens over here talking shit and getting all upset. I dropped my fan. Put that in the first hour. Let me see.
This generational wealth off, over some emotion, over somebody doing what we call sucker shit,
And they could have, with the amount of money they got, man, they could have really kept their hands clean on that too.
But they come from 30 and shiesty them, they come from that environment, where they hands on, and I guess they feel like they put the trust in themselves versus somebody else. But I do get what you're saying. I think in my opinion, if I was in those shoes, I would have just negotiated.
You just call
you can't handle business.
Damn, they're not
in the streets.
Negotiate.
You know what I'm saying? When you try to handle business that way, shit always go bad. You could have got and if you look at Gucci track record, just think about it. He had Nicki Minaj, Young Thug, and whoever else he had. He let everybody out the deal.
Yep.
Yeah.
When people got disgruntled and shit like that and said they wanted out, he ain't hold nobody hostage. He let everybody go. So
they said
if Shiesty would have went to him the right way, I'm sure something could have been worked out.
You don't think he did? You don't think he probably stepped to him first, like, big bro? You know what I'm saying? I ain't happy here, bro.
No.
You don't think he might have did that?
I don't think so, because
cut him out of it.
And the reason why I don't think that happened, because if he would have went to Gucci on that type of time, I don't think Gucci would have pulled up in Dallas that free-hearted, like that open. He would have knew that it was some type of tension or some type of issue there if Pooh would have alerted him that he wanted off the label. Just think about it. When Gucci showed up, he brought his cameraman with him. He thought they was finna snap it up, take pictures, and celebrate Shiesty coming home, and it's back to the money. He ain't had no clue. If he did, the cameraman wouldn't have been there. It would have been a gunman instead of the cameraman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got a point. Rollo recently came out. I don't know if you saw him and Woody on a stream where Rollo
him and Woodrica.
Huh?
Him and Woodrica? Yeah, Woodrica.
Yeah, he was sitting with him, man. He was basically saying what he would have done if he was Gucci, man. He said he would have sent Pooh Shiesty straight to God. How you feel?
He wouldn't have done it right there, though. I mean, a smart move.
I don't know Rollo personally, so I can't speak on, if he really like that in the streets or not. I done heard some stories that,
snitching, see?
That he ain't no hoe or whatever, so and I can't say he capping, because if a nigga would have did me like that, I would have did everything I could to send a nigga to God. So
he said I waited and plotted and
that's how you do. That's how you do. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no time limit on the get back. You wait to the right move. You don't rush it.
You see what I'm saying?
And then
you see what I'm saying? That's exactly what I would have did. I would have just been, all right, whatever. And I would have been patiently just wait, because there ain't no fucking time limit. It's whenever the fuck I feel like getting to it. You know what I mean? It depends on how fucking angry I get, how much it's gonna fucking bother me. You know what I mean? I can wait. I'm a patient motherfucker. You see what I'm saying? There's no fucking limit on the amount of money. It depends on how detrimental it was. Really depend on what happens. You know what I mean? Like, you can't. It's one of those personal choice type moments. Can't listen to it. You just got to get to it. You're here. Personally think about it. But you're not going to act out right then and there and fucking get all fucking stupid and a motherfucker shoot you or shoot your friend or shoot anybody else up in there. You know what I mean? No, you're just gonna do what he said. So he's contradicting himself. First, he's acting like he was a hoe and shaking and trembling like a motherfucking stripper. But then he's like, well, there's no time limits on a motherfucking get back. You're patient, motherfucker. Woo-woo. I mean, Gucci was like what he said he would. Whoop, then he would have got to it. Mm-hmm. It's so contradictory. Just some old whole ass activity right here with this motherfucker. He's all looking at the camera. It's shit. Come on, I can't take a motherfucker seriously in a fucking baby white t-shirt.
You go with your move at the right time. And so, I mean, I can't knock him for saying it, just because Shiesty them from Memphis and, Rollo from, Atlanta or whatever, he spoke like a man, he spoke like how any real one, he said what any real one would say. I'm sure if some niggas did you like that and you get the opportunity, you'll try to baptize their ass too. You know what I'm saying? Rollo ain't speak no wrong when he said that. He said what I would have said.
Now, do you feel like Gucci was planning something in the background, or you feel like he
Man, I hope so. He better be in, or his ass need to be in somebody's church becoming a deacon. You know what I'm saying? For real. Because ain't no way you gonna wear that the rest of your life and don't nothing happen to nobody. Boy, you need to start doing gospel. I'm gonna keep it real though. He was doing it the right way. Like, ain't nothing to talk about. Ain't nothing to speak on. Like, nigga caught me slipping, caught me down bad. They stripped me. Ain't nothing to talk about now. It's time. I'm just playing in my get back now.
Yeah.
Anything like that.
Speak on it for what?
Both sides was pretty much quiet, man. Both sides ain't really happy.
A real motherfucker would have told him what it was before he even got there. And so him going there, thinking that they're gonna make music and kick it, is a whole nother thing. Cuz didn't even say, look, when we get here, it's gonna be what it is, and blah blah blah. You gonna release me out my motherfucking shit. It's gonna be like that. You're like, you know what I mean? I said what I said, man. See, when you get here, you know the address. I'll be right here waiting, working on this track. Don't take too long, man. Don't make me come look for you at your motherfucking house. That was never said. There was no motherfucking warning. A real motherfucker would have told him what it was before he even got there. He's on the motherfucker. He's about to take 20 minutes. I suggest you make a little couple of arrangements. Me and motherfucking fellas up in here, but it ain't gonna go down the way you gonna release me out my motherfucking contract. I'm trying to make better money and do better things. I can't get it out. I can't get it with you. I'm still kind of upset. And I would be here for about 45, 55, 60 minutes till my motherfucking alarm on my foot goes off. So bring your motherfucking ass. It is what it is. I'm not taking it back. I don't apologize. Figure it out, motherfucker. I'll meet you in the studio. You know the address.
Got nothing to do.
While you're at it.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie.
You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Then he give him he didn't have no warning. A real motherfucker would have told him what it was. Prior to, I'm real fucking unhappy. I waited 8 months to fucking let you know. Sorry, man, I had to listen to my fat ass cousin tell me shit while I was in prison. I done brought me, daddy, and my motherfucking fellas out here. All the way from Memphis. So you know what it is. The real motherfucker would have told him what it was before he got there. Then he would have been warned. Instead, he's like, now you're gonna mark him because he's off guard, caught off kilter. Like, you see what kind of off-brand motherfucking shit is that? There's never been a time where I ever said to somebody like, yeah, it is what it is. I'm a fucking I mean what I say. Yeah, I'll be right here. I ain't going nowhere. It's in my heart. Do you think? Like, they're like, I don't have to make those kind of things because I try to give people ample warnings and whatnot, so I don't have to do that shit. But I'm not like, you know what I mean? Like, there ain't no punk, you know what I mean? Like, this right here is like setting them up for some kind of bullshit. See what I'm saying? He didn't tell him what it was. He didn't tell him that he wanted to have a discussion. He didn't tell him that him and daddy went off to fucking Staples and printed out some legal Zoom fucking forms and shit. He didn't tell him all that. You see what I'm saying? Cut him off.
Shiesty them, they didn't say one word about it,
Right.
And that's how they were supposed to handle it. But, all the other mistakes they made, that shit I seen some shit this morning. You know, they got his daddy on camera going to the Kinko's place, printing the release form out for Gucci to sign.
And they ain't got no printer at the house, man. You supposed to order you a little printer at the house, a little inkjet or something.
Hey, it wasn't a long thought out move, bro. Like they did this shit off of, just strictly off of impulse. Just seemed like it. They planned the shit the night before. That's what it sound like. Cause ain't no way my son gonna have me going up in a public place like a Kinko's talking about printing a release form out, and y'all finna hog tie a nigga that's worth 200 million.
And man, I can't. And it goes back to saying you don't know nobody that could do that for you. Like nobody.
Anybody go
man, the main ass. Look, they should have been calling an attorney, bro. Like that was the right move. That was the right play.
Right.
You can't fuck like, bro. You got Shiesty got a sister. He got a mom. He got a grandmama. I don't know how big his family is, but he got a lot. He got a lot of motherfuckers that could have been straight for the rest of their life, and the kid and the next generation just offer his talent. And so ain't no way in the hell nobody didn't get in his ear and tell him, look, bro, you tripping. And that just goes back to everybody being afraid of him, in that, in his little clique or whatever. Because if he was my friend, I would have been like Trey on Boys in the Hood, man, let me out.
Real though.
Man, for real.
You feel like Big 30 is a follower?
I ain't gonna say 30 a follower. He just loves Shiesty. They been together since they was kids. I'm sure 30 his own man or whatever, but he just rolled with Shiesty, right or wrong.
Yeah.
And growing up, we used to always say that you don't ride with you right or wrong. I don't say that no more. I ain't, it depending on who you is and what it is. If you're wrong, I might not be riding with
you.
Yeah. Just depending on who you are, So yeah, that don't go for everybody because, at this age, we got kids to think about.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying? A lot of people depending on us. At that age when we used to say that, oh man, I'm riding with you right or wrong. We ain't have no responsibilities. I ain't have, nigga ain't have no kids. Nigga wasn't looking forward to getting out the streets and doing something legal. So, it was what it was. So yeah, I was willing to ride with a nigga right or wrong. But at this point in my life, hell no.
Yeah.
I ain't happy.
The feds recently came out with some information saying that Pooh Shiesty and Big 30, they didn't have any evidence of them having any firearms during the robbery. But
I've been seeing it.
You saw the tape. So can you confirm, deny? I mean, what can you give us on that?
Man, look, when I was going to court on my case, my lawyer, Manny Aurora, the best attorney in the world, and that's who Shiesty need to be calling. He need to be trying to call Manny Aurora, but Manny was telling me that it was a blessing that my case was in the state because the federal government, they have so many different ways to trap you as it relates to the conspiracy versus in state court. Federal conspiracy laws are totally different from state conspiracy laws. Like the feds don't need hard and physical evidence to convict you.
Especially with the government.
I hope, they don't live and see the day where they become a living witness and find that out. Because just from the videotapes, the call data, the communication that day back and forth from all the co-defendants, the GPS placement, it's gonna place everybody at the scene of the crime. The trying to disguise your travel by getting on the Greyhound and all of that. Your dad rented a car that was used in the crime. He on video printing out a release form. If they beat that shit, then them niggas must have born in Cloverland, Texas. You know what I'm saying? They got to be some of the luckiest niggas in the world. They be because And one thing about the feds, just because that man got up on that stand and said they didn't have any physical and like strong evidence, like actual physical evidence, do you think that man, or do you think his superiors would allow him to get up on that stand and say that if it was gonna hurt them? Like, they don't need it, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of the super fans and in the hip hop community, they don't know the law. They don't understand the law. They don't even know they don't even know how to spell conspiracy, let alone know what it means. You know, so
I know what it means.
Without saying too much, I ain't trying to Vlad TV and then Vlad
Vlad
TV
all
and
afternoon, bro.
but based on the footage, it doesn't look crazy. It doesn't look like somebody may not come home. You can say that. I ain't gonna ask you about.
Man, I'm gonna tell you something. You know, from the things that I know and the things that I seen, it'll be hard for me to see them beating it. You know, it is something right now that's being worked on behind the scenes from Atlantic Records. You know, they are actively trying to work something out. But I just don't see how that could happen, because even if Gucci Mane recant the statement that he made, they don't even need Gucci though. They got the white boy that was there. You know, he gonna beat the judge to court when the trial comes. They got the white boy and you got the police officer. So that's all they need.
Can Gucci be held in contempt as well or no? Because he did initially give a statement.
Yeah. So Gucci, if Gucci made that statement before the grand jury that he made, not only could he be held in contempt, he could be charged with perjury. You know, if you went in front of the grand jury and you made that statement, of course, what they'll do is they'll subpoena you to court. And if you come to court and refuse to give testimony in that type of crime, they will hold you until you get ready to talk. And I guarantee you will break for they will.
Not necessarily.
So
all he has to do is talk about the fact that he had to file paperwork in order to get his fucking property back. You know what I mean? That's all he had to do. He had to file a police report to get his insured jewelry back. You know, because it's insured or whatever. That's pretty much it. You know what I mean? He had to file it that it was stolen. It's an asset. It's valued. You know what I mean? It has paperwork with it, just like the white boy with his watches and the paperwork and shit. You see what I'm saying? So he had to do it. He had to do what he had to do because the shit was stolen from robbed. Like, you know, if you got robbed, you got to fucking file paperwork in order to get your shit back. Especially when you're talking about millions of dollars worth of jewelry. That's all he has to talk about. You don't have to talk about nothing else. Really. Did I file a police report? And jewelry came up missing, so I had to fucking file a police report. It was stolen from me. I don't really quite remember. I just know it was stolen from me. Do your own legwork. You see what I'm saying? He's not really necessarily do anything when you had other witnesses there to testify that that's what happened.
Gucci got to be prepared for, you know, he got to be prepared for all of that, you know. But I say all that to say, I don't wish nothing bad on them little niggas, you know, but it's gonna be kind of rough, beating that case, bro. Like,
they're not gonna beat it.
You know, it just ain't shit to do in Memphis. You know, it's a crazy. Received a 5K one in 2009. I ain't put it out. You know, so can't nobody be upset with me. You know, and one thing about them niggas in the city in Memphis, you know, if it's somebody they don't necessarily fuck with or rock with, and they hear a police rumor or something like that, it's gonna sound like they got a bullhorn. They're gonna be talking so loud about it. But when it's one of a nigga own though, one of your own kind, niggas get quiet. Niggas get quiet like a deaf person. You know what I'm saying? Niggas don't say nothing. You know what I'm saying? Nah, it ain't so funny now. You know, these supposed to be keep it real ass niggas. You know, so Yeah, that shit just be all, man. You know, it's crazy. You know, I never would have thought that Lontrell, you know, would be in this situation far as it's coming to the light that he cooperated. So with that being said, you know, you can't never be surprised, bro. Like, you know, I tell niggas all the time, niggas be like, oh, you running with Charleston White, man, that nigga, the police and woo 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 it.
Cousins and shit, right?
Yeah, they second cousins. Yeah, shout out to B White, niggas creations. On Instagram, you know.
What made you want to go at the baby so hard, man, about that situation?
What made me want to?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you know, I think I actually took it light on him. You know, I think I just made a post and I just was like, man, bro, you know, you owe homie an apology. You know, whether you agree with it, you know, I think I seen a post where he said, you know, he was gonna do something violent. He was gonna beat the boy up, you know, if he didn't take the
he said if
down.
God ever put them two in the same situation.
But if I showed up with a nose ring, boy, if I felt like his apology was genuine,
I
ain't never called Flip and asked Flip for no lawyer money or no.
All right, so he basically wasn't talking about shit. I thought he was gonna get to it, man. Apparently.
The store knew that this facility had been robbed several times and never did anything like put up a protective glass.
One more. Go for it.
In that scenario, what if Gucci didn't want the cop to say nothing? How does that play out?
Too late now.
It depends. I mean, this guy, let me just say this and be honest with you. There is no loophole. That is intentional. And Gucci can still, quote unquote, honor the street code and not say anything. But he can't make an off-duty or someone who's an actual sworn police officer or former police officer not speak, not talk. Can't do that. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, and people are going to say, well, Larry, he could, you know, he's paying him. He could tell him not to do it, or it's dealing with his job. They held this man at gunpoint.
Right.
Right. And you're going to piss law enforcement off by putting a gun on a member of their brotherhood. And so Gucci probably will not be able to sway or persuade this gentleman into saying anything, but I don't think he should have to. I think that is a smart move. I think hiring off-duty police officers that you can trust to protect you, especially in Gucci's situation where he can't be around firearms, is smart and something that could and probably did save his life.
Right.
So for you, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you look at this case, 9 people ambush the situation, the scene. They hold him hostage, right?
Mm-hmm.
They allegedly say they take the jewelry off and then they immediately put the jewelry online. Right?
Come on, man.
But what I've known about this situation before it even hit the internet, right?
Right.
This happened a while back.
January.
This is not new.
Right.
So I was actually, and I knew about the recording at Luminous, right? I've been known about it, but they never got arrested. So I was confused. Like, wait a minute, this is on camera. The guy called the cops. The engineer called the cops after it happened. So it ain't like it ain't been reported. Why did it take so long?
What do I always say about?
You said good. You always say,
yeah,
good case takes time.
Good case takes time,
Mm-hmm.
and they want to make sure that they have everything in play. And so,
but would they give them time to run away? And
man, they ain't going nowhere. They got you. He's still on ankle monitor, right?
But there's 9 people. I'm saying
I understand that, but I have who I want.
Right.
I have the big fish, right? And I got his dad. His dad ain't leaving him. So it's not like his dad hopped on a plane and went to go hang out with Russell Simmons in somewhere where they don't have extradition. They all gonna stay right here. And so they had time. And you gotta look and really gotta look at it, because now it didn't just happen in Dallas. There could have been things that happened in Memphis in which would bring in RICO, could bring in wire fraud, There's all kinds of things that could have happened during the course of the communication and the transfer of funds and the use of the internet that could have brought forth enhanced charges. And those things take time because they had to get phone records, they had to get subpoenas for that. And quite honestly, they moved fairly quickly. It happened in January. What are we in now? April. And so that's not a long period of time when you really think about it, in order to put together a case that might have been involved 9 individuals in multiple states.
But okay, so it takes this much time. Why wouldn't they run? Did they think they got away with it? They didn't move. I mean, you see Pooh, he was just streaming like nothing happened. Like
they probably was betting money on the street code, that no one was going to say anything, that someone was going to make the engineer hush and be quiet. And so, and because of all of that, and because of what they did before, something else I threw out there, because we had this discussion but during the P. Diddy trial, I don't think any of them are going to get bond.
Okay, for those who don't get, the feds picked this up, right?
Right.
How did it go federal?
Once again, like I told you, it takes time. The fact that you're talking about multiple states, you're talking about renting a car, driving that vehicle from one state to the other. You're talking about transferring stolen goods from one state to another. You're talking about using cell phones. Chances are they probably paid the other guys through Cash App or Zelle or any of those online options to pay people. And so there goes your wire fraud and all your other RICO charges that enhances the situation.
I got to ask you this, right? What charges are going to carry the most consequences in this scenario? Can you break down all the charges that were committed in this situation and what all of them carry? And what do you predict? Because you're great at predictions. What do you predict the outcome will be for this trial?
I think definitely they're going to get hit with hard with the RICO, right? And then they're going to look at those elements within the RICO. The wire fraud is definitely going to be part of it. And I need to tell you the truth, I really need to look at, because I just looked at it. And so I haven't gotten it down to memory. So maybe the next time we talk, I'll have them all down to memory. But because I don't want to just spitball and assume anything. And I want your audience to know that when I say something, I mean it.
Right.
But I think definitely any and all of the elements that could play a role in it, dealing with the transfer of money, the transfer of stolen goods, kidnapping, all of those things are going to be damaging. And honestly, I don't think there's anything that's going to weigh more heavier than the next, other than dealing with Pooh and the guns, right? So you're literally on release from prison. And so you're already breaching, and not just breaching the conditions of your release, but you're grossly doing this. Man, that's going to come with it. Because the judge is going to look at this, and depending on how many cases he's had before, even at the state level, man, that brother could be looking at life.
Life?
That brother could be looking at life.
What add them up. Like, what is the charges that give you life?
Well, you gotta think about it, right? Even
because he didn't kill nobody. That's less than niggas kill people get less time.
Right, but when you're talking about federal crimes, you're talking about points.
Oh.
Right. And so I had a situation in which I had a client, he had 3 felonies. They were all basically under the same transaction or the same day time period. But the way that he was charged and they were stacked, they were used individually against him at the Fed level. And he had never had a federal charge before, and he was looking at life just because they were looking at all the instances, all the points that he collected during that. Maybe I'll put together a PowerPoint animation that will that illustrate points
Yeah, let's do that. That sounds like
and how that works, so your audience can see. But
can break it down. Yeah,
that is something that is extremely crucial in cases like this, because it's not just you looking at the charge and nothing else happened.
Several charges.
You're looking at the charge and the points, and then you're looking at the fact that someone could have died.
Right.
Someone could have died. This ain't the 5 heartbeats.
Nope.
Pooh ain't red. He can't hold nobody over, Suge Knight, hold nobody over the balcony and say, get me out of this contract or sign this contract. Real life don't work like that.
Right.
Nope. And he had intent to do it.
But we're real life, but that is not part of real life.
Speaking of the contract, right?
The contract, and
he made him sign it under duress.
Right.
Right.
I don't care.
And funny part is a lot of people was saying that he was signed to CMG. So there's a lot of people saying, did Yo Gotti put him up to this? Could Yo Gotti be implicated in any of this? If let's say he says, hey man, go get out of this deal.
Man, look here.
That has to come out.
If it is found that someone provided him a financial incentive to have him and knew that he would commit these acts, they too can be brought into that conspiracy.
Damn.
Yep.
So could it be as simple as, hey, I'm gonna offer you a contract? Because the whole thing I'm hearing is that he had a better deal on the table and he was getting blocked, which is the reason why.
Not as simple as that, right?
Gotcha.
But there have been instances dealing with divorce where husbands or wives have said, well, if they were dead, we wouldn't have a problem. Like if they were dead and they were no longer here, we could be together.
Right.
And they just end up dead.
And they end up dead.
Those that commits
And so if there was a situation where it was incentivized to commit such an act, then that's a problem.
Yep.
Man, this is a crazy story when you think about it, right? Because you're like, okay, on one hand, this guy right here, he tries to bully his way out of the contract, right? Now he's probably going to be signing him for life at that point, right? Because what are the terms on Gucci Mane's side, right? When this happens to you, what does he have to protect him and still keep it street? Is there a way for him to be a victim but still keep it street?
Yes.
Man, and most people might disagree. I like Gucci. Right. I like his story.
Right.
I like the way he's come out and kind of turned his life. Those contracts, we've talked about it on this program. Those contracts are ugly. And once they get their claws into the artist, you lose yourself until usually, I think I've seen them 6 to 8 years of you losing your life to whoever you sign with. I like this, and what I'm getting to is I like the fact that it didn't go silent, because if it went silent, then at some point Gucci would have probably retaliated or done something. Like, I'm still not letting you out your contract, but now it ain't even about your contract. You put a gun on me and potentially caused me not to go home to my wife and kids. Now we got problems, and we got real problems. And now that you done shown that you will set me up and put me and the people that I care about who are with me in harm's way, look out. And is that now how most street battles start?
Right.
With someone doing something to someone and not killing them.
Yep.
And that person getting retribution and it going back and forth until either everybody's gone or until, somebody's gone, it died, and someone's gone to jail.
Yeah.
And so I'm happy that this will probably not cause all of that.
Yeah.
And people won't die.
All right. This is what I want you to do, Larry.
All right.
All right. Scenario A, you're Pooh
By the way, Gucci's fucking grown, man. He's already an older man. Got a wife and everything. Like, at some point in time, he's gonna have to be an adult, and an adult fucking has to file paperwork sometimes. Not to mention, he got all the motherfucking the two little white boys, they're right there. They're fucking they basically saw the shit. They went through with it. You don't really necessarily have to say shit, except they just have to testify for it. Like, yeah, we saw that shit. We saw whatever. You know what I mean? And since he barely talks anyway, that right there, he really doesn't have to say much, except that he fucking, he had to file the police reports. We're talking about millions of dollars worth of jewelry, and not to mention, you can't get certain aspects of your pride back. You know what I mean? After that, so I think he's dead.
You walk in.
Whatever.
What's the conversation?
Straight tastes like.
What have you said over the phone? Who are these dudes who were with you?
Mm-hmm.
How did they get their hands on Gucci's stuff?
Mm-hmm.
And what have you said over the phones in jail? And what have you said over the phone before you were arrested?
Is there any way out of this for Pooh Shiesty?
Yeah.
What should he be hoping for? What's the best case scenario?
He should be hoping for a situation in which they have something other than, because I don't think any of the videos actually showed them with guns or pointing guns or any of that. They do? So I stand. I stand corrected.
Bro, this is a luminous sound, bro.
Wait a minute, hold on. Inside the studio?
Yes.
Because I thought they only had the recording of them in the hallways and them exiting out.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe. I thought. But I know it was inside the studio.
No, I know it was inside the studio. So let me say this.
Oh, you're saying they don't have the recording of them inside the studio?
Right.
Okay.
So if like, for example,
that off-brand was
everything that I've seen or that they released was Gucci and his entourage leaving out.
Right.
And then Pooh and his crew coming in earlier that day. And then they have surveillance from cameras, license plate cameras on the vehicles out in the street during the day. Right. And then the bus stop and tracking the car back to Memphis. They have all of that. If they don't have actual footage of guns pointed at individuals inside the studio, then at that point is your word against mine.
Even though the cop was there and got.
Look, the cop is just a witness. And one of the things that always happens in every criminal trial, they ask, do you trust a police officer more than you trust another witness without any of them saying anything? Are you automatically going to give the police officer more credibility than any other witness? And if you say yes, then you're struck off that jury because you're biased.
Mm-hmm.
And so everyone has to be able to have the same voice in telling the same story. And so that's what you're betting on.
But what I'm saying, in that scenario, wouldn't he be a victim? He got robbed.
Right. Right.
So if I get robbed, nigga, I can identify this person robbed me. Now, Pooh might not have been the one that robbed him.
But
so does that take Pooh off the
So if I say, man, I wasn't in the room,
because it's his
my daddy and them did their thing,
right?
And I didn't know what was going on. I wasn't a part of that.
Just tell him, Larry.
I was in the bathroom.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like my man, what's my guy from Houston? Whenever you finish doing what you're doing, I'll be in the bathroom. Google.
Yeah.
Devin the dude.
Devin the dude.
Yeah, that's the Devin the dude line. Whenever you finish doing whatever you're doing, I'll be in the bathroom. And so, there's all kinds of scenarios in which, now, do you still get caught up? Yes. Because it's the same situation of, you've heard it before.
Yeah.
If you are in a car with a guy, he runs in and robs a 7-Eleven and runs back out, you are complicit in that unless you do certain things. There are certain steps that you can do to show that you weren't complicit or part of the robbery. First off, getting out of the car.
Mm-hmm.
Second, calling the police and reporting the situation. If you didn't do any of those steps, you now take the brunt of what everybody else has done on your shoulders as
You're
well.
an accomplice to it or after.
Okay, now you walk in that room and you are now Gucci Mane's lawyer. And I want to keep it street.
You want to keep it street?
I'm a rapper, nigga. I don't want to end my career.
His career.
So first thing I'm doing is chances are, where's the security at the building?
Mm-hmm.
You have rappers.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is where you have premise liability cases.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm educating people. So you can call 866-LT for me for these cases. If you live in an apartment complex.
Real life code by that. Tell them real life sent you.
Yeah, tell them real life sent you. Real life sent you. But if you live in an apartment complex that's known for shootouts and shootings, if you get shot on those premises, they had noticed that these were dangerous.
Right.
These were dangerous premises and should have supplied more security in order for that not to happen.
Right.
Right. We represented a guy who worked at a convenience store that was robbed and killed. We were able to get money for his family because the store knew that this facility had been robbed several times and never did anything like put up a protective glass, get an off-duty police officer or anyone to protect the premises.
Get a dog.
The convenience store workers were on their own dealing with this criminal element. So that makes the store liable for that premise liability.
Right.
Same instance here. I mean, gosh, I hate to say this.
Yep, the studio is loud. The motherfucker to open the door.
You don't really hear about other forms of art having the violence that we have in hip hop.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't occur as frequent. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but it doesn't occur as frequent. If you have under 25 artists who are in certain genres of music that may have the propensity to be a little bit more rambunctious, to potentially do things that may not be congruent or legal, then you have an obligation to ensure that any and everyone is safe. They have a duty to that engineer to work and do his job without fear and to have protection. And if they didn't have that, then the studios could be on the hook.
Yep, they just let him in and walk the fuck out.
So
that's fucking. So
it's true though.
What type of situation did they put Luminous in? That's a good point.
That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. We actually.
So the premise itself, it can be held liable.
Yeah.
Right.
Because I thought about this, right? I was like, God forbid somebody got killed in the studio. Like, what does the landlord have to, like, could they kick them out? Like, can they kick them out because of this situation? See, and that's one of our best studios, bro. And in this situation, right, it's tarnished their name probably, right? There's a lot of people like, if I'm a tenant in the building, can I now say I don't feel safe here? Can I leave because of this?
Yes.
Damn.
Yep, especially if you're under a contract.
You absolutely can. I mean, I've done it before with individuals, friends, and families who have leases where something has happened and things have happened on multiple occasions. We've been able to get them out of their lease without any penalties because of that. In this situation, it's no different, similar to a case that is ongoing that we have where a young man was murdered at a club, but the club had 4 murders over 6 years and no one did anything. We're actually going after the owner of the building because he created is what they call an attractive nuisance.
Attractive nuisance.
So an attractive nuisance is similar to, for example, you have a swimming pool in your backyard, but you have no fence, but you have kids in your neighborhood. You've just put something that's attractive and a nuisance that would draw kids to that pool. So if one of those kids drowned, you didn't have, that's why you go to hotels, they have the locks that are supposed to be kid deterrent locks, right? Kind of like safety locks for medicine.
Like that.
Right.
Okay.
And so that's why they have that, because pools are attractive nuisances. A club can be considered an attractive nuisance.
Where people get shot and stuff in that. Yeah.
Because why is it attractive? Because the things that I want to do are inside. I don't have any intention on shooting or fighting or doing anything. And so I should be able to come and enjoy that facility without being killed. Mm-hmm. And so if you don't do that, and as an owner, if you created something and you have a building and incident after incident after incident happens, then you've created an attractive nuisance and you can be held liable. I'm dealing with the same case with a grocery store out of Fort Worth, dealing with one of their employees. And so these type of things happen fairly regularly.
This is insane because now, right, when you think about it, Luminous Sounds has been around forever, right? And now because of a rap situation, they might have just brought down one of the best studios in Dallas, right? So now going forward, as a whole in Dallas, is it going to be harder for a recording studio to open in general?
You're probably going to have, with anything, right? Anytime something happens, you have a knee-jerk reaction where you'll have some studios who may not allow hip-hop artists to come back.
Right, because they might have said
they may not.
Liability forms.
Gucci might be saying, I don't want to go to prison. I don't want the people who I care about to go to prison because people are going to retaliate. Let me get them out the way.
Right.
Look,
because motherfuckers already put a jacket on his ass by saying he's over there telling on all that shit, and he really isn't. He put that right there. When somebody puts that kind of jacket on, he's already putting your life in danger.
Enforcement. This is what happened. There they are. You take care of it. I'm keeping my people safe, right? Because I got a young man who's 17 years old that I've been taking care of since his mom and dad been gone, and this is going to cause him to go to Dallas and do some things that he shouldn't do. Mm-hmm. And so he could be protecting the people that he loved if he did do it. I'm not saying that he did it, but if he did do it, I mean, man, throw that out the window, because tell you the truth, I ain't seen nobody who really stuck to their guns on that.
Let me ask you this. Do the cops look for retaliation tactics now? Are they on high alert?
Yeah.
Because, because it hasn't been publicized until now, mm-hmm. right? Nothing's happened. But now that it's public, a lot of people thought it was fake because it was like, nope, the Gucci didn't say nothing. Nobody said nothing. But now that it's out.
So that's when I said, like Puffy, the discussion, I don't think there's going to be any bonds.
Right.
Because if I kidnap you, you think witness tampering is not a problem?
Right. Oh, yeah. Right.
Right? Like some of the things that we've seen in the movies, they happen.
It does happen.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, you better not testify. I got your granddaughter.
Right. That's straight
over here in South Dallas.
That's your tampering with them.
I'll let her go when these charges are dropped.
Right.
Right.
I can speak to that off the long. Straight.
But I can start an investigation off of hearsay. Mm-hmm. And I can eventually find a witness that can actually discuss it that was there.
Right.
It doesn't have to be the actual person. And you watch enough crime movies to know it's always someone who said, so-and-so told me that there's going to be a hit on the liquor store at 5 o'clock today. They ain't had nothing to do with it. They heard it.
Right.
But the police acted on it and they were able to stop it or catch the people who actually did it. So there's 1,000 different scenarios that don't involve Gucci.
Right.
And so as a community, you talk about street and talk about cred, stop dry snitching and stop dry lying on people when you don't know.
Exactly.
Unless you see the
fuck I've been talking about all morning. Exactly what the fuck I've been talking about all morning. I gave y'all a fucking just rewind that track. I gave y'all a perfect example of what is. Of what is. We only got a couple more and then we done. I'm sure Jesse's starting to show over there, but we only got a couple more. That was pretty entertaining, huh? So we learned a lot.
The reason I can't stand these punk ass people, oh yeah, you know, he got Haitian descent. Well, that was my maternal, paternal grandfather's ancestors. So using y'all math, I got 4 grandparents, 2 on my daddy's side, 2 on my mama's side. So
don't
if
offend yourself, bro.
No. But John early, no. We gonna call it simple math. We just gonna call it simple math. So if I got 4 grandparents and one of them had ancestors that came from Haiti, that means I got 3 more. That's 75%. So you dumbasses gonna act like that 75% don't exist? That's how stupid the whole conversation is.
Roland Martin is at it again. This dude just he does things for clicks, man, because he knows that foundational Black Americans is kicking his behind, man. And you know, he needed something to get himself back out there into the algorithm, because when you look at channels like Black Alpha, Afro Elite, right, the Black Authority, Tariq Nasheed's, my channel, right? There's so many channels of people that go live that's getting over 1,000 people every time they go live. Some getting upwards of 6,000 to 7,000, right? He knows this. He's getting smoked out here, and we're starting to garner the attention of the young people. All young people 18 and 30 is starting to listen to this foundational Black American teachings, right? To understand that we are a lineage of people, and they're starting to wake up and get off this democratic plantation way of thinking. And it has Roland Martin fuming. I'm talking about Roland is so mad. You know, he goes and tries to fearmonger the people about all these cuts that was coming to the Democratic Party. And we know that Edward Bloom, he went after the Congressional Black Caucus and that foundation that was created in 1988. And since 1988, they only awarded to this date $11 million to Black recipients for grants and different things, right? So my whole thing is, but they've been around since 1988. Man, that stuff ain't effective, man. You mean to tell me that's all you can get for Black students? That's all you can get is $11 million since 1988? No, we can do better than that, man. So Edward Bloom, he sued the Fearless Project. He sued a lot of these different things based off of race. He sued saying that things based off of race was unconstitutional. And this is why we've been fighting to get things in lineage. So yeah, they gave $11 million away.
Told you, cuz I down there fell out my wheelchair. Motherfucker said, I just got off the phone with Roland Martin. Oh, fucking stupid ass motherfucking John Bailey. Are you fucking kidding me, cuz? I just got off the phone with Roland Martin. And he said, just keep up the good work. What work, motherfucker? What work are you doing? What work are you doing? I was very interested in a couple of the sisters, but other than that, what motherfucking work are you doing? I was interested in the motherfucking Holly, the fucking Holly Center, you know what I mean? A couple of places. I didn't say it right. I don't think I said it right. I was interested in a whole bunch of other places. So a couple of sisters that was in there. I was very interested because they were doing some really interesting work, and I wanted to talk to them. But I was on a mission, you know what I mean, to cuss out a colonizer. But to hear him say that, hear him say, I just got off the phone with Roland Martin. He said, keep up the good work. What work, cuz? What work are you really doing? Other than holding these weird bougie ass motherfucking meetings that you don't let nobody motherfucking talk to. Except these fucking boule fucking weird ass fucking sorority bitches and motherfucking off-brand fucking broads that are there. And then you let all the white candidates come over there and pander and shit. The fuck you talking about? I saw like maybe 4 or 5 sisters that were like that I really wanted to dialogue with, because they sit on boards or they do impressive work. 4 or 5 out of the 50, okay, and my elder, you know, and my elder, love my elders, you know what I mean? And watch motherfucking my best friend's mother-in-law get a motherfucking award. Other than that, an award for being what? An activist, a spokesperson? Where's she activated at? But only inside and only in 2 flats. Like she know how to say that shit. She like, you don't say it to her when we outside in, you know, family-like situations. Only get to see her over there. And shit, gotta fucking holler at her ass. No. Work of keeping us in the dim. Yeah. Like, what kind of work are you talking about? Bootlicking, biscuit eating, mammyism. You know what I mean? Acting like you're doing something. Oh, go ahead. You got 2 minutes. Bitch. You're lucky, man. There's a time where I want to run for office and I get a chance to go over there and fucking speak right there in front of him. I wish he would. He hates me. He's always telling me to move my shit. He hates that I drive my little power chair. He hates that shit. Go over there in the back. Sit in the back. I'm always got to sit in the back. I never could be up front with everybody else. I was like, why don't you just tell me to go through the back like the help does? Like, that's what I told him last time when we were over there at the DoubleTree. What'd you say? Nothing. You hear me? Nothing. I said, what you say? Nothing. I say nothing, man. You know. He hates me. 25% immigrant. It don't matter, dude. He's lying. He's lying. We've known he has Jamaican fucking heritage since fucking God knows how long. Him, Joy Reid. We've known. Now all of a sudden he's like, what you mean I got 4 grandparents? That's that kind of shit that you should expect from me. Like, that's because I'm mixed. This motherfucker was like, same motherfucker that said he didn't want to be, that he didn't describe himself as a black man. He barely described himself as a man, if I remember correctly. I'm a man. Where he was talking to the racists, right? Have it been like, I'm a black man, a black first, fucking black, baby black. Remember? That's how I went. Fuck him, dude. He's wearing these tight ass motherfucking t-shirts and shit. Keep in mind, Homala paid him.
They want you to destroy any and everything in Black America. Again, all y'all FBA, B1, ADOS folks, it don't matter. There is not a single Black attorney who is representing a family who has been the victim of police violence, who has any faith that this Department of Justice will intercede and prosecute them on civil rights violations. Mm-hmm. So all y'all punk asses out there who claim y'all so pro-Black.
Wait. Pause right there. What the fuck does us having to be pro-Black have anything to do with motherfucking fact this track? You hear how weird this conversation is? Hold on, let me see. Right here, I gotta hear it again because he's immediately God, like, fuck punk asses, and there's not one attorney.
All man, he or shield, buck dancing for the Democrats. All y'all can go for yourselves. Because let me be real.
Like, you should tell your mama to eat 10 dicks. Because it's not like we're lying. Not like we're lying. Go fuck ourselves. Like, this is how we talk on television, right?
Clear. I know what these people are trying to do. And you damn right. I want them to lose the Senate race in Michigan. We're going to play my interview with one of the candidates. I want them to lose in Alaska. I want them to lose in Maine. I want them to lose in Georgia. I want them to lose in North Carolina. I want them to lose in Texas. I want them to lose in Florida. I don't care because what these people are doing, they want you to destroy any and everything in Black America. Again, all y'all FBA, B1, ADOS folks, it don't matter. There is not a single Black attorney who is representing a family who has been the victim of police violence, who has any faith that this Department of Justice will intercede and prosecute them on civil rights violations. So all y'all punk asses out there who claim y'all so pro-Black, let me say it again. This DOJ don't give a damn.
This ain't nothing new. This has been fucking generations and generations of motherfucking anti-Black racism since fucking God knows when. And the fact that they said that shit about, during Ghana's thing they said no, it just only adds to it. This ain't nothing new. They gonna do shit for Black people. They didn't say they were. None of them Republicans said they were going to do anything for Black people, guys. Not even a little bit. And, you know, obviously Democrats had a problem doing stuff for black people too. But everybody expects the motherfucking vote. So what he's talking about is like, go do nothing. This is blah, blah, blah. Man, when has it not been anti-black and racist?
Percent immunity for any cop. So, and you're right. The 2 cops in the Breonna Taylor case, they dropped the charges. I can name case after case. So if y'all can call me whatever names you want to, and y'all can sit here and do all you little punk ass podcasts and talk behind your microphone about why y'all Simple Simon assholes are saying that Black America is being under assault every single day.
Because we've been at war. It's like he's just getting on with the program. They're under assault. They're under assault. Blah, blah, blah. Did you notice Black America is under assault? Because we're at war, you stupid fuck. We're talking shit. We're at war with everybody that isn't us. We're at war. This is who's the simpleton? You just catching on now? We're at war. We're at war with everybody. It's till fucking tangibles and reparations is given. We're at war. That's it. No fucking hand holding, no nothing. We're at war. Simple as that. Like, you just now catching up? Like, now catching up? Fucking talking shit.
And it is being led by Donald Trump and his Department of Injustice.
Now he called
been led by the Democrats before, and then the Republicans before that, and the Democrats before that, the Republicans before that, and the Democrats before that. It's been on a motherfucking consistent motherfucking tirade of this type of bullshit. We're in the fucking Mafia because it's a Black Holocaust. The fuck are you talking about? We're at war. At war with them, with white supremacy. We're at war. We're at war with all fucking pieces of government right now. Did you really expect him to do anything for Black people? Come on now. You see what's happening all over everywhere else. Do you really think he's gonna take some time if he's not destroying motherfucking museums or, you know, saying no to this and no to that, but yes to these wars? I mean, come on. Did you really think he was gonna do anything? Did you really think so? Did you really think anybody was gonna do anything for Black people other than us? Stupid if you thought so.
Anti-Black. He said that we was anti-Black. And there's some fraternity brothers and other Black people that took umbrage with him, and they don't agree with him. Some of his own fraternity brothers now are coming out against him and saying, yo, we foundational Black Americans, man. We ain't on that Democratic plantation. We don't agree with Roland Martin, right? Even though he's our frat brother, we ain't riding with none of that. Y'all don't believe me? Look at this.
As you can see today, I have on my fraternity letters, and that's very intentional. I'm going to tell you why that's intentional.
That's
because
weird.
Your boy Roland Martin, he happens to be a member of my organization. And I wanted to give you some balance. Not everybody is buck dancing and tap dancing for the Democratic Party. But I must admit, there is a serious problem in my fraternity of people like a Roland Martin. We got a lot of, because, you know, in case you did not know, Governor Wes Moore is a member of my fraternity. See, now there's a big dichotomy, there's a big shift, and there's big separation between camps, because on the other side, you got brothers like Dick Gregory, who's a member of our organization, right, who was a member. Rest in power to Dick Gregory.
Always.
Right. And even though I may not fully align with everything this next brother has to say, I know he has the interests of our people in heart, and that's Brother Cornel West.
Okay.
He's a member of the fraternity as well. And my fraternal organization, for me, my anniversary is tomorrow. I'll be a member of 35 years. And I'm going to talk to people, let them know that.
Even if
Roland Martin throws on his letters to, and people always say, oh, he's boule, and then they attribute his mindset to all of us. But no, I'm a foundational Black American, man. I'm down for my people.
So the DNC then trotted out old boule roly-poly to chastise and shame Black Americans, the only Black people, into voting Democrat and to support melanated immigrants that they've shipped here by the boatload to masquerade and cosplay as real Black people.
Right.
While practicing benign neglect against Black Americans or the real Black people, while siphoning our designated resources from said Black people and giving them out to melanated immigrants who are not real Black people so that they can continue to try and replace real Black people with imposters. If that don't make sense to none of y'all, I can't put them pieces together neither. Roland, this don't work. How we anti-Black for telling y'all we don't support melanated immigrants that y'all use to try and portray themselves as us? My generation don't listen to you. Your generation don't listen to you. And the people coming up behind me don't listen to you. You're going to have to find another way to get rid of us because you're going to lose this WAR.
So the Democrats are mad, real steaming mad. So when he tries to fearmonger you, he's mad because Donald Trump came in and he cut off that dark money. He cut off all that dark money that was coming through them NGOs and nonprofit organizations, man. Right? You know, they were spending billions of dollars to these nonprofits and these organizations, man, to set up like they was doing social services and different things within the community, right? This was liberal-leaning, these liberal-leaning dark money groups. They've been outspending their conservative counterparts.
Told y'all, I said all them motherfuckers need audited. Everybody needs audited. Fucking for real, like, because they're spending the money on other shit that isn't for the fucking actual fucking good of other people. They don't. But sometimes it just feels like you're the only motherfucker that gives a fuck about Black people in the whole wide world. You don't want to have no benign neglect. You want fair, equal wage. You know, you want nice housing, motherfucking good little school with children that are Black like them. You know what I mean? Good little job. You don't have to work and overstress yourself. Be able to make a little bank account. Like, God damn it, man. You know what I mean? These are such fucking difficult things to ask for. But no. Acting like it's just so much.
Since 2008, they put in over 1.2 billion in 2024 alone. Donald Trump came in and started cutting that off because what happens is the Republicans rely on a lot of the corporate spending, right? So, you know, donations through corporate PACs. That's where a lot of the Republicans get their money, right? And they spend up to about, $664 million. So they're mad because they've been cutting that money off, and they need that money. They want some of that dark money that that don't nobody know, that don't gotta be reported. So this is where they're upset and they're fearmongering us, and they're telling us to shut up and get your behind back on that plantation. We gotta get our money. They're not gonna tell you that though. They're not going to tell you that, but those of us that really study and go behind and look behind the curtain, as Dr. Nellie Fuller teaches us, right? We go look behind the curtain to see what's really going on, to see where the money is being allocated to. That's what we do. We find out that, you know, there's a lot of things going on, right? But Tariq Nasheed, he also spoke on this, and he came to social media and said this.
Is underway, and you know what that means.
Jesus.
Oh, they done gave some checks to their Democrat shills. The Democrat shills are up and at it again, going in on us, going in on the grassroots, and the head shill in charge, Roland Martin. Roland Martin has been on his struggle broadcast on YouTube, really denigrating us. Oh, we're all types of stupid fools. Oh, he's extra cursing. Yeah, listen, you dumbass FBAs. Let me tell you something. Y'all calling, y'all say I'm a tether. He's just going off. Y'all FBA, let me tell you something. Go fuck yourself. Y'all can. He's just really going off.
Fuck him.
Boy, he's been telling us to F ourselves. The Black grassroots is just whooping on Roland. Lord, he feels like that. Listen, y'all messing up his bag, grassroots.
Right.
Y'all messing up his little Applebee's money. He's not getting them Applebee's meals like he needs to. He's like, oh, y'all messing up my butter biscuit money. Oh, he's been on his broadcast just cursing. These FBA dumbasses, y'all dumb as hell, y'all stupid, boo-boo the fool, stuck on stupid, using all them old 90s, old outdated ass insults.
Who the fuck do that shit, man?
Because look, the Democrats are struggling right now.
Oh, stupid fucks.
The Democrats ain't got no motion like that. Now, this delineation has us stepping into a level of risk.
Yep.
Damn fools. No, that's you trying to cope.
They really is not having a good time with that. I heard enough. I heard enough. Fuck him. I just want to see what he was talking about because that shit was salacious. He's like anti-black and simple Simon Negroes. That's what I said. I was like, God damn, that's a lot right there. We got like 4 more. They're real short. But I want to talk a little bit about what's going on in the motherfucking in the city. But two, they're kind of. I want to see what's going on with these. Okay. I like Nate Friedman. I don't know why, but I just feel like he gets to it.
So right now we are in Jackson Heights because I saw this video on X and it's of Mamdani and AOC. Just take a listen to this.
Hola.
Mi español no es el mejor.
No te preocupes, alcalde. Si su hijo o hija está cumpliendo 3 o 4 años en el 2026, usted puede registrarlos gratis en el programa Kinder 3 o Prekinder de la ciudad de Nueva York. Cualquier padre de la familia de la ciudad de Nueva York, sin importar su ocupación, ingreso o estatus migratorio, es elegible para registrar a sus hijos.
So that was a video of AOC and Mamdani speaking in Spanish, encouraging illegal immigrants to go and claim free childcare. So we're going to speak to people in daycare, see if this is actually happening. Are illegal immigrants getting into daycare centers? And we're also going to speak to people on the main avenue and see similar things. So yeah, let's get started. Our first stop is the BWI preschool, where in 2021, they got $12.4 million taxpayer dollars while being licensed to only take care of 15 children. Assuming they're at full capacity every single weekday, that's $636 taxpayer dollars per child per day. That'd be one thing if they were US citizens. But look what happened when I went to ask about that. Welcome back to the Nate Friedman Show. Hi, how you doing? I'm making a video for Instagram about some recent announcement from Mamdani and AOC. Is it okay if I ask you a few questions about it?
Wait, hold on. One at a time.
You're totally fine. Hi, is someone coming?
Hello.
Oh, hi, how are you?
How are you?
Good, how are you? Go
So
ahead.
what's your question?
My question is, do you check for documentation?
We do our registration according to DOE requirement.
And does DOE require green card or citizenship or anything like that?
For school, they know.
For school, they don't?
No.
So if somebody is applying, both you have documented and undocumented, is any priority given to the documented person or no? Not at all.
No.
Got it, understood. And have you seen a lot more traffic in the last couple of years? 3-4 years? Has there been an increase in the amount of kids being enrolled?
No.
No? About the same? Okay. About the same enrollment. Okay, but then why, when I go on New York City spending database, do I see that they got $12.4 million just for the last 5 years, but then I see that from 2017 to 2021, they only got $5.5 million. Enrollment stayed the same, but the budget doubled. For the folks that don't speak English, are there babysitters or teachers that speak Spanish here?
Yes, we
Okay.
do not only Spanish, we have Chinese speaking, we have Bengali speaking. We try to, when we
Okay.
enroll staff, we try to accommodate different
Okay.
needs. Yeah.
So if the child only speaks English,
Mhm.
how does that work? Are they able to get special attention from a teacher who speaks English to them, or how does it work?
Oh, I mean, they are all 3 and 4 years old. We give same attention to everybody.
Right, same attention. But I'm saying, like, if they only speak English, can they understand what's being said if they're speaking Spanish and Bengali? Like, how does it work?
Most of the time they get used to it because even though when they're playing together with
Yeah.
their friends,
Yes.
one speaks Spanish, the other one Bengali. I don't know how they understand each other, but
Okay.
kids, wise, yeah.
Because on this
Interesting.
age, one child need help. For
Mhm.
example, they don't understand what the teacher asks
Uh-huh.
after they draw a picture.
Yeah.
So we want to know what he's drawing.
Mhm.
And then we ask, if the child cannot explain, we ask some other staff who speak the same language to explain.
I see. Wow. So you have to have, how many different languages do you have on staff?
Is it a 4 here?
Yeah, Filipino,
Chinese, and
Bengali.
Bengali.
Filipino, Chinese, Bengali, and In Spanish, of course,
Yes.
right? So not only are taxpayers paying for illegal immigrants' childcare in New York City, but we're paying for them not to assimilate. There's 15 kids in this class with 4 interpreters, so every 4 kids have their own interpreter. The primary window for language acquisition is birth to age 5, so we're just funding their isolation. Is it free for childcare here? It's free, yeah?
Yes, a free program
Okay.
for parents, correct.
Wow.
Yes.
Is that a recent thing or it's been that way for a while?
3K has been 4 years.
4 years it's been free.
Yeah, pre-K has
Okay.
been many years.
Can you explain something to me that I'm curious about? Is universal childcare and what the differences are? Because they know that they're talking about instituting universal childcare, but it seems like what you're telling me is that it's already free here. So where is it
Now they are
not free
talking
and when
about
is it?
2-year-olds.
2-year-olds are talking about. Okay.
Let's say 15 years ago, they started the pre-K.
Yep.
And then that time pre-K only 2.5 hours.
Okay.
Children can only come to school for 2.5 hours.
Uh-huh.
But maybe 10 years ago, full day pre-K,
Uh-huh.
right? Full day.
And this is
So full
ages
day
0
is
to 2? This is
that's time only 4 years old.
okay.
Only free for 4 years old. And then 4 years ago, they added 3K. 3-year-old children can come to school for free.
For free.
Full day.
This actually all started with Eric Adams. Look at this. Mayor Adams rolls out Promise NYC to provide childcare assistance to low-income families with undocumented children for the first time ever. He did this because the city was being overwhelmed by illegal immigrants, some of which had many young kids, but they also started having kids once they got here because that allowed them to stay in the 5-star hotels longer.
Lo que pasa es que ese albergue solamente dan para vivir 2 meses, a menos de que la persona pues vaya, tenga un bebé y muy pequeño de recién nacido que vaya a dar a luz y les dan 6 meses de estadía. Pero normalmente solo son 2 meses y tiene que salir ya.
Do many people have birth during that 2-month period?
Sí, esas personas son las que más tienen de pronto alguna, que pueda pasar o algún miedo eso.
They came here on a bus or a plane.
En bus. Aquí en Nueva York en bus.
Had their child for free, where it easily could cost a U.S. citizen upwards of $40,000. Did you have to pay to have your child here in America?
¿Usted tuvo que pagar para tener su hijo aquí en Estados Unidos? No.
And then their child care is also for free. Do you speak English by any chance?
No sé.
You don't speak English? Is it free child care?
¿Y es un cuidado infantil gratuito? Sí, sí.
When did you come to America?
2009.
What other ways is the government helping you?
Bueno, lo único nomás mis niños reciben el FUESTAN. Eso es lo único porque no pido otras ayudas.
Universal childcare as a concept is not necessarily bad. It's awful when you see politicians like Chuck Schumer talk about fast-tracking 20 million illegals for amnesty, because then you see free childcare as just being used to buy votes. The president just announced that over 320,000 or 9% of all US babies were born to illegal or temporary migrant mothers in 2023. The abuse happening to our country is unimaginable. On my way to the next daycare, I saw literal prostitutes just out and about. There's just prostitution here on Roosevelt Avenue. This is Queens, New York City, and just take a look at this. I see this woman just posted up here. She sees I have a camera and bolts upstairs. Look at her face. Then I see the exact same thing in another location, and this happens. Then I walk down the next street and see about 10 of them, and they all run away because of the camera. AOC, instead of joining Mamdani to offer free childcare to illegals, maybe stop the prostitution happening in your district first. Right now, we're outside the Child Center of New York. You can see that all the flyers outside are in Spanish, and I made the mistake of speaking to somebody in English. So we're doing something about childcare, and
Ni dijo que era gratis. Para que había un programa, ¿verdad? Entonces, ¿es verdad?
Sí.
Para poder uno inscribirse, ¿preguntan por el estatus migratorio o no? Okay.
So this is really ironic because right outside the Child Center of New York, it says, under Help Us Stop Fraud, it says, submitting forged, altered, or false documents to the city is a crime. Well, they're not submitting any documents to begin with. And when did you come to America?
¿Cuándo llegaste a Estados Unidos?
En el 2014.
What do you think of Mayor Mamdani?
¿Qué piensas del alcalde Mamdani?
Es bueno.
She likes it.
And what do you like about Mamdani?
¿Qué te gusta de Mamdani?
Pues todo. Yo siento que está haciendo un buen trabajo porque muchas madres lo necesitamos.
Would you like to see him freeze the rent?
¿Te gustaría que congelara la renta? Gotcha. She says too high, the rent.
Would you like to see him increase minimum wage to $30 an hour?
¿Te gustaría que incrementara el salario mínimo a $30 por hora? Yeah. Good. Yeah.
Is childcare free? Because we saw the mayor say that it is free, but we're asking if it's free.
Sí. Okay.
Is that a recent thing or was it always this way?
¿Eso es algo nuevo o siempre ha sido así?
Para el tiempo que yo estoy aquí es así siempre.
Okay. For the time she has here, yes. How long have you been? ¿Cuánto tiempo has estado aquí?
2 años.
And what has it been like? Where are you from?
¿De dónde eres?
De Ecuador.
And what has it been like getting acclimated to America?
Es fácil, hay que venir a llenar un formulario y ellos lo meten al sistema y nos llaman cuando esté listo.
And would you like to see the rent be freezed?
Tal vez sí, o que la bajaran.
Would you like to see incomes over $100,000 a year be taxed? Taxed more, should say.
Que hacen más de $100,000 le incrementan los taxes. Sí. Yeah.
Was it difficult getting here? Did you have trouble at the border?
¿Fue difícil llegar? ¿Tuviste problemas en la frontera o no?
No tuve problemas.
No trouble?
No sé, solamente estuve un tiempo en migración, hasta los trámites y ya salí.
She was in the immigration of a place a few days. Algunos días estuviste ahí.
And did they send you to New York in a bus or a plane?
En avión.
We've literally paid to import socialism. She had no trouble at the border 2 years ago, which is what I hear from most illegal immigrants who came around that time. Now she's already getting free childcare paid for by her neighbors, and she wants to tax them more. Would you like to see incomes over $100,000 a year be taxed? Taxed more, should say.
Sí. Yeah.
40% of households in New York City make over $100,000. That's taxing your nurse taking care of you. That's taxing the police officer keeping you safe. Look, according to predictions on Kalshi, there's only a 16% chance that Mamdani will even be able to tax incomes over $1 million in New York City. That's because New York State's share of the nation's millionaires has already dropped roughly 31% between 2010 and 2022. The city's lawmakers know that if that continues to drop, this city will not be able to sustain itself. Did you notice a lot of the classmates are only speaking Spanish, right?
Yes, this is I have faced the problem for this because every kids are Spanish here.
Yeah.
That's why they are speak Spanish. Also, teacher always speak Spanish. That's why I'm talking to like a, the director.
Yeah.
I said because my daughter is confusing because my language is Bengali and another language is English, but she speak English always. But when she's listening like Spanish, she don't understand. Some class have a Bengali teacher, I think.
They have a Bengali teacher.
But they need more.
Okay, so they need more Bengali teachers here. Is there enough students to have one class with just Bengali students?
I think every class have 1-2 Bengali.
Students.
Yeah, because
okay, so
we are living here, a lot of people, Bengali people there.
Do you ever talk to the parents at all? The other parents?
They are speaking Spanish because I don't understand.
You can't understand. Yeah, of course. So you've been here in New York for 20 years. What do you think about this mayor? Do you like him?
Yeah, I like
him. Yeah. And what do you like about Mamdani?
Also, he is a young, and also we need the improve everything.
Mm-hmm. What about his policies? Do you like tax the rich that he's doing?
Yeah, he do everything good.
Well, anything else that
and
you want
also
to
here, the Muslim communities, New York City is good. New York City is, the Muslim people is here a lot.
Yeah.
Before another state, but New York is too high. Bengali people, Muslim people is here.
Yeah.
They are good.
Yeah.
And Mamdani, we want Mamdani. We vote for Mamdani.
When you think about something that a daycare parent would care about in New York City, a lack of Bengali teachers would probably be pretty low on your list. Now, if you think what you've seen so far is crazy, I assure you it is nothing compared to what I'm about to tell you about the Child Center of New York. You will not look at paying taxes the same ever again. Right now, we're outside the Child Center of New York. One of the programs that they have here is gender affirming care for the kids. So through their behavioral health program in partnership with Selene Lord, they provide what they describe as gender-affirming care to youth, including monthly medical van visits to their residential facility. How come United States taxpayers are paying for gender-affirming care for illegal immigrants? The Child Center of New York runs 70 locations across all 5 boroughs, and they have $93.7 million in total revenue. The organization paid $56.2 million in total salaries across 1,823 employees, an average of about $30,900 per worker. Tracy Donnelly, the CEO, made $603,000. Mamdani then put her on his transition team. This is the face of hypocrisy, working for a socialist as she makes 20 times what her teachers make. While Tracy Donnelly is a CEO of a $94 million taxpayer-funded nonprofit, she is also the founder and president of a separate organization called Make an Impact. Her CFO, Stephen Donowitz, is also the co-founder and chief financial and administrative officer of that same organization. Now, if you go to makeanimpact.org and read how they describe themselves, Make an Impact says, and I'm quoting directly, backed by a landmark investment from the Child Center of New York. So the CEO of a taxpayer-funded nonprofit founded a separate organization, and that separate organization says it's backed by money from the nonprofit that she runs. How much money? They don't say. Landmark investment is all you get. Now it's about to get worse again. Here you can see Mayor Mamdani in action with the Child Center of New York, partnering with a transgender program for the youth called Brooklyn Community Pride Center, another nonprofit making millions. And if you want to understand where this is going, just look at what they're teaching these young kids. You'll see young students making Black Lives Matter collages with their fists up in the air. You'll see transgender visibility campaigns featuring youth in mental health programs tied to gender identity. They're celebrating National Coming Out Day, and they even have a Remembering George Floyd Day. Again, you're paying for all this, and this messaging is all throughout Jackson Heights, Queens. Signs saying every child, every identity. Another type of flyer you see outside these daycares is messaging on how to deal with ICE. We are paying for daycares that put up messaging on how to avoid an agency we're paying for to keep us safe. On this flyer, it says, if ICE arrests you at home, you do not have to open the door. You do not have to let them in. You do not have to sign anything. The IDP, or Immigration Defense Project, who is the NGO funding this specific anti-ICE messaging, their largest backer, none other than George Soros. Soros has his hands in the most anti-America NGOs in the world. Now, remember what I said at the beginning of this segment about how we've been funding a system where minors can receive life-altering medical guidance without their parents even knowing inside these government-funded facilities? Well, let me tell you exactly how that happens. The Child Center of New York has partnered with Selene Lord Community Health Center to bring a fully equipped mobile medical van directly into residential facilities serving vulnerable kids every month. Here you can see clinical coordinator Young Moon with a kid at the Child Center Residential Treatment Facility. We're talking on-site access to hormone consultations, identity-based counseling, and medical treatment. No parental consent required under New York law, and all funded by your tax money through Medicaid and federal grants. The Child Center openly states that its residential treatment facility in Brooklyn serves kids ages 12 to 18, many with serious mental health histories and involvement in the juvenile justice system. Selene Lord says they bring in a medical van every single month to answer kids' questions about things like hormone therapy, including preferred names, pronouns, chest binders, and referrals to outside support systems. And this isn't limited to one location. They make it clear that these services are delivered through a mobile medical unit traveling across all 5 boroughs, going directly to young people wherever they feel comfortable. Not where the parents are, but where the kids feel comfortable. And here's another part that they say openly. All services are provided free of charge or at low cost. They will register young people 21 and under for care and then continue treating them all the way up until their 24th birthday. They claim 75% of their enrollers have already identified as LGBTQ. Now look at who's really behind it. Selene Lord calls itself global leaders in LGBTQ plus healthcare, provided free of judgment and regardless of ability to pay. That's their Instagram bio. And now we get to the part where most people don't see. The CEO of the Child Center of New York, Tracy Donnelly, and the leadership of Selene Lord, Patrick McGovern, are both tied into Zora Mamdani's health transition circle. Selene Lord pulled in $131.4 million in 2024. The year before that was $109.9 million. That is a 19.6% jump in 1 year. Only $14.3 million comes from donations. The real engine is the $116.6 million in program services that is funded through government care, through Medicaid and Medicare. So when they say no cost to taxpayers, you are looking at over $100 million tied directly to government funding streams. To wrap up this episode, I have to say that many don't know how bad things are getting here. Mamdani just unveiled a sweeping racial equity plan that directs government resources based on race, specifically Black and Latino residents, a massive citywide plan covering 45 agencies with over 200 goals and 600 performance metrics. When I went to England, I came back telling you that it was unrecognizable, and New York City is beginning to feel that way too. Thank you for watching this episode of The Nate Friedman Show. If you want to support my research and get $25, go to Kalshi and sign up with code NATE25. If you want a specific...
Fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Told you the agenda's ahead of ours. As per usual.
I ran for mayor on an affordability agenda because we know that we cannot solve this crisis without reckoning with the fact that the neighborhoods hit hardest by rent and the rising nature of it, by childcare costs and the suffocating manner of it, are the same ones that have been hit for years by institutional neglect and racism.
So I never, ever want to hear about how this progressive Democrat doesn't wade into the culture war issues. They're focused on economic populism, lifting everyone up, and they set aside all the woke stuff that you say the Democratic Party is known for, that only the establishment types lean into in order to avoid it talking about economic populism. Because for a long time, people have tried to make the case, very disingenuously so, that Mamdani was one of these individuals. And by the way, they said the same thing about Bernie Sanders, but Bernie Sanders said on the debate stage, if you're white, you don't know what it's like to be poor in the United States of America, which is absurd and ridiculous. But again, we see one of these candidates, Zohran Mamdani, just as expected by anyone who's paying attention, start talking about how evil white racism is the problem. New York City is founded on colonization and all sorts of bad white people buzzwords, and therefore we need to reorient all government programs in order to serve minorities rather than white people in the city of New York, because white people are bad, white people are racist, and white people just need to shut the hell up. It's absolutely embarrassing. It's ridiculous. And this is what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everyone who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay.
And while today's true cost of living measure confirms that the affordability crisis...
He sound upset that white people are the bad ones. he sounds like that's the worst shit he's ever heard. Not us. Like, what do you mean New York was founded on colonized? Nah. And all of that shit he just said was a lie. Crazy.
crisis touches every corner of our city, we know that these effects are not applied evenly. So often it is Black and brown New Yorkers who are hit the hardest. This preliminary racial equity plan is the first step in developing a whole of government approach to tackling that reality. It is a plan that lays out these first steps to solve decades of neglect and discrimination, and it places the work of 45 city agencies within a singular framework. Too often, the story of Black and brown New Yorkers is one of being forced to stretch that same dollar that little bit further. Every year, as wages stagnate, as well as an exodus and exclusion continues to take place.
So as you just heard right there, Zohran Mamdani has announced that the city of New York has come up with their new real cost of living metric for the city, which ends up showing that the overwhelming majority of people in the city of New York, greater than 3 in 5 New Yorkers, cannot afford the cost of living in the city. And guess what? Non-whites affected the most. Non-whites are the worst off because the city has a long history, centuries long, according to Mamdani, of evil white racism and divestment from the poor Black and brown communities in the city of New York.
Now, as we finalize this plan, we will continue to tackle our city's affordability crisis without turning away from the decades and frankly, centuries of disinvestment in Black and brown New Yorkers.
Now, look, the cost of living in the city of New York is absolutely outrageous. It is out of control, and it definitely is unaffordable for many of the residents that live in the city of New York. And we on this channel have talked about the reasons why repeatedly, probably more than anyone else on the internet.com, before Mamdani was even a U.S. citizen, before he was in government, before he was a blip on anyone's radar. And we actually address the real reasons for this. We don't blame evil white racism from the past. We actually talk about what's actually driving the cost of living, like excessive taxation. And we talked about the New York City income tax. It's one of the few cities in the entire nation with its own personal income tax, and how it kicks in at about $12,000 a year, and you're paying like 3% of your income on top of state income tax, on top of federal income tax, in, again, your own city income tax, again, at a very low point in terms of the income bracket. Now, Mamdani, of course, is in favor of raising these taxes, not lowering them. Now, progressives have lied to you throughout your whole life saying that the income tax isn't so bad. And by the way, if we got rid of it, you would just have to pay a high sales tax. You would just have to pay higher fines and fees, all these different regressive taxes. But if we have the income tax, you don't need to worry about that. And that's why Democrats, if you guys don't know, are better for the everyday working person, because even though you pay income tax, that's disproportionately on the rich. Therefore, you can just skimp out on your sales taxes and all the other things that those evil, bad red states have, except for the fact that that's completely untrue. You know what New York City has? In addition to its city income tax on top of a state income tax, we have a city sales tax that is also stacked on top of the state sales tax. We also have exorbitant fines and fees. Again, park your car by a fire hydrant, you're going to be paying it north of $150 for that ticket, because not only do you have to pay for the ticket, you also have to pay for the surcharge in order to pay for the ticket, because that's how wonderful New York City is. And in addition to that, they're now putting up 15-mile-per-hour speed cameras all over the city under Mamdani's watch in the name of safety for the children's near the school zones. But the fact is, this is revenue generation. So yeah, a huge part of the reason why New York City is unaffordable is because politicians in City Hall deliberately make the city unaffordable with exorbitant tax increases. And whenever you decided that you're going to notice that, whenever you get angry about that, whenever you want to call them out on their excessive spending, by the way, Mamdani trying to raise government spending in the city of New York to $127 billion over the next 2 years, a $14 billion increase in the city's budget, which is already insanely bloated. They end up saying, oh, actually, it's evil white racism. Just vote for us. We'll protect you from those evil, bad white people who, by the way, aren't even a majority of the population in New York City anymore. So yeah, that is a major reason why. In addition to that, we also have the exorbitant regulations that make housing construction ridiculously expensive. So I don't know if you guys know this. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but one of the best ways to build affordable housing is to allow people to use cheaper material in order to build affordable housing. But New York City, they don't do that. In order to do electric wiring in one of these major buildings,
you start using cheap ass materials and cheap ass labor, you have to redo it. It's just another fucking money grab. It's a money pit.
You actually have to not only use regular cables, but you have to wrap them in these like metal casings that are prohibitively expensive in order to do so. You can't use PVC piping in order to make that process cheaper. And by the way, PVC piping, easy to repair if things go wrong. And by the way, many houses have PVC piping without any issue at all whatsoever. You actually have to use metal piping, and you have to use union contracts, and you have to use a bunch of different other materials that, again, are more expensive. And by the way, it is deliberate that they're making you use these more expensive materials in order to build any kind of project. And by the way, despite Mamdani's pledge to build affordable housing, if you look at his regulatory requirements, he's actually making it stricter, not easier, more difficult, more time to build, which again is going to raise the cost of building, because that's who this guy is through and through. So you end up with a situation where if you're going to build anything new, already from the jump, you're looking at about $80,000 in terms of increased costs in order to get all the permits, in order to secure everything. And that's if everything goes well. That's if you don't happen to be building something that runs up against a height restriction or some other arbitrary restriction that is in the city of New York. When you start to do that and you try to build more units, guess what? The costs end up raising proportionately, which is the exact 100% opposite of what's supposed to happen when you build in bulk, but that is what is built into the city of New York. But Mamdani has decided that not only are we going to look at all of that and keep it in place, strengthen it, as he says, because, you know, safety first, or some other stupid ass justification. By the way, he wants to guarantee union wage, prevailing wage for all these different projects. Just look at his campaign materials. Just look at everything that he's done since he's been in office. But in addition to that, we're going to add in some racial equity requirements, because if you're a white person and they actually ever do build affordable housing that is going to lose money but will be affordable for the time being, you shouldn't have access to it, because guess what? If you're a white person, you're richer in the city of New York, because on average, the net worth of a white person is higher in the city of New York than a black or brown person. Now, of course, we understand, most of us who are logical, that a lot of white people own homes in Staten Island or in Queens, and one need only look at Zillow or Redfin or any of these housing sites to look at what's available in terms of stock, and then you look at the previously sold prices to figure out that these homes were bought for really cheap, like 10 to 15 years ago. We're talking 100 to 200K, which might be expensive in your city, but by New York standards, not that expensive at all. And now they've ballooned to over $1 million in value, and this is what Mamdani is calling the household wealth, even though, again, this is not liquid wealth. This is not money for them to spend. They just happen to be here before. I know white people are being pushed out of the city. Their population is reducing, but some of them ended up buying homes for cheap, and due to the restrictions on building, the constraints on supply, prices ended up going up dramatically. And by the way, all these different programs that subsidize demand, which Mamdani wants more of, not less of. Let's be clear about that. So yeah, these people have this wealth, but this wealth is just them buying a property in 1980 or 1990. It's not actually liquid cash.
This plan was born during a defining moment in our city's history, when New Yorkers were in the streets in the midst of a global pandemic, calling for justice, demanding accountability, and bearing witness to brutality unfolding on our streets and on our screens. In that moment, our city was asked to reckon with the deep systemic inequities that have long shaped life here and to do better. New Yorkers across all 5 boroughs answered that call. Their voices, their advocacy, and their persistence are what brought us to this moment. The release of the preliminary citywide racial equity plan is a reflection of that collective mandate. It is not just a document, it is a commitment to confront institutional and systemic racism within our city and to begin the work of dismantling it. This effort represents collaboration across New York City government. 45 agencies and more than 200 public servants came together with a shared purpose to build a more equitable, inclusive, and just city.
I mean, the irony of this guy, Zohran Mamdani, somebody who is part ethnically Indian.
This is like their version of an equity study. You know, it kind of sounds like what we talk about, like a study to study, you know, not saying reparations, but something like that. You know what I mean? Except they added brown people to it. I mean, that's what it sounds like. That's what it sounds like. And of course he's going to be upset about something like that. Any kind of things like that that's going to hinder benign neglect and all that shit. You don't want to see that white people be pushed out. Okay, because y'all chose, you know, like they act like they were pushed out. You went somewhere else. You moved wherever. Like, I don't believe that for anything. I don't believe that at all. And having equity in your house, I mean, that's like having money just sitting there collecting. You know, fucking building what do you call it? I want to say it's incurring like God, I can't remember the words right now. Kind of tired. It's just sitting there, you know what I mean? It's building. It's equity in your house. They're like, oh well, it's built in 1980, blah 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 blah. Come on, cuz like, of course they're gonna be upset if anything that has to do with white people taking notice of, you know, fucking black people being having their needs met.
Indian who had his family in Uganda, which is where he gets his Ugandan half, talking about the drivers and the wealthy people that have made New York City unlivable, when he's exactly a perfect example of that, is absurd and ridiculous. The guy has a bunch of property. Remember, he had 3 different weddings, one in Dubai, one on a compound that his family owns, and I forgot what the third one was, but it was somewhere also lavish, if I do recall. And yeah, this guy is the exact kind of person that drives up the cost of New York City because his wealthy parents paid for him to come over here, sent him to really expensive private schools. And again, they're the ones that are living in these high-end apartments and whatnot. And again, demand.
Sounds like he pocket watching and hating and shit. What the fuck does that got to do with the people? Just because he did all that, he's talking about the people that live there.
All these different luxuries for themselves while always talking about the poors at their cocktail parties. So yeah, Mamdani, absolute nothing in terms of the actual solution to this problem. But again, it's more culture war stuff, more race communism, and it's absolutely embarrassing. But then again, socialism is the ideology of the rich, wealthy, disconnected people, the Nepo babies like Mamdani. So we should not be surprised by that.
The meat for white New Yorkers in this city is $276,000. For black New Yorkers, it's $18,000.
Right.
The disparities that we're seeing within this city. And I think as the public advocate put it very well, which is that we are here to fight for each and every New Yorker, and that these statistics are not an indictment of anyone who calls this city home. They are an indictment of policies, politics, and a system that we have allowed to flourish for far too long. And so what this report is a reminder to all of us to do is to build a city where equity is not a footnote or an acknowledgement, but is also a framework for how we deliver for the people of the city.
Look, I'm not somebody who hates transplants to New York City. Make no mistake about it. People moving into your city is a good thing. It shows that there's economic opportunity in your city. But when people do talk about transplants that they absolutely cannot stand, it's this guy right here. It's Zorha Mamdani. Him, a rich kid from a rich family. His mom was a Hollywood director, put him in Disney movies, by the way, coming to New York City, going to private schools, and now riding his bike in these stupid ass bike lanes to lecture us about all the different things that we need to do better by his own standards, while at the same time playing the victim because he happens to be a brown. Like, it's ridiculous. Enough of this nonsense. And again, this is exactly what you get when you vote for somebody because you found him appealing due to his performative third worldisms, like eating rice with his hands. But in reality, the signs were there all along.
Because mad racist. Cause what the fuck is a brown? A. B. What the fuck does that got to do with him taking care of the city? Just because he what do you say, Nepo baby? I don't even know what the fuck that means. Because he had money and went to school and I don't know what else and came over here and blah 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 blah. Whatever fucking hater shit cuz is on right there. What the fuck does that got to do with every fucking vulnerable motherfucker that lives there? What the fuck does that got to do with him taking care of the city? What did you want him to do? Either way, it's like a win. It's a lose-lose. Did you want him to take care of the rich people that you was talking shit about, or you want him to take care of the poor people? You talk about, what did you say? Race communism. What did you say? I gotta write that down. Race communism. I think so. Whatever it was, it had me laughing. Look at his face.
A rich kid from a rich family. His mom was a Hollywood director, put him in Disney movies, by the way, coming to New York City, going to private schools, and now riding his bike in these stupid ass bike lanes to lecture us about all the different things that we need to do better by his own standards, while at the same time playing the victim because he happens to be a brown. Like, it's ridiculous. Enough of this nonsense. And again, this is exactly what you get when you vote for somebody because you found him appealing due to his performative third worldisms, like eating rice with his hands. But in reality, the signs were there all along. Remember, he put that Sia Weaver chick in charge of the tenant review board or something of the sort, and that Sia Weaver chick had repeatedly said that her goal in life was to impoverish the white middle class, to target them, strip them of their private property, because these people are communists. These people are losers. These people are the worst of the worst. And again, they're obsessed obsessed with identity, despite the fact that people in the media will tell you, no, it's economic populism. No, it's absolutely not. They are communists. And by the way, that includes race communism and gender communism. And they show us that each and every day. Now, of course, there was one funny line throughout this press conference where Mamdani said that he likes biology students because he doesn't know anything about biology.
And the 900 students who are studying to be biologists, they're deeply needed because I am a mayor who has very little knowledge of biology.
And yeah, that's true. This is a guy who doesn't know what a woman is, or when he's asked, pretends that he doesn't know what a woman is. So that is an ironically funny clip to come out of this. But also, post this little press conference, he ended up getting confronted by a reporter, and that reporter asked him about how he took out phrases like DEI from his entire presentation, even though, again, they suggest programs like housing and whatnot that advantage minorities over white people in the same position. So DEI programs, anti-white programs. And Mamdani blames Eric Adams and says, oh.
So are you saying that because he took it out, which is in accordance to what the president wants, not to have no DEI shit in your little speeches, right? So you follow what the president wants, and it so it affects white people. Are you saying as a white person, you're a diversity and equity hire? Is that what you're saying? Let's just say that because you're so offended. With $1 million of whiteness on your skin.
He said that he likes biology students because he doesn't know anything about biology.
And the 900 students who are studying to be biologists, they're deeply needed because I am a mayor who has very little knowledge of biology.
And yeah, that's true. This is a guy who doesn't know what a woman is, or when he's asked, pretends that he doesn't know what a woman is. So that is an ironically funny clip to come out of this. But also, post this little press conference, he ended up getting confronted by a reporter, and that reporter asked him about how he took out phrases like DEI from his entire presentation, even though, again, they suggest programs like housing and whatnot that advantage minorities over white people in the same position.
So minorities, so here we go, that advantage minorities over whites. So you're saying minorities are DEI, and he took it out of his speech. How did they know he put it in there in the first place? How do you know that he avoided that whole conversation altogether and didn't put it in there in the first place? Because he's looking at it for minorities. You know. You were there during the speech writing shit.
DEI programs, anti-white programs. And Mamdani blames Eric Adams and says, oh, he didn't release the report and whatnot.
All right, we'll take some off topics as well. Dana, go ahead. Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Dana. How are you?
Good. There's a report in City and State today about how your administration removed DEI language from the racial equity report that you released this week. Why was that decision made, and do you support that decision?
So I want to be very clear. Our administration inherited a report that the prior administration had refused to release, a report that had been heavily diluted over many rounds of revisions. We took the time to strengthen this report to ensure that it was actually an accurate reflection of the city that we all love and know as our home, and to actually release this report within the first 100 days. Now, in this report, what we've seen, it's a report that is both coupled with a true cost of living report, is that the inequities in this city, the racial inequities, are stark. We are talking about findings that have shown that the wealth of a median white household in the city is more than $200,000, while that of a black household is less than $20,000. This is not an indictment of any one New Yorker. It is an indictment, however, of policies and politics that have persisted for far too long.
But in reality, the reason they took that language out is so that they don't set off people in the Trump administration who are looking to cut off funding to locations based on DEI, and they think removing the language and keeping the same exact anti-white policies will be sufficient.
Pause right there, because first of all, them motherfuckers, they were taking out every program that had the word or the letters DEI. They ran that shit through a motherfucking generated thing and populated a list and went off of that. And we're stripping programs based on those 3 letters. So, fuck what you're talking about right there. That's stupid. Secondly, how you know he took it out? He got the shit from fucking Adams. He went through it and took out all the words. That's what the fucking president. That's what the president said to do, or that's what the president wanted. He want no more DEI word, no more DEI branded or language and this and that. And you're bothered because it seems anti-white. Now you think motherfuckers have been feeling for 400, 500 fucking years, cuz in New York. Stop playing. That's so stupid ass shit. I kind of like it because it's salacious. I know if it's going to go anywhere.
In order to avoid scrutiny, which, by the way, is a Mamdani staple, because this is a guy who said he was in favor of defunding the police 40 times. He said it in an interview as well.
Are you for defunding the police? Are you for a serious reform that people can see on the ground?
I am in favor of defunding the police.
But when he was campaigning and that slogan had fallen out of favor with everyone, he decided to advocate for defunding the police in all but name. And that somehow allowed him to skate through to become the mayor of the city of New York to implement the same exact agenda. And by the way, it is remarkably similar to what Abigail Spanberger is proposing over in Virginia, somebody who pretended to be a moderate, because guess what? All of this anti-white DEI stuff, this is a thing among the Democratic Party. It is a feature. It's something that they're all on board with. Make no mistake about it. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think about all these different agencies that are going to be focused on race communism and bringing everybody down to the same level. Are you surprised by this, or are you paying attention even a little bit? And again, I want you guys to tell me about the cost of living in the city of New York and what you think is actually driving it. Is it colonization? Is it evil white racism? Is it white people buying a house in 1985 and that house going up?
It's the fact that y'all don't tell the motherfucking truth ever. Ever. Okay. There's just a whole bunch of reasons. I don't know. It sounds good. It sounds good to my motherfucking black nationalist heart. It's salacious. Do I believe it? Fucking make me believe. Like, make me believe. Aside from that, it's like, it's salacious. It speaks to my inner black nationalist all day. It speaks to me all day like that. However, do I believe it? Because it's gonna have to make me believe. He's just in the very beginning of his motherfucking of his term. You know what I mean? And if he wants to do that for black folk, then everybody and their mama, then go ahead, let him see how far he gets. You know what I mean? Who are we to stop old boy when he's so serious about it? Shit, anyone that's willing to put themselves out there like that, if for under that much scrutiny, fucking go for it. Shit, the more the merrier. Make me believe though that that fight is salacious. They got white people's panties and thongs all up in their ass. They're all upset. Is that salacious? Fuck yeah, it's funny to me. They it's not like anything that we've been saying for the last motherfucking at least 4.5 decades that I've been alive is a motherfucking lie, or my ancestors, your ancestors before us said was a lie, or history that we know it, not what they told us is a lie. We are the first stocks and bonds. They're the first. So, it's not like they're lying. And especially when it came down to the motherfucking migrants and immigrants. They housed them before they housed, and we all go back to the fucking records. There's black people living on the sidewalk in front of all them motherfucking hotels for a long motherfucking time in little tents and lean-tos and whatnot. And when all them buses started showing up, they housed them in nice-ass motherfucking hotels and not the black people. They were trying to put them all way far out. Right? And I was the first motherfucker to be like, man, it's time you speak Spanish and tell me you lost your motherfucking ID and get up in there. I was the first motherfucker to say that. You know what I mean? Because everybody was cosplayed at that point. Fucking why not? At least you get a nice warm shower and a good fucking meal and a nice big ass bed to lay in. Tell them you lost your shit. Let them help you. You know what I mean? And what happened? Brothers and sisters decided to stay outside. You know what I mean? And as that happened, an agenda was formed. Fucking immigrants were getting all the benefits. like night hotels and being able to stay there, etc. They didn't want to live in the shelter. They didn't want to eat the food. They had special shit, all this stuff. They, what I mean? They were making certain privileges reality, where they could be able to have a vote or a say. All that shit was happening up in New York. So then, even after Adams went over there and said, "Don't come no more," and they're making signs like "fuck you," and they still showed up. So I mean, yeah, I'm like, I kind of want to see where it goes. I'm interested to see where it goes. Do I believe it? Make me believe. That's all I gotta say about that. Make me believe. So we got like 2 more, and then that's it. I'm gonna go mob over to where Jesse is. I feel like I need to eat today. Hold on a second. Let's see.
Hey, everybody, it's Nicholas Rupp, forced to purge over 300 Ghost Watch on money. Absolutely beautiful. Was on the motorcycle earlier. And folks, I am so excited to be bringing this episode to you. I have been keeping a close watch on this lawsuit against Colorado to purge its voter rolls, and it's finally going through. Colorado is being forced to purge over 300,000 ineligible voters from the voter rolls, which is huge for a fair and honest election here in the Centennial State. Before we jump into this, let me go.
Look, I'll just put it this way. We don't witness it. We don't witness motherfucking votes in the Denver city area. Just not, signatures and shit like that just not make its way to our side of shit sometimes, you know what I mean? And we don't watch motherfuckers do fair and equal elections, because what are you talking about? Right? But we don't see some shit. So now this is kind of like a serious big news is it's about to get crucial. I think we're heading into like a midterms, something like that. You can't tell. I remember watching half these motherfuckers don't even need to be running for office.
Go ahead and say hello to everybody in chat. Looks like we got Salty Mouse Dude, myself, K-Shoot, Sutek. We got Pyro Rob. Pyro Rob, what's up, man? Haven't seen you in a hot minute. We got Red Talks, Matthew, Joshua, R, Finrear, love that name. White Helmet, Alex the Truck. Alex, I hope you got my message too. So let's go ahead and jump over into what we got going today, folks. Woo! All right, so from Tom Fenton. Good man, strong patriot. Love this man, Tom Fenton. He is in charge of Judicial Watch, and he posted today on X, new Colorado cleaned 372,000 dirty names from voter rolls thanks to Judicial Watch lawsuit. So we're going to give this a listen. And boy, I'm just so excited. I'm just like all over myself. And then I'm going to break down why purging the voter rolls here in Colorado of these 372,000 dirty names will bring honest elections come November, folks. I am so excited to jump into this. All right, let's go ahead and give this video a watch from Mr. Tom Fenton. Woo! Folks.
So coming on the heels of a massive voter roll cleanup in Colorado, thanks to our lawsuit, this settlement agreement is a major victory for all Colorado voters, and I would submit all voters across the country, because, when the voter lists are clean in any particular state, or cleaner than they otherwise would be, that means that the elections there are more honest. And at the federal level, elections have consequences, obviously, by state, obviously at the presidential level, most obviously, but at the congressional level and the Senate level, you want the federal election rolls to be clean as possible. So coming on the...
Oh, man, baby. Yeah.
We also want the Secretary of the State to not be leaking the motherfucking passwords to the fucking voting machines. You also want the motherfucking dude from the elections division to not be party led to where he could kick off fucking whatever and whomever at his motherfucking discretion. You also want to know who's determined these names are good or bad. If you remember correctly, many moons back, we turned in a motherfucking pack of signatures. They kicked out half of them, even though we knew they were right, based on fucking, I would say, look at their names. They looked at like their names were like Muslim or African descent or Muslim. I'm gonna say Muslim. I'm gonna continue to say Muslim. You see what I'm saying? And they kicked the names off, only making half that fucking packet worthy, right? The major motherfucking kick to the nuts. So, you know, you also want those kind of things. You also want the motherfucking Democratic fucking kingmakers all up in the fucking elections division. I'm just saying.
I agree with you. I do think Tom Fenton is the true Captain America. The stuff that he has done for this nation is incredible. He is a true patriot. If you aren't supporting him, what's going on? This is what it came back with, folks. This is huge for us. So purging the ineligible or inactive voters from the rolls is a standard legally required form of its list maintenance under the Federal National Voter Registration Act, the NVRA. This is huge because Secretary of State Jenna Griswold actually has been pushing back against this lawsuit to keep those names, those dirty names, on.
How can she push back on that when she leaked the fucking passwords for months and didn't tell nobody?
On the voter rolls, right? So this is huge. It directly reduces the opportunities for fraud, error, or manipulation in an election, especially in a state like Colorado that uses all mail voting and automatic ballot delivery to every registered voter.
We don't do all mail.
Folks, this is huge. Here's how removing over 300,000 ineligible or inactive names, the figure tied to post-lawsuit cleanups in Colorado, which increased removals from roughly 172,000 to 306,000 in the relevant reporting period, with Judicial Watch later citing 372,000 inactive names removed, helps ensures a more honest election. Oh boy, I'm so excited to just bring this episode to you guys. It eliminates ghost voters who cannot legally vote. Ineligible names typically include deceased individuals, people who have moved out of state and failed to re-register or respond to address confirmation notices, non-citizens, and in some cases, felons who have not had their rights restored. If these names remain on the rolls, ballots can be requested or cast in their names through impersonation, mail-in ballot harvesting, or other schemes. Removing them.
That's a lie. Your signature got to match up. Your signature got to match up. All right, let me show you. You can't. I get a fucking mail-in ballot, check off whatever, but I got to sign it, and my signature has to match my motherfucking ID. That my signature on my ID. And my address to wherever it was sent to. Like there's things that it has to match up. It's talking out of that.
Closes that vector. Woo! And you guys know here at the Big Timber Lodge, my wife, Wild Timbers, was subject to somebody casting her ballot from an old address up in Denver that she hadn't lived at in over a decade during the 2020 elections. And when she went to the polling location, she said, "Hey, I never got my mail-in ballot." They said, "That's funny. We mailed it to you and we received it back and counted it." And she said, "What address did you send it to?" And they said, "This address in Denver." She said, "I haven't lived there in over 10 years. And they're like,
"That's a desperate motherfucker to want to vote so bad." Did she'll vote in somebody else's name? It's not that serious. They don't have no tangibles. Let's calm down.
Well, just go ahead and vote again. That's what happens here in Colorado because of all this mail-in ballot crap. All right, what else does this do? It prevents vote dilution and artificial inflation of turnout. Every ineligible vote cast or ballot mailed and potentially misused dilutes the weight of legitimate ballots. In a close race, even a small number of fraudulent or erroneous votes can skew results. Clean rolls ensure the final tally more accurately reflects only eligible citizens who actually participate. Woo! This is huge,
You
folks.
gotta register.
What else is this going to do for us? It's going to strengthen safeguards in Colorado's mail ballot system, which Trump's executive order, going back from universal mail-in ballots to, absentee ballots is still standing. They haven't been able to shut that down. So if we purge the voter rolls and we could get rid of mail-in ballots being the expectation and going back to absentee ballots are an exception, whew, folks, this is huge.
First of all, nobody's gonna stand in the motherfucking lines, like continuously. Like you got the few that'll do it, but come on, cuz you're talking about standing in lines and no more mail-in ballots. First of all, it shouldn't even have to be like this. If the motherfucking voter people that sit there and count the votes actually did their job. They're there to do a job. They count the votes, they check the shit, they make sure that it's right and exact before that vote is tallied. Okay? That vote is tallied. Can't have a fair election when you got Democrats running the motherfucking elections division. Oh, jackass. Secondly, you have fucking old girl releasing the motherfucking the passwords to the machines and didn't even change and would not refuse to resign when she fucked up like that big time. It was like that for months and she was afraid to tell anybody. And she has a fucking, like, seriously, real shit. Okay, look it up. So no, you're talking about elders and disabled. You're talking about motherfuckers not being able to mail in their shit. First of all, I don't know anybody who really wants to vote that fucking serious. Like, for what? Dead people? Fucking motherfuckers using a dead person's name? No, they just continue to go into hiding. Immigrants? Why would you? If you're not illegal, why would you want to vote for what? But like, it's that fucking important to you? You're really gonna do it? Yeah, right. I've been on motherfucking on Black vacation for like a good couple of terms now, and trust me, that motherfucking shit sits right on my fucking counter. I don't know what happened. I kicked it in the trash. I fucking forgot where I put it. It's not that serious, man. It's not that serious. But as a legal fucking citizen, as an American citizen with a fucking ID and a birth certificate or an ID and an address, my signature should match up if I'm registered to fucking vote. So what about the motherfuckers that aren't registered or choose not to register? Are their names now being purged for the system? Thank you.
This is huge. I know I've been really negative about voting here in Colorado, but folks, these two things are moving us towards probably the most transparent and honest election Colorado has seen in decades. All right. So what is this doing for us? It is strengthening the safeguards in Colorado's mail ballot systems. Colorado automatically mails ballots to every active registered voter. Inaccurate rolls means ballots could be sent to vacant addresses, deceased people's last known residence, or out-of-state locations like Oprah Winfrey. I don't know if you guys saw that, but Oprah Winfrey has a house in Lake Telluride, and she gets a ballot mailed to her in California. Creating right conditions for ballots to be intercepted, forged, or harvested. Purging reduces the pool of stray ballots floating around and makes chain of custody and signature verification processes more reliable. What else is this going to do? It's going to stop duplicates or outdated registrations from enabling multiple voting. People who move within Colorado or between states sometimes end up with multiple active entries. List maintenance, including cross-checks with death records, motor vehicle data, and interstate system catches these before Election Day. It's also going to restore compliance with federal law and build public confidence. Yes, that's exactly what this is going to help do, folks. You need to spread the word that Judicial Watch just cleaned up over 372,000 ineligible voters from our voter rolls, folks. We can get excited for this coming election in November now. The NVRA explicitly requires states to make a reasonable effort to remove ineligible voters while protecting eligible ones through notice procedures. Lawsuits enforcing this, including the one that triggered Colorado's increased removals, forced routine housekeeping that many states had neglected. Why would these states neglect house cleaning on voter rolls, especially states with universal voter registration and mail-in ballots?
I don't know.
Maybe it's because they can pad the vote that way and get the results that they want, not actually what happened when it comes to casting ballots. That's my thought on this. When rolls are bloated, for example, counties showing over 100% registration rates, it fuels skepticism about the process. Accurate rolls reduce that skepticism by making the system verifiable and transparent. Importantly, these removals target ineligible or inactive entries after required notices and waiting periods, not eligible voters. The process includes safeguards, forwardable mail, confirmation notices, and reinstatement options, so lawful voters are not disenfranchised. Like my wife was in 2020 when somebody cast a ballot in her name. She went to the polling location, cast her ballot in person, and if that person voted for the opposite person than she voted for, my wife's vote was now nullified and didn't mean anything. If that person voted for the same person my wife voted for, then she got to cast 2 ballots in her name, which is insane. Done properly, it is the opposite of voter suppression. It is maintenance that protects the integrity of every eligible vote. In short, the election becomes honest in the narrow but critical sense that only people who are legally allowed to vote can do so. And that system has fewer built-in vulnerabilities for abuse. That is why both federal law and basic democratic principles require clean voter rolls. Woo! What a wonderful couple of weeks here in Colorado. Oh, God, I am so excited for this. I hope this has you guys as excited.
You can be as moist as you want about it, but I'm not remotely interested. There's nothing fucking tangible to vote for right now. We'll see.
I'm annoyed. I don't know how else to put it. I'm very, very annoyed. Colorado is a state that is testing my patience. A few months ago, the mayor of Denver decided to push flock surveillance cameras down everybody's throat, even though they voted 12-0 against it.
Right.
How does he do it even though they voted 12-0 against it? Well, city council approval is required for contracts over $500,000. So he decided to renegotiate the contract to be $495,500.
Right.
$1,500 under the limit. Imagine that. Now, you may think he'd get in trouble for that if you reported him to the district attorney, and he didn't. His wife is the deputy district attorney. So he's not getting handcuffed anytime soon. At least not in the way that I'd like. Next, age attestation. Recently, there are a lot of operating systems and programs and things have been saying, show your ID for age verification. This is not age verification, it's age attestation. So it's completely useless. It essentially gets people used to the idea of verifying their age or saying what their age is when they log into their computer upon installing an operating system. This does not say show an ID. It simply says you need to ask the user for their age if you have a computer with an operating system. And I went over why I thought this bill was a horrible idea here. Yet another thing that just came out of Colorado recently. The most recent one is the butchering of the right to repair bills that were passed over the past several years. I have talked in the past about Colorado on this channel and how right to repair bills have been passed in the state of Colorado. Unfortunately, there was a rollback that was attempted recently. I went over that in this video. Cisco is destroying right to repair in the sneakiest way possible. I say Cisco because they appear to be the ones that's spending the most money on this bill. I'm going to be going over some items from this page on Consumer Rights Wiki. Colorado SB 26090, critical infrastructure exemption. And I'd really appreciate if all of you, especially those type of people that really like to dig into government websites and open data and FOIA type of stuff, can dig through this and tell me if I got anything wrong. Tell me if I'm missing something, if there is a piece of the puzzle that I have gotten incorrect on how this entire lobbying system works, on how the bill was introduced and everything else. I could use your input. And I'm going to include a link to this so that you can all follow along if you'd like to. What this bill is, Senate Bill 26090, it says that they want to exempt critical infrastructure from the bill. And that sounds normal on its face, right? You know, critical infrastructure. Lewis should not be the one that is repairing the Secret Service's weaponry or some shit. I get it, whatever. But that's not what this is about. This lets anybody say what critical infrastructure is. The manufacturer gets to say what critical infrastructure is. So if the manufacturer, this piece of shit MSI laptop, says this piece of shit MSI laptop was designed for use at the Pentagon, and I saw somebody at the FBI using it, so it's critical infrastructure, now they get a loophole out of the bill, and they can just say, we're not going to provide you with a battery or anything else if you want to fix this, because, critical infrastructure. The definition of critical infrastructure is horrible. And more importantly, the company that's pushing it is a company that is literally known for making devices that kill themselves, as I talk about in this video. Like they make devices that kill themselves.
I think you guys carry on.
And the thing that gets me is that this actually moved forward 5-0. So I'm going to play you some of the testimony that the sponsors of this piece of shit gave. I'm going to play you what I had to say in response, and then I'm just going to talk about why it's pissing me off.
2 sessions ago, this body took meaningful action to help Colorado consumers in House Bill 24-1121. This made Colorado one of the most robust right to repair states in the country. It clearly stated if you own a device, you have a right to repair it. Manufacturers must make available the tools, software, and documentation to fix what you already own, whether it's your cell phone, your laptop, or maybe your television. It took on...
It's supposed to be so you can fix your John Deere bucket, your tractor. You know what I mean? Yeah. This dude. Yeah. This dude right here, the half-breed, or the mulatto dude. Yeah. Yeah. He's all right. He's on the same page. I feel like he's on the same page.
Parts repairing, empowered independent repair shops, kept money in consumers' pockets, and kept electronic waste out of our landfills. That law was a win, in my opinion, and it will take effect. It was scheduled to take effect in January here of this year. I think the Attorney General's office has indicated they're holding off on some of the provisions, which may well be the topic of this piece of legislation. And I want to make it clear that this bill, Senate Bill 90, is not a retreat from that victory, from that legislation. It's a narrow, targeted clarification that the broad consumer protections in our right to repair law are not designed to extend to systems that, if compromised, could pose a threat to public safety, national security, or our national economy. We're talking about power grids, water systems, financial networks, the kind of infrastructures whose incapacity, as federal law defines it, would have a debilitating effect on the nation. The federal definition we are adopting here is well established and carefully bounded. This is not a loophole. It is a common sense recognition that the repair of a consumer's iPhone, for example, is a lot different than the repair of equipment managing a municipal water system. For example, these are fundamentally different situations that require different standards and rules. And I want to note that when Governor Polis signed House Bill 24-1121, when he signed it into law, he issued a directive in his signing statement that the law should be fixed before its implementation date of January 1, 2026. He noted that Colorado is the only state in the nation that requires devices used for critical infrastructure to be included in their repair law. So we're running this bill to fix a critical mistake made in the original law and protect our devices from malicious attacks. I do not want Colorado to be the entry point of nefarious cyber attacks. So I think we're aligned with the governor on that point here in Colorado. And
so the first thing that bothers me here is he's saying, look, even the governor said that you had to edit this bill because it has this gaping hole in it. Look at what he said in his signing statement. All right, let's look at what it actually said in his signing statement. Protecting our right to repair our own broken equipment will save money, strengthen small businesses, and reduce technology waste. Today, we are building on our work to protect Coloradans' right to repair to ensure manufacturers cannot force Coloradans to pay extreme repair costs, said Governor Polis. Supporting our creative industries like film will strengthen our local economy, enhance tourism, and there's nothing in here about the critical infrastructure exemption. There's nothing. Try Googling it. Yahoo, Bing, Brave Search, Alta Vista. Doesn't exist. The governor never said that. He made it up because it sounds good, because it makes it sound like you all should really listen to this. And if you don't listen to this, I'm going to get you in trouble with the governor. No, you're not. He never said that. You made it up. It gets better, though. Cisco's in-house lobbyist, Joseph Lee, registered on February 10th, which is the same day that the bill was introduced. IBM's 8 HP strategist lobbyists registered the next morning. Lobbyists can't file a position on a bill that hasn't been introduced. Same day and next day registrations from two separate companies indicate that both had advanced knowledge of the bill before it was publicly filed. How are you filing in favor of a bill on the same day, unless you were the one who was pushing for it and you were the one who wrote it? Cisco came up with this. Cisco raised its lobbyist retainer from $6,500 a month to $7,500 a month the month before this bill was introduced. The bill's lobbying network spent over $362,000 on lobbyists. The 5 opposing organizations spent $0. Lobbyists donated $15,725 to the bill's sponsors and committee members. 6 lobbyists from the 2 firms donated $1,850 to 1 senator within 48 hours. Cisco's lobbyists donated $450 to the co-sponsor Snyder 53 days before Snyder introduced the bill. The committee chair got $3,800 from Cisco's lobbying firm and voted yes. IBM's lobbyists in the bill show 0 payments from IBM. The money was laundered through a subcontract from HP Strategies. All of this is all over here. If any of you want to find this information on the state's website, I include screenshots to make it easy for you. If you want to use their API for open data, I even give you the queries that you want and the citations. I've tried to put all the information here for you so you could see it right up front. Another great thing about Colorado, a bill to ban lobbyist donations to legislators was killed 12 months earlier by a different committee. Colorado's disclosure system is quite fragmented. It's difficult to look through all these databases. A citizen can't just show up and check SP 26090 to see exactly how much money was spent on this bill without going through the clusterfuck that I did to make all of this stuff at 1 in the morning. The committee voted 5-0 to advance the bill despite unanimous opposition from every repair advocate who testified. Yeah, my name is Louis Rossman. I started a repair shop about 17 years ago in a park by myself, and over time, we grew to a 16-person business. Today, I'm down to about 4 employees, and my business has pivoted mostly to data recovery because of the declining repairability of modern devices that makes basic repair economically unviable. I've been a right to repair advocate for a long time, and while I'm thrilled with the progress that states like Colorado have made, the reality is that a lot of these laws are constantly undermined by loopholes that allow companies to maliciously comply. And I want to give you a quick example. Samsung released a PR statement praising some of their new repair programs, but on their link site is a $220 battery for a 5-year-old smartphone. The safety loophole allows them to glue a $5 battery to a $215 screen and call it an assembly, which forces customers to pay $200 for a battery. They technically complied with the letter of the law, but they completely violated spirit. And that brings us to this bill. This bill seeks to exempt information technology equipment intended for use in critical infrastructure. And on its face, that sounds entirely rational. I'm a motherboard repair technician, so I have no business repairing a bridge that an 18-wheeler truck drives over. But that's not what this bill is actually doing. It relies on a broad, vague definition that allows the manufacturer themselves to self-designate whether their equipment is for critical infrastructure. So if a laptop manufacturer knows the Pentagon buys their laptops, they can declare that line exempt. If a networking company sells a $20 switch to a federal building, they can claim that hardware is critical infrastructure. It's a blank check for manufacturers to exempt themselves. And I think that we need to look at who's heavily lobbying for this language. Cisco is one of them. Let's examine their track record. Somebody before mentioned wireless access points in OpenWRT. When Cisco's Meraki MR33 wireless access point reaches end of life, developers figured out how to install open source firmware called OpenWRT so the hardware could continue functioning securely with robust security updates. In response, Cisco pushed out a silent mandatory firmware update to every single one of these devices that would cause the CPU to permanently brick itself if you tried to install the updated firmware. They sent out a suicide update to destroy perfectly good hardware rather than let people update it to secure firmware. If an administrator tries to install security updates to their networking devices, Cisco kills it. Cisco actively works against the repair and security of their own devices. This does not incentivize best practices for cybersecurity, and if they cared about security of critical infrastructure, they would not force people to use outdated, insecure firmware on their access points. These are companies asking for a loophole, and in my opinion, they don't operate in good faith. What's frustrating is seeing lobbyists and retired officials brought in to support these exemptions under the guise of security, while Dan Driscoll and John Phelan, Secretary of the Army and Navy, both went on record during Senate Armed Service Committee hearings strongly supporting military right to repair using very similar language to the bill that was passed in Colorado. They're begging Congress for the right to repair. This bill isn't about protecting power grids. It's about protecting the monopoly revenue of companies like Cisco at the expense of American taxpayers, small businesses, and workers. It leads to the descaling of our economy when less people know how to... I'd ask you to vote no on the bill.
Mr. Rossman, you started to talk about the problems you see with the definition in Senate Bill 90, and I wanted to get your opinion if there is language that you think would strike at what is the proposed concern that is trying to be solved for, but would address your concern.
It's double target. It's ambiguous. There you go.
Hey guys, happy Friday. Welcome to the Mountain Minute Podcast. Colorado's top elections office is now at the center of a growing controversy. No really surprise there, but it is raising serious questions as the race for Attorney General heats up. Here's your Mountain Minute for April 3rd. Let's jump in. A former senior aide to Secretary of State Jenna Griswold is now speaking out publicly to Rocky Mountain Voice, describing what he calls erratic leadership, blurred lines between political ambition and official duties, and a workplace culture that discouraged dissent. Reese Edwards, who served as the Director of Government and Public Affairs, says official state business was at times conducted on encrypted messaging apps designed to delete records, limiting transparency and public accountability. He also claims taxpayer-funded messaging was used in ways that elevated Griswold's personal profile, with concerns raised internally that public resources were being used for political purposes. Multiple former staffers, he says, share those concerns, but many are unwilling to go on the record due to fear of professional retaliation. With Griswold now running for Attorney General, Edwards says the stakes are too high to stay silent. Read the exclusive Rocky Mountain Voice interview at rockymountainvoice.com, or you can click the link in the show notes. That story ties directly into a broader debate over elections happening right now in Colorado. State officials are pushing back on a new federal election order that we talked about yesterday that would create a national voter eligibility list and place new limits on mail-in voting. Supporters argue the move would strengthen election integrity, while critics, including Colorado officials, say it oversteps constitutional authority and interferes with how states run their own elections. At the same time, a new commentary is raising a different question. Why are some states willing to share detailed voter data with third-party organizations, but resist sharing that same data with federal agencies tasked with verifying citizenship? The debate highlights a growing divide over transparency, privacy, and election security. Meanwhile, a federal judge has handed Colorado Republicans a significant legal victory. The court ruled that requiring 75% approval to opt out of the state's open primary system is unconstitutional, calling it a severe burden on a political party's right to association. The decision could now open the door for parties to regain more control over their own nomination processes, something conservatives have been long arguing about is necessary to protect party identity and voter intent. On the policy front, Colorado's Medicaid system is once again under scrutiny. A new commentary warns that proposed cuts could hit the state's most vulnerable residents, particularly those with severe disabilities, cutting support in half for some families who rely on the program for daily care. Critics argue the state is prioritizing other spending while core safety net programs face reductions. And Colorado's largest coal plant has been offline since a catastrophic failure in 2025, and repairs are now delayed again until at least August 26. Regulators warn that the prolonged outage could create serious challenges during peak summer demand, increasing the risk of shortages when electricity use is at its highest. And a new analysis warns that Denver's push for high-density housing is actually contributing to worsening air quality, loss of green space, and increased strain on infrastructure, everything from water usage to energy demand. And in wildlife policy, critics say decisions by Colorado Parks and Wildlife are increasingly being influenced by well-funded, out-of-state advocacy groups rather than local expertise or public input. The call now is for Coloradans to engage directly before those decisions are finalized. And finally, on the Colorado front, a broader look at federal policy suggests regulatory systems meant to protect the environment may now be slowing economic growth. A new commentary argues that decades of permitting requirements under laws like NEPA are driving up costs, delaying infrastructure projects, and even preventing development altogether. Now to the national headlines. The U.S. Supreme Court is signaling skepticism towards efforts to end birthright citizenship. During arguments this week, several justices noted that for more than a century, the Constitution has been interpreted to grant citizenship to anyone born on U.S. soil, regardless of their parent's status. That suggests any major change to that policy directly could face a major uphill legal battle. That's all for this week, you guys. As a reminder, as always, you can read.
Okay. bad enough. I think that I don't know what to think. I actually do know what to think. I think anything good, they're gonna want to take away and act like it's a real problem. So anyway, happy birthday, Ray. Thank you for watching the Revolutionary Agenda. I hope you learned a lot. Because we do over here. Hope you got a lot of information about that Gucci Man push thing. Hope you learned a lot. Hope you saw some, hope you learned a lot. I'm gonna go over to Grand Rising with Shabak and the Chase. Hopefully somebody told him I'm on my way over there. Anyway, stay black, stay dangerous, and have a great fucking morning. See you later. Thanks for hanging out with me.